Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope everybody's excited for today. Um, I We are not starting early. I'm launching the space early. This is our time to just fuck around and find out, iron out some of the tech issues. If you're tuning in and you're waiting on speakers, um, you can leave the app open, or you can DM it, or you can just come back. But I'm not right now. We're not going to start early. I'm just opening up the space early. I'll even give some people a chance if they wanna play, have some fun, mess around a little bit. Eric, I see you're joining us for the space. That's fucking awesome. Let me bring you up here. All right, perfect. Um, and you guys, I'm super excited for today. Even I am nervous. I normally never get nervous for a space, but I want us to have fun. Fringe, oh my God, welcome. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just throwing some toys around for my little pup and just chilling, hanging out. How are you this morning? Are we already having tech issues, Ulrich, or are you otherwise occupied?
No, no, I just had a tech intervention. I just got muted by somebody. I don't know who's controlling it, but I guess we should say welcome to the
Okay,
Five Eyes
wait.
and all 18 intelligence
We all
agencies.
know who's controlling it is Eric Mitchell in the space, and space run properly when Eric Mitchell is present.
That's very true. Um, Eric, welcome, my man.
Good morning, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I asked you yesterday how long you wanted to stay because I have not sent you the newest version of our Doomer diapers, or electrolytes or a catheter. Are you down for the full 12? What are you feeling like today?
Uh, well, I do have a radio show today, but other than that, man, I plan on being around. So just anytime you want me to pop in, just let me know.
No, there's no popping in. There's you're gonna be in. You can leave and pop back in, but like don't. It's like if you're gonna be part of us today, know that you're entitled to dip in and dip out. Can you just give me a rough estimate of when your radio show is, so I know when not to feel abandoned when you leave?
It should be around 1, 2 o'clock Central Time. Should last about an hour. Shouldn't be more than that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, do me a favor as we get set up. Just try to find out the exact hour, just because we have moderators running the space today, and I just want to be on top of my shit. But absolutely welcome. I don't know if it was you who muted me, Eric. You have extraordinary power, so I wouldn't put it past you. I'm thrilled to have you here. And so we have like 25 minutes. Um, I'm going to work and make sure our upcoming speakers have an idea of what's being planned, but I'm not really trying to talk a lot right now. I'd love, Fringe, if you're cool with it, you, Eric, anybody else, you're welcome to, since we're not going to be inviting a lot of regular audience members up throughout most of the space until maybe the very end, or if we have like a long dead period, it would be wonderful to sort of bring some people up, see what their expectations are, what they want. Do you know what I mean? Have a back and forth, and then we'll drop them down like yesterday's laundry, and then start the space right at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. French, how does that sound to you?
Yeah, that sounds great. I'd love to hear from Eric too on no spoilers, but Eric, I saw you post a paper up in the nest on a space the other day. You were working on something.
Um, God, I'm always working on something. Right now, since my Dr. Michael P. Masters came forward with our incident and my name, I've had a lot of scientists reach out and ask if they can study my brain, and of course, I'm saying yes. It just waiting on where to get a plane ticket to, and figuring out where they want to go from there.
Yeah, I think that research is going to be so incredibly important for experiencers, and it's going to be so validating when they start expanding on this research that Gary Nolan has already started, obviously, and others, showing that the changes in the brain. You want to go over that real quick, just for people who are listening?
Oh, and really quickly, let's go over that. But I just want to welcome really quickly Courtney to the space. I'm going to make her a second co-host in a moment. And after you tell us about that, Eric, I think Courtney will need some genuine or fake troll just to practice the mute function. If we can make that happen after. And sorry to interject, Eric. Please continue. But I want to work that in at some point before the space starts.
I see John Strader in the space, so that might be a good person to practice on, Courtney.
Hey guys, I also have a Eric. I'm so glad you're here. That was my secret wish last night. You picked it up. Thanks for showing up. I have some real, probably more obscure questions before you go. So hopefully we can get those in after Fringe.
Oh, mine aren't
Actually, Courtney,
chatting. So you guys go ahead, Courtney.
yeah, Courtney, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a big fan. I think you're an excellent researcher. I like your candor. I like the way you go about things. Yeah, so just a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you too. And I don't know if you remember how I introduced myself, but I'll just remind you or refamiliarize because it's been a few years. But I reached out to you on Facebook because of a mutual friend of ours who knew of your work. And I think it was your support group. And so I was contacting you about that. But then, of course, over the years, I've learned so much more about you. So I'm a huge admirer of you as well. So the question I wanted to lead off is definitely going to be somewhat unexpected, but I'm just hoping you can clarify a few things. One of the things that cropped up in my research when I was looking into early 90s studies and Joe Firmage, one of the things that came about in discussions was about how you helped Joe as an experiencer. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that a little bit and share your experiences with him. And specifically, one of the unique things that I heard that I've never gotten confirmation on was about the chakra system and the colors and the lights of the UAPs. Can you give a little bit of history of that at all, if you're comfortable?
That that, my friends, is the quintessential Courtney right there. She just wow. Yeah. Joe Firmage, the founder of Internasa, one of the founders of websites, period, had a $3 billion Silicon Valley business back in the 90s. The big boom. Um, Around 200 IQ, so he's often misunderstood and easily attacked on the internet. So when you Google the guy, please don't formulate an opinion. He's just not socially with it. You give him a lab and tell him to get a job done, he'll get the job done. But he's a great guy. We share the same birthday. He is under CIA oversight, and he wanted to show his Acceleron 9 motor, as he calls it, to the CIA. Yeah, Jim Semivan, everybody that you would know now as To the Stars Academy of Science and Arts with Tom DeLonge, now used to be with Joe Firmage. That was the original TTSA, was Joe Firmage, not Tom DeLonge. To go back that far, he showed off his technology, and one of the guys in the CIA said that reminds us of the Eric Mitchell case. So Joseph, being 200 IQ, just looked me up on Facebook and direct called me. I didn't know who the guy was. And he said, real quick, tell me what these objects look like and how did it, affect your body. So I thought he was a radio show host. You know, I get calls all the time to do radio, and I don't even know why I do it anymore because they get removed from the internet. Um, God, I've done over 400 interviews, and you can't find anything anymore, unfortunately. But anyway, so I thought he was a radio show host. I told him specifics, went into detail, and he cackled at me. And I said, "Look, man, I don't know who you are. I don't know what show you do, but if you're here just to poke fun, I'm not going to do your show." And he said, "No, sir, I'm a scientist. I'm not a radio show host, and I've got the CIA here telling me about your case." And so we kind of geeked out. I mean, the guy's absolute genius. He had me open my laptop and put some codes in, and I was able to look at these pretty much warp drive engines that he's working on for the Space Force, and they're viable. They're 1/Unity. I mean, it's just incredible what he's doing. And to quote him, isn't it cute to see Elon Musk blow up his firecrackers? And so it's just an incredible technology. I did have some mathematics. It's really not mine. It just kind of flowed through my head, and I was able to relay the mathematics to him, which I didn't understand. I felt very strongly that it was something important, and he did say it helped him out a lot. But we did get into detail about quantum entanglement of the mind, the Rosen bridge when it comes to microtubules of the brain, the interconnectability, and all those things. But yeah, I wouldn't say illusion of light, but the perception of light during connection was a fascinating thing for him, because what he did with magnets is he eliminated the electromagnetic drag of two natural magnets pushing away from each other and creating motion. You know, it's motion physics. But he used the idea of the Earth's wobble, of gravitational pull, and cracked the code, eliminated the electromagnetic drag, and sped up the process, leading to uh, anti-gravity, one, but number two, an electromagnetic field created naturally. If you think about rubbing two sticks together and exciting electrons, and you're actually bringing in a living, breathing, multidimensional creature like fire, and people don't think of it that way, but that's exactly what that is. If you rub two magnets together, you create electromagnetic energy that's related to consciousness itself, thus giving the idea of thought actuated command on technology in the future. Right now we have remote controls and things of that nature, but your biometrics, that type of energy and electricity could be applied to operating, craft, vehicles, your television, the whole nine yards. It's as simple as a calibration of an EEG to find out what brain waves you're putting out, and boom, you're in. You can operate your electronics. So it's fascinating stuff, and a lot of people want to throw the word around consciousness when it comes to UFOs, and they're not. They're just picking up on the trend. They don't actually know that consciousness is literally tapped into an electromagnetic field that's related to consciousness itself.
Thank you. I'll pass it over to Fringe. I have another question if we can get to it, but I know we might have some time constraints. So go ahead, Fringe. I know you had a question.
No, it was very similar and very related to your question. You just asked it a lot better than I did, so you go right ahead. Go ahead and continue with Eric. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Okay, Eric, thanks for that breakdown. And for those of you who don't know, I just have this in my member banks from research. Joe Firmage, one of his Silicon Valley companies, the early one was US Web. Before he came out and worked with InterNASA, there was a transition there because he had had a huge revelatory experience, a download experience, and that kicked off his other work. I also found out in research on Joe Firmage just recently through somebody who worked with him and he mentored, that he was able to reduce mass in one of his experiments. So that's another piece of novel information for those who want to go look up Joe Firmage and his studies. Okay, so Eric, I didn't find out about Michael Masters until after the Inquirer Anomalous conference last year, but I had met Michael Masters at the Archives of the Impossible and got to talk with him, you know, about who was there, and he was being kind of introduced into the whole scene. And then I found out that you had actually met him later that year and had this whole experience. I've heard he's come out about it and talked about it. So, what would you like to share about your experience with Michael Masters? Because I know that's coming to the forefront right now. About your meeting with him, I heard a little snapshot of it, of how he interpreted it, but I don't really want to comment on what he said. It would be nice to hear your first person perspective of your meeting with him down south.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I didn't know who Michael Masters was. You being a researcher, you understand, um, and a damn good researcher at that. I mean, you're see, that's what I'd like to see more on, on Twitter. Ufology used to be, you find the facts, go after it. Don't listen to other people's opinions, just go after facts. So I love the fact that there's still researchers out there that look into these things. And for you to bring some of this stuff up just floors me. But thank you for that. But I didn't know who Masters was. Being a quintessential experiencer, i.e., having a strong brain anomaly, in the Kadipitamen, I often, experiencers say, I saw a craft or I saw a being or this happened or that happened. But what we don't talk about is just too insane. It's too insane for the American public, the world public to really take on. So when experiencers come forward, we talk about the craft and we talk about the external experiences, but we don't talk about the internal experiences because that makes us absolutely crazy, for lack of better words, and complete lack of diagnosis. I mean, I've seen plenty of psychiatrists and actually trained some to work with people like me and kind of crack that hard shell to really get into what's inside the quintessential experiencer. But we have feelers. We, first and foremost, are empathetic people. We feel people. We feel animals. We pick up on those emotions and sometimes pertain them as our own. The next step into the brain anomaly is intuitive ability, and so think of your motor function filling up completely with its own 100 billion neurons, and it still wants to grow. So in a way, it becomes non-local and reaches out through empathy, intuitive ability, synchronicity, and eventually non-locality, i.e., remote viewing, out of body experiences, some of the crazy stuff that nobody's supposed to believe, but the DoD has been profusely studying for a long period of time. At the same time, telling ufology that experiencers aren't credible witnesses for some reason. I mean, isn't that a great way to play the whole game? But quintessentially, instead of just being a UFO witness, our internal structure is very different, mostly, within that part of the brain. But it's let's say we go to a grocery store and an average person is just looking for sales, enjoying the background music. You see people walking around shopping. It's different for us. We pick up that this lady, her name's probably Jane, and she's having problems with her nephew, and her nephew's got some alcoholic problems, and all these things are kind of rushing through while you're picking out green beans and what kind of crackers do I get today? And you tend to ignore that stuff. It's not important, but every once in a while there's something really important, and you really feel like you have to approach a person because it's going to help them. A lot of people think, well, this is a nefarious thing that's leaping into you and making you act out. And that's not true. I mean, and thank you for allowing me to elaborate on that. It's not something that takes over you. It's a intuitive connection. And when I went into the VIP room to meet Heidi Gadd, she's a rock star. She's a great friend of mine. We always talk on the phone. We always have each other's backs, and we actually just met in person. So I just went up to meet Heidi. The room was full of people, and the phenomenon itself zeroed in on this guy with blue eyes. I didn't know who he was. And this is when your executive function that you normally use takes a back seat, and your executive function is now the experiencer function, which is almost like a dream state, but you're mostly aware of what's going on. And my first feeling was, I have to tell that guy not to quit. So I totally, walked past my friend Heidi, that I was so excited to meet in person, and kind of knelt down, looked this guy dead in the eyes. I needed him to um, just pay attention to what I had to say. And once I told him a few things, he was pretty shocked. And I said, "Do you mind if we go out onto the balcony? I'm going to do something really strange, and I just hope you're okay with that." Mind you, I still didn't know who this guy was, and it could have been just somebody that bought a ticket to watch the conference or whatever. That part to me didn't matter. The only thing that mattered very strongly was getting the message across. And the thing is, Courtney, I've done this with a lot of people. Um, the last time I pulled into a gas station, there was a lady sitting in the passenger seat. She was still drunk from the night before. Totally could have ignored her, just get a cup of coffee and go home. But I was just drawn to walk right up to the window. And by the time I got to the window, she was waving me toward her. So she was picking up on the anomaly as well. And her friend in the driver's seat was shocked because she grabbed my palm and she started telling me things about my life. And, this was her turn, and her friend of 20 years was shocked. She couldn't believe what was going on. This woman was telling me about my life in detail, almost in a trance. It's like a dreamlike state, when your executive function takes a back seat and your experiencer brain takes on, the full gambit. Yeah, it's just one of those situations. And I was just getting a cup of coffee. So these kinds of things, they happen. People don't tend to notice. With masters, there were witnesses, and people kept walking outside and feeling like they needed to walk away. And I felt that as well, that this needed to be a private conversation. And these people picked up on that. And Heidi kind of leaned into that, I want to say, electromagnetic bubble. Pertaining to consciousness, related to consciousness. And she tapped in, and she was slowly nodding her head saying, "Do you understand what he's doing? Do you understand what he's relaying to you?" And Mike, instead of having some sort of resistance, he opened up wide. Like he just, like a vacuum, he received all of it, every bit of it. I've never seen anybody with that type of capacity. So I would postulate that he does have the brain anomaly in a huge fashion. And I would be interested. Of course, he wants to see me get studied more, but I would like to see him under an MRI, because I believe wholeheartedly that he has the brain anomaly. And it was like a year later. I wasn't even paying attention because these things do happen. That I see this guy on my own TV mentioning this strange human. Now, he does have the hypothesis that this type of anomaly happens with future humans being able to tap in to the human mind, which is, from what I understand scientifically, completely possible. But we can't negate all the other possibilities that can be put on the table. And thank you, Michael Masters, for putting that postulation on the table, because it does belong amongst the list of things that this can be. It's not my favorite one, of course. from what I've seen and experienced, but it can't be negated as something that doesn't belong, amongst the ideas of what we're dealing with. But like Diana Pasolka said, people with this brain anomaly, we're evolved. We're not crazy experiencer people. We have evolved brains. We're capable of many, many things that a lot of people aren't able to tap into. And instead of being socially awkward and scared about what people think about us, we should get rid of our cognitive dissonance, embrace who we are, and make a good change wherever we are in the world.
Thanks. Thank you for your breakdown. Thank you for explaining the felt sense of what it feels like to be in that kind of pivotal moment at times, especially with the grocery store analogy, is what I like to call it, because you're in the grocery store and so many empaths and intuitives talk about that experience, going in the frozen food aisle to get a bag of peas and they're picking up, the lady next to them. So,
Courtney, please forgive me. Is it okay if I jump in real
yeah,
quick?
go for it.
So look, I want us to get a little bit of practice. Can you hit the person button and approve Sarah? Um, that would be helpful. Let me know once you've done that.
One thing I've noticed, especially with the grocery store scenario, is autism. Uh, Children, mainly children, nonverbal, they'll walk up to you and tell you all kinds of things as if they've known you their whole life. They pick up on it, and it's just fascinating. I've seen mothers cry because they've heard their son or daughter talk for the first time in months or weeks.
And Eric, please forgive me. I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to make sure Courtney's comfortable. We're doing something fairly unique today. So Courtney and Sarah are going to be moderating this thing. Fringe, of course, jump in whenever you like. Whenever you have a burning question, I want things to be loose, fun. But I'm going to hang out in the background as much as possible. I want Courtney to get a little bit of practice using the mute button, and being able, just in case you need to approve one of our guest speakers. Did it work? I might be looking at the wrong interface. Maybe it's something messing
Hey,
with me. Did we
Ulrich,
bring Sarah
I'm
up?
not a co-host, and I'm not sure if Courtney is, but she's not showing as co-host on my end. I'm not sure.
I think right.
Oh,
I think
really?
right now I'm just a speaker. So I'm working on that at my end. I did the person icon. I'm looking for Sarah. I see her, but I can't make her a speaker.
Okay.
It-
I sent you a co-host invite. Do you see
yeah, I
anything
see you're
on your
invited to
app on your
co-host,
phone?
so I'll work on that next. Hey, Eric, I just want you to know that I was talking about spectrum um, issues last night in another space. I had set up a space specifically to discuss a lot of this. So just for the future, I'd really like to connect with you about this.
Yeah, I was actually looking looking forward to that, but I had someone that was feeling pretty terrible that needed someone to talk to. So I missed it. I hated missing that because it's a very important conversation to have. I mean, it strikes my curiosity as well. I sure as heck don't have all the answers, but I am curious about that. When it comes to autism, it seems incredible that they have that connection with experiencers, and I'd love to see some data come out about that. I'd like to see some studies. What they call this is the quantum measurement problem. Because you can look at all this activity under an MRI. You can see it go on. You can see it happen. You can take someone from a cohort group, someone that's never had an experience, and ask them a question they couldn't possibly answer. And you can see the left brain, right brain. They're struggling. They're trying to figure something out, and they just can't come up with the answer. There's a brick wall there. And then you go over to the quintessential experiencer, do the MRI, ask them a question they couldn't possibly answer, and you see the caudate putamen light up, and it goes dark. It goes somewhere. i.e. possibly microtubules, fires out. And so that kind of quantum measurement problem is a huge intrigue. We have higher EEG, so higher electromagnetic field. Your brain uses up 20% of your body's energy during the day, and it produces this electromagnetic field. And what it's doing, we just don't know how to measure. But here comes a partial, full, or even over-explained answer right off the bat, as if it's being channeled, or the brain is reaching somewhere, tapping into something, and coming up with answers. And we also have, as experiencers, a attraction to each other. It's almost like natural selection. She doesn't know I'm an experiencer. I don't know she's an experiencer, but we're immediately attracted to each other right off the bat. And what you see with autism, kids, adults, males or females, in a public space, they don't want to approach anybody. They don't feel comfortable anywhere they go. And when they come across an experiencer, picking out peas on the frozen aisle, they directly walk up to you and start speaking, as if you've known each other your whole life. And, on my end, I feel that too. I feel like I just can relate. I know something about this person. I feel this person in a deeper level, but I don't know how to explain that. It's just different. Where a lot of people just say, well, this is a special needs person. I don't think so. I think this is a very special person, and we need to try to understand what the heck that is, because to me, it's powerful. I feel it. I pick up on it, and they're very, very misunderstood, much like experiencers are. But I'd like to see what kind of neurological activity is going on with these very special people, because they're tapped into something that is very important.
Just so everybody knows, I want to follow up something very important, that Eric said, just from my own studies and talking with Gary Nolan about the quantum measurement problem. He and I were discussing the caudate putamen study that had come out. He had gone on the record with Linda Moulton Howe and John Burroughs in an interview discussing some of the implications. And I had a follow-up discussion with him one-on-one. And I was talking with him about the caudate putamen and potential injuries and neurogenesis and other things that have caused potentially this thickening. What he did say that I've not really ever mentioned, but I know people are tuning in to hear new information or old information that's just coming out for the first time. He was exploring how this could happen, and one of the things he discussed at the time was Brownian motion, because he said he just couldn't figure out a way to make it work. Eric, did he ever bring up Brownian motion to you in his investigatory processes around the thickening? I'm just trying to get a historical timeline and see if he's ever brought that up to you, or if you've ever heard of that in any other studies.
And hold on one second, Courtney. We're already experiencing missing time. It's possible we've all been abducted, but our space already officially started 4 minutes ago. I wanna just reset the room and let everybody know we have a schedule internally for all the speakers, and they're entitled and welcome to show up early. When they do show up early, Rita, I see you're in the room. By all means, hit the request button, even if it's just to hang out. We'll bring you up here right away. And Eric, if it's okay, I just want to introduce everybody who's up here on stage right now. You're officially one of our guest panelists. I'm thrilled to have you for the full 12 minus the radio interview. And if anything happens, electrolyte deficiency, fire, emergency, terrorist attack, I will accept if you need to temporarily drop down as well and come back. But by all means, for speakers who are in here, it's much easier if you hit the request button. Don't wait for an invite from us. And if it's okay, Courtney, I want you feeling comfortable. Can we just quickly, let's do a brief introduction. You guys know me. I want disclosure yesterday. I hope we'll get it today. And I'm thrilled. And this has only been possible with everybody's help. Fringe You took a huge risk on me doing Doom Spaces with me. It's led to today, and I think it's going to go to much greater places. And I'm grateful. Sorry, I had to step outside for a second. I'm grateful to have you gracing the space with your leadership. Let's do Fringe, Courtney, Sarah, and then Eric, you can give a brief introduction. And while we're doing that, let's bring up any guest speakers we have early, and then let's do a quick mute check after that. Go ahead, take it away, Fringe.
Oh, thank you, Ulrich. I appreciate your kind words. I'm super excited for today. I'm really excited to have Courtney and Sarah here. They're going to be moderating the space and interacting with our speakers. And I'm just super excited to see where it goes. Thank you so much for being here, Eric and Reed. I see you guys are already in the space, and I'm just looking forward to today. Go ahead, Courtney.
Hey, everybody. Super also excited to be here. And I mean, just the lead off with Eric, being able to talk with him is like made my day. So I can't imagine how incredible this is going to be for the next 12 hours. So I'm just grateful also to be here, to be brought into Ulrich and Fringe's space because, you know, they're huge space people in the community. I am not. I do spaces very infrequently and mostly using them as ways to create safety potentially for people who want to come out into X spaces and be introduced to this community in a neutral way or positive if possible. So thanks for having me.
Hold on, Courtney. I'm not going to let you get away that quickly. You have been blamed for the greatest blessing to happen to UFO Twitter and the greatest curse for the 18 intelligence agencies and the Five Eyes listening right now. Can you just explain your connection to Disclosure Steve, as I like to call him, and Jason Sands, the people's whistleblower?
Thanks. Thanks for that.
You can
Thanks
give
for
the
putting me on
politically
the spot.
correct and non-controversial. No, of course. I mean, people need to know. It's incredible that we're all here together, and everybody's going to be speaking today. That's why we're going to get disclosure fucking today. But just for people who don't know that there's UFOs, aliens, whistleblowers, like you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Just the loose connection for our conspiracy boards and the cork board and the red string.
Yeah, just a brief rundown. I'm like everybody else, always constantly watching for emerging trends in the UFO community. That includes people who have had firsthand experiences, if possible, because that's what we're all waiting for and looking for. So I had been doing SOR news 3 nights a week in the third hour. So it was a really tough spot late at night. And I had 2 names sent to me who were, you know, potentially leaked. And I followed up on them, you know, both of them, looking for them, trying to see if I could substantiate their stories because they were potentially going to be in James Fox's movie and documentary. So that's how it started. Pretty innocuous curiosity, you know, wanting to see what parts of their stories would lend credibility to Disclosure and move the ball forward. So in that process, Jason Sands' names was one of the names that I was looking into. And through a mutual friend, she had also sent me the name. So I had multiple people who had his name. So I knew I wasn't the only one. And I started tracking it down. And that's how I found Steve. He was one of the people who saw Jason Sands' testimony on the UAP Task Force Forum, what we now know as R-Space. So he could confirm the story. And Steve wasn't in any other public sphere. Nobody knew him, but he could verify the story. So that's how I met Steve. And in our relationship and me getting to know him as an experiencer, he wanted to come out and be part of the experiencer community. So I helped him do that. And in that process, Jason Sands ended up coming out shortly after because he told Jason's story on R-Space. So that's how that all came about. That was the genesis.
Thank you for going over that. I just wanted people to know how extraordinary the synchronicity is of today and what's going to happen. You and Sarah are going to be moderating the space. Sarah, just because you're in the speaker slot, don't think that you can't jump in, assist Courtney, change direction. You just don't have mute power until we switch you guys halfway in. But both of you, barring any UFO abductions or interventions, you're going to be here for the full 12. I'm thrilled, and please just tell us whatever you want to mention about you. And I'm thrilled to have you with us here, UFO Sarah.
Ulrich, thank you. I've been calling you a producer of people. Thank you very much for all the work that you've done for putting this space together, you and Fringe, for this amazing 12-hour lineup that we have. And Courtney, unbelievably, it's been a pleasure to get to know you. I'm absolutely blessed and grateful for this opportunity. And I have a list of questions. I've done my homework. I'm very excited what I'm most excited about is to sit back and let the speakers debate and talk amongst themselves and see where they go with their theories and their facts that they've researched and found, their experiences, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, we get disclosure today happening on this day, August 15th. How exciting, 2024. So anyway, I very much appreciate, I too am super excited. And if anyone needs anything, please DM me. I am here for you guys.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And Eric, for those who don't know your story, give us like a brief TLDR to kick the space off.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'd like to answer Courtney's question. I don't know Gary Nolan very personally. I started emailing him back in 2013, talking about the brain change I was going through from regular slow redneck guy into savant syndrome and what it was like. And so that was the very beginning. So let's do a side note on that really fast. These are things you're not going to hear from the Soul Foundation right away. There are people that are experiencers their whole life. They know when they're a kid, they're different. For me, I'm one of the very few. Kevin Day is a good example as well, where you have an interaction with this phenomenon and you go through the change. And man, like it's really difficult to go through that kind of neurological change in a short period of time. But I can't stress enough that this does happen. I was just on the phone 3 nights ago with a wife of a televangelist. I think everybody has seen this preacher on TV just flipping through the channels, and his wife, dedicated to the church, has been going through this change since 2020, and she doesn't want to be involved with the church. She doesn't want to be involved with any of that anymore, and it's causing relationship troubles and stuff like that. So without an MRI, without medical proof, to reach out and literally hand show it to you, I can tell you firsthand that I've talked to hundreds of people that have gone through the neurological change as adults. I didn't believe in UFOs. I thought crazy people only talk about them. I wasn't even a skeptic. I couldn't even go far enough to think about the subject to ascertain the fact that I was a skeptic. I just didn't believe in the subject. So you can imagine my surprise when this kind of came around. But yeah, and early to answer your question, it was 2013, Hot Springs, Arkansas. Woke up at 4 a.m. standing outside. I had no idea how I got there. And there's a 40-foot in diameter orange reddish sphere hovering over the street in front of me. It didn't bob or weave. It didn't make any sounds. No heat came off of it. It didn't make any sense. The light should have lit up the entire dead end street, but it was self-contained. No light came off of it, which it just doesn't make sense to the human eye. Think about, turning off the light bulb and the whole room goes dark, but the light bulb somehow is still on. It just, physics wise, it doesn't make sense. and that just kind of opened up a can of worms. I mean, this object physically affected me. It came back almost on a nightly basis. My entire town began to hear about this thing. My neighbors, people from all over the place. There would be lines of cars coming out to see these objects come down in my yard. Not little specks in the sky, guys. We're talking about in my yard, and so a lot happens. You know, the DoD got involved, MOVE got involved. Sorry about that phone call, but but yeah, it was a big fiasco. Some of my case leaked out to people in ufology. I didn't know what ufology was. I didn't know what MUFON was. I had no clue, guys, no clue. So I've had to learn. Not only do we have a huge UFO problem, but we've got a bigger people problem, you know, when it comes to this subject. And that's been, I think, the toughest for me. But it's been a long ride. The activity still goes on to this day. I've moved 9 different states. Some populated areas where there's been a lot of witnesses, some rural areas where there's a few witnesses, but everywhere I go, I've got some of the same investigators as Chris Bledsoe Sr. Some people wanted to diminish my case and make Chris popular. And some of the more honest people held on and said, no, we don't need to make Eric popular, but we need to, record everything that's going on. So, I know the idea, the social sphere, the social engineering tells you that you need to jump into ufology and be special me and be popular, but I'm just not that kind of guy. I'm not a car salesman. I don't want to push, what I know on other people. I don't want to just narcissistically go all over the place with this stuff. I mean, first and foremost, we're empaths, we're hermits. We don't like that kind of thing. And, we'll leave that for the Corey Goods and all the people that weren't hugged enough when they were kids to run out there and try to be special. I mean, the work that I do is working with people like me that suffer in silence every single day and possibly think about suicide. It's a hard, undocumented psychological, neurological situation that you're dealing with, and no psychiatrist has any training on how to deal with it whatsoever. The only thing they see is trauma. That's the only thing they're going to be able to treat. And so for me, just like being with someone that you love that goes through breast cancer, it's a terrible thing. We need awareness on this kind of thing. And we need to put the ribbon on our license plate and let women know to get checked as much as possible, because we don't want someone to suffer the way we've suffered, through this. So I'm an advocate of people like myself, and, people that really need to reach out, that ufology was socially engineered by the DoD not to pay attention to because they're not real, at the same time studying the hell out of us, So when it came to Dr. Gary Nolan, yeah, he's the first person I wanted to have this information, but I was told by my lead investigator to stay away from this small list of people. And when I noticed this small list of people paying attention to Stanford University, I went ahead and went with Harvard University, and it was a great choice for me. I introduced Harvard to Gary. They've assisted him. They've helped him. So I directly deal with these guys at Harvard. That's hard on it. Right now they're building an AI system to map out the cognitive attainment in the quintessential experiencer to literally look at all 100 billion neurons and how they're operating the way they are.
Incredible. Thank you for that sharing of your experiences. People probably don't know about the Chris Bledsoe connection and that you came before. I didn't know whether I should even bring that up. I'm glad you did, so that people get insight more into the history of the DoD operations and following experiencers. I think it's really important that you are also recognized in that history. And not only that, one of the things that I think makes you one of the unsung heroes in experiencer work is all the work you do with people every day, you know, behind the scenes, helping them, doing a lot of counseling, support. And you are that person, you know, who safeguards experience or support, information, help, confidentiality. So I just want to thank you personally for all the work you do every day, you know, in the field, helping experiencers in a huge void and gap where there really is none. Essentially, I see more and more coming about, but you were one of the first. So thank you for sharing that about your history and coming before the Bledsoes.
Um, I'm sorry, maybe a misconception. My case started 7 years after the Bledsoe case. Barry Gaunt, Chase Galetsky, several other people that were helping him initially in the beginning of his case, began to work on my case as well because it was so familiar. Um, I forgot what direction I was going to go with this, yeah, once ufology kind of picks up on the fact that you have a real case, you're being studied. They want to cart you on stage, monkey jump, but you have to be popular. You have to make them money. You have to give them popularity points and play the game in order to be popular. That didn't feel right. I felt my integrity was at stake playing some sort of game. And my personal feelings is that this belonged in the hands of, PhDs to really do the science, instead of the entertainment industry, which is fair because the entertainment mind through your programming, television, that's what they call it, your programming, of the subject through the entertainment mind, the neurological system that pertains to that instead of it being real life. So there's a lot of confusion in that type of thinking, and I think ufology really, not on purpose but boisterously, puts it out there in that type of fashion: information, disinformation, sensationalism, and all that. And early on in 2014, Ray Hernandez, Berkeley PhD candidate, tax lawyer in Florida, and Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the sixth man on the moon, Apollo 14, had a conversation one night about, look, we just need to get this into science. And so out of just a casual conversation, it became, Eric, can you come up with 10,000 experiencers? And I said, of course. And Edgar and Ray, they were tasked with finding PhDs that would actually look into this. So it did become the world's first academic study into what a quintessential experiencer is. It came up with 980 pages of data. If there was nothing there, it would be a paragraph saying we looked, there was nothing, right? So that led to gather enough information to really challenge PhDs of great stature and say, look at this information, tell me it's wrong, and I'll walk away. Um, I don't date, but I go after this as if I want to date these people. I will be relentless. I will not stop until you are a scientist. If you are one, then let's act like one. Look at the data, and then decide for yourself if you need to, go further. And so far, in the beginning, it was very difficult, but now it seems to be rampant with PhDs. So, if people think there's 4 or 5 scientists out there that are really interested in this and doing the work, you'd be mistaken. I'm contacted by PhD students all the time, and so many different colleges that want to know about this kind of stuff. They're not talking publicly, but I assure you they're looking into every single thing they can.
Eric, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in this space with you. Before we move on and I introduce Reed Summers, I just wanted to say that Courtney is absolutely right. You are on the ground speaking with experiencers one on one. And I know this because personally, I met you in one of my first spaces that I spoke in months ago, and I got to talk about my near death experience, NDE, which I won't go into. I'm just saying that you were the first person in my life that shed light and made me feel like I wasn't weird for my experience. And for that, I am eternally grateful. And I thank you. Reed Summers, welcome to the space. It's a pleasure to have you. I'd like to introduce you to today's panel, and also if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Yes, for sure. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you to Ulrich and Fringe and the other organizers and moderators for the space today, and good to meet all the speakers here. Look forward to getting to know you. My name is Reed, and here with my father, Marshall. And we and our family has been, excuse me, involved in this, wow, since the beginning of my life, and much earlier for Marshall in his life. We have been the serendipitous, or however you might call it, recipients of a set of communications from an off-planet group of observers who call themselves the Allies of Humanity. And this group made contact with Marshall in the late 90s and have been in touch with him since then. And basically their stated purpose was to observe the extraterrestrial intervention into our world by a group of competing economic collectives, multiracial collectives who are involved in the world today due to what humanity is doing to the planet and what we are doing to ourselves, and how we are affecting the value of both planet, resource, and human species. And so we have been stewarding this perspective that they have offered and have been further investigating it, verifying it, exploring how this phenomenon of species to species interaction and intervention might be playing out on the world stage, and how it is affecting average people, contactees most certainly, and abductees most specifically. So it's been a difficult reality to hold in our awareness, but we have done so for many decades. I've been working with Marshall on holding these perspectives for almost 20 years now. And we've gone around the world to share this with people and to hear from people, especially in areas of formerly colonized peoples who have experienced interventions in their histories and in their native traditions and societies. So we've been able to kind of corroborate the experience we might be having as a world against the experiences we have already had as human beings interacting with other intelligences, in this case, other human intelligences. So myself, I write and speak on this issue. I am constantly learning and seeing what the data and the evidential record can tell me, and what the observed record of non-human intelligence activity, interaction, and involvement in the world can further illuminate for me as I look at this phenomenon in its evolving nature. And as I'll get into whenever I end up speaking more, I really feel like we need a structured framework to move through this phenomenon in a cognitive way, in a way that moves us from uncertainty to certainty, from possibilities to probabilities, toward making strong, grounded, evidential assessments of the visitation that empower our human response in stages, not all at once. So I'm very excited to be here, and thank you so much.
Reed, thank you so much for that introduction and for being here. We would really love to get Marshall and Patricia up here as well. Marshall and Patricia, if you guys could hit the mic button on your lower left corner of your screen, you could come up and join Reed. And Reed, I was wondering if you could give us a little overview. I think you're doing some classes at the Paradigm Institute. Is that correct?
Yes, I just delivered a 4-week course through their academic program on extraterrestrial studies. And my focus, following up on Richard Dolan, who gave 2 really good courses on basically the history of the phenomenon and the alien agendas, I followed up on that by a course on decoding alien intent, and introduced a whole framework and pathway of inquiry that could be used to analyze intent, motive, and involvement by non-human intelligence, and structure that analysis in ways that give us ready access to methods of responding to this. Because in my view, we're very late in responding to this. You know, when you interact with another entity, and if that entity is involving themselves or intervening with you very directly, it's critical that you respond in a stepwise fashion, and not sit on your hands for 80 years and then attempt one grand, home run hit at the very end of it all. And so we're very late in responding to this contact event, which is over 100 years old now. And so my hope in that course was to offer a structured analytic pathway that can bring us to incremental levels of greater certainty regarding what's happening and the ability to respond, knowing that we're responding based on incomplete, possibly inaccurate, and possibly even deceptive information. I mean, this is the intel world. Intelligence is when you engage with another entity that seeks either to evade or to not be seen or to not disclose and to conduct activity in a covert fashion. That's what intelligence gathering and intel work is, and we need intelligence. We need to approach it in this way because this is a non-mechanistic phenomenon. I think the scientific method, though it is the gold standard, and I respect it highly, this is an understanding framework, not a response framework. And so we're engaging not the wrong frameworks, but we're leaning on understanding frameworks excessively, and we're not engaging in a response framework, and therefore we're not responding. So yes, but back to the question, I've offered that course through New Paradigm, and I'll be offering that course again in a public way, accessible to all. So yeah, look forward to bringing this out.
Thanks, Reed. I'm going to say something that might be a little bit controversial, but I was super excited to see that alliance because I don't think that that institute is particularly fond of your message, to be frank. So I was super excited to see that alliance and super excited to see you teaching those courses. How's it gone so far? And to interrupt my own question, we are still trying to look for Marshall and Patricia. I think we have Steve here. We might have John Stewart in the space. If anybody, just go feel free to request or respond to your invites to speak. Go ahead, Reed. Reed, I'm not sure if you might be responding with your mic closed.
Marshall should be in the space now with his mic.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here with you. Can you all hear me? Am I coming?
Yes,
Oh, good.
thank you.
Excellent. Okay.
Yes, Marshall, welcome to the space. Would you
Thank you.
mind giving us a little bit of an introduction on yourself?
Well, I'm in an interesting position of being a part of this whole phenomenon in a unique way, and it wasn't something I ever planned to become a part of, but I was drawn into it through my spiritual work. Um, I teach the way of knowledge, actually a greater community way of knowledge, which is something that includes wisdom from the universe that has been made available to me through a sacred manner. And I also have received incrementally messages from a group called the Allies of Humanity, which have given, I think, me a working framework to comprehend the things that we cannot see here on Earth, because we may become intimately aware of events happening both currently and historically here, but we have no notion of what's going on beyond our borders. And what's going on beyond our borders is determining the nature of this alien presence, its purpose, what it serves, and how we must regard it. So we only have half the picture to work with, which is why we be constantly being focused on the government, our problems with the government disclosure, when really it's extraterrestrial NHI disclosure that's the most important thing. And since they don't disclose, there must be a way for someone to disclose things to us that we could not see ourselves. And this is part of my contribution. And I'm very pleased to be here with you all and look forward to hearing your perspectives and experience. The abductee experience, I'm not an abductee, but many of my students over the time in learning greater community knowledge and wisdom have been abductees or currently are so. So I've also met with researchers in this as well. So I think this holds one of the keys to understanding the alien presence and agenda in our world, which has not been revealed and must be discerned through other means. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Reed, I have a question for you. I want to maybe see if I can start this off with a question. You have said that there are three fundamental questions we need to answer about non-human intelligence. And I'm curious, what are those three fundamental questions? And if you could please elaborate.
Sure. Yeah, I think these three questions are top of the order for ufology, and I think they are answerable at this point. The first question is, are we dealing with a physical alien visitor? Those three words. Are they physical? Are they alien? And are they a visitor? And I think there's urgency and consequence if the answer to that question is yes. And there are reasons for that we can get into. The second question, is there a detrimental or adversarial NHI in the world? One or more, could only be one. But if there's one detrimental and many more beneficial or neutral, it's non-equivalent. The detrimental must be faced, contended with, and dealt with on a different timeline and to a different degree than potential beneficial entities, who we also may not or must not assume will help us deal with that detrimental. So is there an adversarial or detrimental NHI? And then last, if so, is that entity or force directly intervening in human affairs? Are they affecting our human world directly? Because if so, the non-equivalence becomes even more significant and the urgency and consequence become even more significant. You know, I share a risk equation out of the business and intelligence world often. See if I can pull that up somewhere. But you know, risk equals vulnerability. I'm sorry, risk equals threat times vulnerability times intent. And so our vulnerability as a species is extraordinarily high to any form of detrimental visitation with the intent to intervene. There are so many flashpoints, points of entry, weaknesses in the human system that can be exploited and compromised. And so if there is a detrimental actor in our space, we absolutely must recognize that and respond to that in a timely way. And we cannot give them 100 years to operate freely and in an unmonitored, unsanctioned way in our world, engaging in non-consensual contact with individuals, taking people against their will, subjecting them to what can only be described according to current norms and our rules-based systems as crimes against humanity. And so if this is occurring, I think this demands a massive degree or amount of attention and focus. And I worry as disclosure rolls out that even as it might be a stepwise disclosure, you know, to acclimate people to this presence more broadly and not to spook them or scare them regarding a detrimental actor, in the end, that is the disclosure that must be shared with people. And there are many reasons why I think that must ultimately be shared with people and not kept secret, as it has been kept secret. So those are the three questions. And I feel we're in a position with the 80+ year evidential record, all the analysis of UFO, UAP activity, all the research that's been done, we can begin to answer those three questions with a high degree of confidence. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Reed. Marshall, what is your take on this from your point of view and from what you've experienced?
Well, I think we're at a threshold point in our evolution in history that has great threat, but also great possibilities and great need. And I'd like to, in my time, talk about the threat aspect of it, but also the opportunity aspect. And I'll say right up front that the only thing that's going to unite humanity and end our ceaseless endeavor in war and conflict, and now competition for diminishing resources in the world, which will escalate war beyond anything we've ever seen potentially, is that we're all facing intervention from beyond. We're all the natives of this world facing intervention. This intervention is working behind the scenes without the use of force. And there's reasons for that, which I'll talk about when my time comes. And that will force us to look outward into the universe instead of at each other so critically. And no nation in the world is going to thrive in the face of global intervention. No leader is going to be powerful in the face of global intervention. In fact, it will alter the character and nature of our existence so thoroughly that it's almost inconceivable. So everyone stands to lose in the face of this intervention. And therefore, once it becomes recognized sufficiently, hopefully, in its real scope, the dimensions of it, which I think we may never uncover all of that, but some of it can be uncovered and must be uncovered, then we have a whole different narrative of how to relate to each other and how we're going to join forces and resources and skills to deal with this event that's affecting the entire world. I have a contribution to make here. I don't have the answer to everything, but I have information I think is critical to our understanding the nature of this intervention, how it functions, how it's organized, and its ultimate goals. And I also have been writing about spirituality in the universe for many decades, which I think can give us much strength and hope that there are forces in the universe that are very advanced spiritually. But these are not forces that engage in intervening in other worlds' affairs or trying to alter other worlds' dimensions or societies. So the wise remain hidden in the universe as the false proclaim themselves. So as is so true within our world, yes? So there's much to learn about the universe itself. It's a non-human universe. It doesn't operate according to our ethics or standards, but it may well operate according to what we know to be the laws of nature. That seems to be more universal and should be considered in evaluating alien capacities and abilities and intent. So we know from our own history and nature that there is a competition for dominance in the world. It's been going on since the beginning of life in the universe, life in our world, probably life in the universe. And there's a different way to look at this as a natural history platform, and then as evidential from our own history, as we've seen how the world has been reshaped by intervening forces from Europe and the New World. We have much to learn from that. This may be different, but in order for this alien presence to present itself as beneficial, it would have to do so in a completely convincing manner, which it's not doing. In fact, it's demonstrating just the opposite, which is why we're all gathered here. And this is a big problem, probably the biggest problem we've ever faced. I think it is the biggest problem we've ever faced. And this is the biggest event in human history. But, you know, to become a free nation in the universe, you're going to have to deal with adversarial forces. You don't just have it. You're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to establish yourself as a race to be dealt with, establish your own parameters of your arena. In this case, our solar system would be our arena. And we're going to have to be very, very wise about who comes here and what we allow them to do. And we must have this as a worldwide approach. It won't be a worldwide approach yet, but it has to start somewhere. So if we're going to ever have the chance of becoming a free and self-determined people in the universe, we're going to have to grow up, stop fighting with each other, and begin to learn about this greater reality in which we've lived forever. It is now at our doorstep, looking into our windows, taking people against their will. This is really our greatest moment and our great turning point in life, rather than just being a problem that we have to deal with. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hi, Marshall. This is Courtney. And while I'm not familiar with your work, I've been familiarizing myself with some of your key talking points. So I'm hoping that I can read one of them for the audience and then ask something from the what can be done category. So one of the things that stood out to me was these entities are fundamentally physical, even though their psychic abilities and technological capabilities may impress upon us a belief that they represent a non-corporeal or interdimensional force. So from the what can be done category of the talking points, one of the things that's standing out to me that I think the audience would really like to hear your perspective on is your comment of protecting your mind and perception from influence, manipulation, and control. So those two things seem to be correlated to me. Maybe they're not, or maybe that was unintentional, but can you tell us a little bit about the what can be done category and what you see as the protection of one's mind and perception from influence, manipulation, and control?
It's great. Thank you for that question. Excellent question, because the real competition is going to happen in the mental environment, not the physical environment. This presence is here because they live in an arena of space where war has been suppressed or eliminated largely. But the competition in influence has become the dominant way that nations compete with each other and how they seek dominance wherever they can. I think the Allies of Humanity briefings have given us a background for this that I've never seen anywhere else. And it really begins to give a lot of clarity about this, but I'll talk about that later. So the mental environment is the environment in which we influence each other through thought and demonstration. I mean, it is ultimately the most powerful environment. It's a psychic environment, but it's also an environment that other races can be very strong in and very determined in. Human beings are not very organized and determined in this environment, even though we have great possibilities. Those forces around the world today operate fundamentally in this arena of thought and influence, and are very powerful in that regard. So there's two ways to dealing with this influence. The most fundamental thing is that we possess two minds within us. We have our worldly mind, which has been shaped and conditioned through all of our experiences in life and the decisions we've made around those experiences, our reactions to the world. And we live in that world of our mental, that's our personal environment, mental environment. But within us is what I call knowledge, which is deeper eternal intelligence that is not worldly, that has not been shaped and dominated by our previous experience, by our trauma, our tragedy, our interests, our obsessions, or any of those things. And knowledge is the part that will protect us from intervention. So the more we become strong with knowledge or begin to take the steps to gaining access to knowledge, which is one of the main things I teach in my work, the more immune you become to any kind of influence in the mental environment, whether it be human or extraterrestrial or psychic or anything. The mental environment is the environment that you don't control, but you can create security within it, and you can create boundaries within it for yourself. But you have to have your anchor in a deeper place within you. You can't just have ardent beliefs or do ardent things to be able to secure yourself in this environment. And this is why the knowledge that lives within all of us, waiting to be discovered, is really, it's like the iceberg below the waterline. And it's invisible, but it has the mass of the iceberg. And the mass of who we are is not our surface personality or our surface worldly experience, but a deeper well within us that we've carried with us the whole way. In fact, it is our origin, our deeper reality, and our destiny. When we leave this world, we come back into that intelligence more fully without distractions. So teaching the way of knowledge, I think, is pivotal to being able to gain immunity from the forces in the mental environment. But there's also skills you can do to protect your mind. You can create a shield, a mental shield around your mind. You have to hit it like a force field. If an entity is trying to penetrate your intelligence, and I've had this happen to me many times, particularly around the publication of the Allies of Humanity briefings. There's great attempts to interfere with me and gain access to my mind. So I had learned already how to protect and shield my mind, and there are many techniques for that. And I don't have all of them, of course, but what I've used has been effective. And that is in the moment something you can do to protect yourself. What you could do to protect yourself from mental persuasion has to do more with the deeper intelligence within you, which you fall back into. And that has immunity from anything in the world or even extraterrestrial. So it's not being influenced by any of these things. So the more you have a relationship with knowledge between your worldly mind and the deeper knowledge within you, the more you're able to handle and protect yourself against inappropriate mental invasions. And basically the intervention, that is their game plan, is to turn people against their leaders, the norms of society, in some cases against each other. It will foment regional war in the world in order, led by xenophobic leaders, to destabilize the powerful nations. It will operate on a large scale and on an individual scale. This is how they capture the minds of abductees, or some abductees. This is how they engage them in their own human representatives. And ultimately, it's going to be the basis for how they think they're going to replace humanity over a long period of time. So control in the mental environment is really important. I know a lot of you are probably very sensitive to environmental factors. Many people who are first responders are sensitives. Being sensitive is a gift, but it's also a hazard if you don't know how to use it and protect it. So my work is really, in terms of what to do, a large part of it is how to protect yourself, because you have to start there. But then how do you protect the planet? How do you educate the planet? How do you educate the planet about universal reality, our local universe? I'm not talking about the entire universe. Our local universe is the thing we need to understand. And who can ever teach us about that? So I can only teach you about that because of what has been shown through me, both through an angelic source and through the Allies of Humanity briefings, which I've been with for a very long time. So this is part of the self-protection we need to develop within ourselves. If we're just belief-based, and if we're just emotional, well, we're fair game. We can be reached, we can be influenced, we can be disturbed, we can either be taken over. So there has to be a deeper connection within us that we can build over time. This is what I call taking the steps to knowledge. And also to understand the power of the mental environment. This is how the intervention is working fundamentally in the world. And it's influencing people in positions of power, it's influencing citizens, which takes people against their will for various purposes, interbreeding being one of them, probably the most consequential in the long run. And either to disable you from ever recognizing it and opposing it, or to become its advocate and its supporter, and ultimately, for some people, to become its advocates and representatives. So we're being eroded from the inside out. So our spiritual nature here has a big part to play in equipping us and preparing us, not only to deal with intervention, but also how are we going to remain a free and dominant race in the universe in the future, if that can be achieved.
Go ahead, Reed. You can just click your mic off.
Yeah, I think, what Marshall's really getting at here is we are interfacing with another entity with more advanced capabilities than our own psychically. And that psychic influence, whether it's targeted at whole populations or at certain individuals, or even if it's ambient in the sense of we're essentially in the room with an extraterrestrial intelligence, many orders more powerful than our own. And so what Marshall's getting at is, in light of this interface between NHI and HI, we need to strengthen our whole human system. And so it's not just about, some tips or tricks for psychic shielding, which are important, and Marshall and I do teach those. But it's also, what we might call the pillars of life: one's health, the stability of one's family, work, emotional well-being, and self-management. I mean, believe it or not, though it sounds maybe a little bit soft in comparison to the topics at hand, strengthening our whole human vehicle is going to be critical. And though, I often hear in the UFO community, especially among those who are aware of a detrimental presence and the abduction phenomenon, possibly a hybridization phenomenon, a kind of hands in the air, why try? We're small actors in a big space with powerful entities on stage, governments, militaries, deep state realities, extraterrestrial forces. How do I matter? What can I even do? And to get to the question about what can we do, I think we need to reframe how we're seeing this interface. We so often see it as major forces lining up against each other, militaries, US government, Russian, Chinese government, and massive alien collectives with huge capabilities. Really, the NHI are demonstrating where the true front lines exist. It's at the level of the consciousness of an individual human being. That is where they are going. That is who they are taking. That is who they are conditioning. That is who they are grooming or attempting to groom. That is the true front lines. And so instead of re-empowering the human actors, the architects of secrecy, accidentally, who also possess all the hard evidence, by the way. And so again, ufology is unknowingly and accidentally re-empowering the very actors who have kept this in its current Cold War state for over 80 years, when really the front lines are you and me. And so our spirituality, our spiritual awareness, our proximity in consciousness to a part of the mind whatever you'd like to call it, that is fundamentally transcendent and beyond this one physical life. Be proximal to that, you cannot be influenced. Be proximal to that, the force of your divinity will express itself through your thinking and emotions, and it will produce a countering force to any force that seeks to intrude on one's psyche or consciousness. So, that's the true front lines as I see it, and that's why I know Marshall has spent much of his life teaching people how to strengthen their overall platform as an entity, because that's what this is. This is entity on entity, force on force, and we are if we are not the human beings who are being contacted, then who else is? If not those of us who are aware of the event, who have been touched already intimately by it, as Eric was speaking to very eloquently. And so I think it really merits our concentration on each of us and ourselves, and strengthening our ability to be a stronger life form so that we can contend with other life forms.
Reed and Marshall, thank you so much for your message and for being so clear and articulate in your message. I very much appreciate both of you. I want to welcome Jason Sands to the space, and then I would really love to hear the speakers feeling free to interact with each other. I suspect Eric might have a few talking points that he would like to present. Eric, do you have any questions or concerns about the Allies message or any counterpoints you might want to present? We would just love to hear y'all speaking with each other and kind of going back and forth and putting some ideas out there and just getting involved in a discussion and even a debate if it gets to that.
Actually just sending messages back and forth. There's a lot of people reaching out right now with some things that I said that ring true with them, which is great. It allows me to really help people that normally wouldn't be able to reach out without really giving them a sense of significance when it comes to these things that no one really talks about. But the conversation in the room is highly intelligent, highly insightful. I am thrilled to hear people speak in these terms and these ways, because instead of 80 years, just talking about the surface area of this whole thing, there's obviously highly intelligent people looking at the dialectic and breaking things down to where it could be comprehensive to almost anyone. So big thumbs up, guys. I mean, this is great.
Hey, Jason, this is Courtney. Welcome back to X Spaces. I know we haven't overlapped for a long time, but I'm really happy to see you here this morning.
Yep. Hi. Yeah. Sorry, I was busy with, I guess, a lot of different phone calls this morning. So, but that's all good because that means I might have a job soon.
Well, I was going to ask you that, but I didn't want to put you on the spot. So I'm glad there's activity.
Yeah. Well, I've actually had an offer for about a week now. Just they're working on the clearance still. So I'm very happy with that. So everything's been turned around. I just wanted to kind of make an announcement that I'm doing really well this week. Just waiting on the last few, I guess, buttons to be pushed, and then I should be back up to where I was before all this unluckiness happened to me in my last week or so. But anyway, it's been good listening to you. I've had you guys on all morning, so it's been good to hear some of the topics, and I'm glad there's been a lot of talk about really kind of atmospherics about if we're not alone, and I like to hear that because that shows there's been some evolution in people's minds that we need to kind of realize that, yeah, we're not alone on this planet, and that does give some context as to how we should be, maybe preparing for, some of the things that might come in our future if we're actually going to be accepted at some point into a larger community of life. That'd be nice to be prepared for that. So I'm really happy that some of that's evolving, and I'm just happy to be here. So I didn't really have a total agenda other than what I told everybody about. I'm starting to write my book now. So that's on my table. Just started doing that this past week. Got a pretty good idea what I want to talk about. Some of the topics I've already spoken of in public over the past months. So I'm very happy to do some of that. So I'm open to anybody, DMing me or whatever if they want to know a little bit more about some of the stuff I've said. And some people here that are listening probably haven't heard all the stories from all the great people that are here speaking today. And just get with us, ask some questions. It's how we get further down the road, and I think that's something that we all need to do is get a little bit greater awareness, get some context. Whether you believe it or not is really not the relevant question. It's more getting to understand what we're up against here. I think it's more what I'm after in a larger sense, is that we're a community now, and I think the community is starting to grow in the proper direction a lot more this year than I've seen it before. And I'm glad to see that we have a really strong platform here on X where we can talk about this kind of stuff and do it freely. And it's something that we shouldn't take for granted, because I think there's a lot of places in the world that people and their citizens are feeling like, yeah, this is it. Our lives are over when it comes to freedoms, because they're actually getting arrested now for speaking out on different things. Not that UFOs or UAPs would be something that would send you to jail, but just for other reasons. But I'm very happy that Elon Musk has put this platform together solely to keep freedom of speech for us here in America and all the other subscribers that are around the world. So I'm very happy for that. So Courtney, I did post my my chapters in my book. Did you have anything that kind of poked at you, and maybe you thought you'd like to bring up? Because I know we've had some in-depth conversations on some of it, but I was just wondering,
Yes.
what do you find that maybe of interest that you'd want me to speak to?
There was a lot, but I have to say one of the primary questions I have, considering the title is working, let's call it a working title, legacy. In the last 2 months, there have been a bunch of comments and quotations, quips on X about the delineation of legacy programs, and that this is a word that intimates a whole bunch of ideas for people. But I wanted to ask you about, this ongoing term legacy program, how you would define it in your book or in your personal experience, and how you think that might need to change based off of what we know in the community and how it's been cited before in the past.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good thing. I think they kind of did that with Lou as well, with his imminent and some of the commentary and what that meant. So legacy is kind of similar to me in my book, is that it's got meaning behind it. Number one, legacy can be like something that's been established long ago, and it's a legacy that is continuing to be used. So it could be like, I think a lot of times they use it in software and things like this. But for me, it's the fact that the program itself has been around for about 70, 80 years now. And the culture is the other piece to that meaning for me, is that the culture is kind of a legacy of the World War II era. Very much so, at least on the most of the above ground facilities. They haven't had a lot of modernization. As a matter of fact, a lot of them are like museum pieces. When you walk in, they're still places that they built back in the 1930s, 40s, things like that. So there's that aspect of legacy, is just that this is an old program. It's been around for almost a century. And then the other piece of it is that people like to leave behind a legacy, is the other meaning that I have, and that's how I kind of end how I want to end my book, is that well, what is the legacy we want to leave behind after some of the revelations that I know that I felt through my journey, and that's kind of what the book is about, is my journey through that, kind of looking at through my eyes, and how did I go from childhood all through this and get introduced to the program and get just as confused as anyone else would have, being skeptical even at certain parts of what I'd been exposed to, and then how do I want to leave that behind? What's the legacy kind of a thing? So that's why the title right now is legacy. It seems to be the one thing that kind of captures both of those meanings and all of the things that are in between those two different kind of bookends for that term. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, I guess. So some of the other chapters, I think I tried to come up with a way to do it. I'm still, like I've told everybody who's looked at the different things that I want to discuss is, should I go chronologically or topical, idea by idea? And that's where some of the other chapters come out. So some of it might be a bit boring to some folks about, I did give my testimony, but some people like to look through that kind of documentation. So it's kind of like it reads like might read like a bit of a biography in that regard. But then it has all these other, it'll have all of my experiences in there, and some of them actually from friends and family that has also had some high strangeness occur to them. And it's something that has followed me and my family around all my life. And all their lives as well. So it's going to be something that I'll give that revelation to everybody in the book, and that won't be covered by anything else, like including James Fox's film. That's mainly stuff that he interviewed me on, but this book will have everything in it. And I'll try to describe as best I can some of the other things. I think one of the ones that's going to be tough for me when it comes to one of the other chapters is the chapter I'm thinking about that I'm calling Of Horrors and Nightmares. That's the one that I've been loath to speak of publicly, and I'm still going to fight with that, I think, when I write the book, because I just don't know what to say about it. It's just so horrible. At in one phase of my journey through life, it was really, really bad. I didn't even expect to survive and live past it, honestly, but I did, and that's why I'm still here and trying to help. But ultimately, that's kind of where I'm at with the book. So that's just one aspect of what I'm actively trying to participate in. There's some other good things that people need to be aware of, and that is that I'm a whistleblower. I've had other people reach out now that also are interested in going through the process, and I will be helping those individuals. If you do want to come to me, I'm available. Just shoot me a DM, and I'll give you my contact information to help you with that. I can give you information on what the program is, what it's supposed to do, some of the protections that it offers currently, and what they may be looking at doing with it, and really what I want to do with it, and try to offer some of the insights that I've had since I suffered through that thing where they took my clearance away for a while, and still I haven't got back yet, but hopefully it will this next week. But how do you deal with all that as a whistleblower and survive it? That's the kind of stuff I can help you with. Get that, I guess, better handled than just kind of poking around in the dark, not knowing what to do. If you're either under attack or you just want to come forward because you feel like the rest of the whistleblowers that there is some fraud, waste, and abuse going on inside of the programs that you might be part of. That seems to be the common theme with all the whistleblowers, is that yes, they understand that they have signed up to this order of silence about what they know secretively, and we all get that. But there's also an added responsibility that no matter what program you're in, that you have to report fraud, waste, and abuse. That responsibility is the same for anybody who has a job. And I just wanted to kind of reiterate that to folks that might be listening that are part of programs and they're concerned. I know that some of the things that I've was privy to, I was like, this borderlines on either criminality or acts against humanity kind of stuff, is what I thought some of this stuff was pointing to. And I told the people in the Senate and the ICIG and everybody else that these are my concerns. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not angry. I know why things can go south sometimes, just like in our, government system, we can have some politicians that are quite corrupt and other ones are very honest. Well, it's the same in just about any environment. I'm sure everybody could point to a person that they wished they never worked for or had to work with, and they're just nasty people, you know, and the same things is true in the program because of the one reason or another. And that's the only people I have a beef with, is that you guys need to stop the ones that are trying to utilize some of the technologies or do things with people and are willing to harm even American citizens. Yeah, you need to listen to what I'm saying right now. You need to stop and you need to rethink what you're doing, because you're not up against just me. You've got an army of whistleblowers that have already probably given names and places, and it's time to start rethinking. So that's kind of the message I want to leave for the public, as well as that you just have that kind of responsibility like me and other whistleblowers do. Yeah, we get privy to a lot of secrets, but at the same time, we also have a responsibility to uphold our own nation's laws. And that's something that you can't get around. I don't care how secretive the program is. And there's an appropriate way to do that. Now I'm willing to help folks traverse that if that's what you need. And there's a lot of other friends I have too that'll help. And even the Soul Foundation is a good place to go if that's where you want to go. They've got ways to contact them that way. So we'll get you set up.
Thank you, Jason.
So that's my my public message for that. But other than that, whistleblowing definitely needs to have these powers and these protections really kind of expanded, and they need to put some teeth into it, because they're finding all these little slightly, you know, offhand ways of trying to get to people, like taking their clearances away and making it really hard for folks to get a job, you know, just like I just went through. And now I'm really, really passionate about it now that it actually happened to me, because up until then, all I'd heard is the terrible things that have happened to other people that I know. But anyway, I don't want to dwell too long on that.
No, thank you, Jason. Your passion is felt, and I just respect so much of that, and I feel that, and I thank you. And before we get to Eric, I know you have your hand up. I just really want to also welcome to the stage Anjali, Steve, and Patricia Summers. It's a pleasure to have you here. I also want to bring into Steve actually came up with some fantastic talking points that I just wanted to throw out there for you guys. We know that the NHI are working with the U.S. government, that there are multiple NHI factions existing within different agencies, that one NHI faction is reverse engineering NHI factions tech, and that NHI can communicate with humans via telepathy. One NHI group has threatened the program members with death if they do not return their tech and the bodies within the coming years. This is an inherent risk built into the program. Steve, welcome to the stage. These are fantastic questions.
Hey, thank you for having me. If you don't mind, sorry, the kids are still home for the summer. I got to get them lunch. That'll take 5 minutes. Can you have Anjali go before me?
What happened?
What's going on? Hey, guys.
Absolutely. Hi, Anjali. How are you? Welcome.
Welcome. Hi. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry. I have a magnificent experiencer who actually happens to be here right now. And so while we've been listening, we've actually been having all these side conversations. And so while I heard Steve say my name, I didn't hear anything leading up to it. So fill me in. What's going on?
So we've just been talking with Eric Mitchell this morning, Marshall and Reed Summers, talking about their work in the field. And Jason has just been introduced, and he's gone through his current project and where he's at with that. And he's talking about bringing things forward for whistleblowers and whistleblower protections. Jason, one thing I don't want to lose before we go to Eric, because he's had his hand up for a while, to put a pin in, and I hope you'll answer this, because I know people who are coming forward like you have will also likely have to go through the DOPSR process. So I just wanted to put in a pin in this question for you. You've already gone through the DOPSR process one time, and now you're possibly going into publication of a book. So I'm just curious, before you get out of the space today, if you'll answer, will you have to go through a new DOPSR process for the book besides what you already been through? So that's where we're at, Anjali. And I'm not sure where the lineup is in terms of people who have had their hands up versus introductions going forward. But if you're not ready to go now, Eric has had his hand up for a while and we can circle back to you.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and let Eric speak, and um, we'll go from there, and we'll see where I organically begin to fall in. Thank you. And oh, I want to say very quickly that I'm delighted to be in a room with Reed and Marshall. I think this is going to be a beautiful challenge that we have all needed for a long time. So very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Eric, please.
Hi, Jason. You and I haven't spoke or met yet, although I've been aware of you for quite some time now. And I do have, it can be a complicated question, but during your ontological shock, worldview destruction, and personal disclosure, in this time frame, did you have a notoriety in emotional intelligence change and neurological intelligence change in any way? And if so, could you maybe try to articulate that?
Wow, good question. Yeah, I know I've said before that, yeah, it did change me fundamentally just because it was a life-changing event. I'd say that I'm probably no more intelligent than I ever was. I think that's an impossibility. I've only got 2 brain cells to work with anyway. But I'd say that, yeah, maybe it's more a connectedness that you're alluding to. At least in my mind, that's the way it is. I did hear some of the other discussion about how to protect your brains from possible influence, I guess, from telepathic beings that may be trying to, do some things with us. And I have to fall back on what I know about my experience. And I guess that's the connectivity piece of it that kind of helps me discern what to let in and filter out. Um, and it has a lot to do with knowing yourself, I think. And I think if there's a telepathic lesson I learned from my experience in the desert, it was that the emotional level that this guy projected when he was disgusted at my suggesting that he find his material that he needed to fix his craft over in the program area over in Dreamland, that he was disgusted. And that was an emotional response. And it washed over me as if it was just, I was feeling disgust. So very difficult. In other words, if he projected anger, or a telepathic creature projects anger or fear, you would feel it as if it's coming and generating from yourself, unless you had any kind of self-awareness that you're like, well, wait a minute, I'm just standing here in the room. Why am I afraid? Or like I did with this guy in the desert, that I'm not disgusted with any of these people in the program. Therefore, this emotion must not be mine. It must be coming from this guy that I'm talking to. And that's the kind of awareness, is that, you got to kind of control your thoughts. And that's where I think we can best protect ourselves, as well as just understanding yourself and knowing when a emotion or a thought that pops in there is not within your character, because generally, for example, I'm a peaceful guy, very relaxed kind of a guy. I don't easily, lend myself to anger and impatience. I try not to do those things. So whenever I feel those impatient feelings or I feel anger, I try to control it. And so whether that anger is coming from me myself, or if, say, some nefarious being is trying to get me to be angry about what's going on in the UK or the world, and to act out on something and do something bad, I've got to question that. And that's one of the things that I think everybody needs to do, is have that self-awareness about, if you're pretty sure about who you want to be every morning and you want to, be a positive impact, you're not going to let yourself get caged by your anger. You're not going to let yourself give in to those sorts of fearful things. And that's kind of what I think you're alluding to, is that's kind of what's changed in me. So it's given me not so much intelligence, but maybe wisdom, as to how to respond. And I think that's something that people are starting to quickly lose the art form on when it comes to social media. A lot of people lose their inhibitions and forget how to speak properly, and instead just let their tongue fly and their fingers fly into all sorts of obscenities that they never would have said face to face. And I think that's one of the things that's really hard to capture and control within an application like X or any of these other social media platforms, is how do you get people to stop being disgusting to each other? And that has to do with what we're doing here. And I think that's where the co-hosts and the hosts have to really lay down the ground rules that set and tell people, this is our space, people. This is like a place where it's a community, and we got to have rules. And if you're going to get ugly, you're going to get kicked. And I think that message needs to be sent out to as many people as possible. And not everybody has to do it, because I still hear in other spaces where they just don't care. They'll let people yell at each other sometimes, kind of like Jerry Springer. And it's kind of sad. But that's not the spaces that I'll ever attend, because, I want a respectful discussion. I mean, I've been very patient with everybody who's, disagreed with me. And I think that's the way everybody should be treated. You don't have to agree on everything. So we
Thank
need
you,
to get back to that.
Jason. Steve, are you with us? Are you back from giving lunch to your children?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Steve. I guess came out publicly probably 4 or 5 months ago, and I am a former member of the intelligence community. I prefer not to say which organization I work for, but you probably all suspect it. I worked in the intelligence community as both a contractor and a staffer for 16 years. And I first got onto the subject intensely when I learned about the UAP task force, and no one had heard about it at the time, and I was flabbergasted. I couldn't believe I couldn't believe that there was this unit that was investigating UAPs or UFOs, and so that started me on my quest internally inside my organization to find the program and to potentially work for it. So I literally knocked on doors to people that I didn't know, but that I had heard had worked in the program. There was a vacancy for a job within this particular part of my organization that I had heard and suspected worked on the program. So I applied for the job. Um, I eventually found a few data points that led me to believe I had in fact found the program, and I've since learned that someone else also had mentioned had identified that program as well, and I began what happened. I began meditating. I began Hemisync, working on myself, trying to be a better person. I just felt all this was kind of connected to this larger topic, and then what happened? Once I had enough data points and I felt confident in my assertion, I connected with a colleague at lunch, and he indirectly confirmed that this was the program. Okay, and on top of that, I had begun getting messages. I'm not sure download's the right word, but sure, we'll use download. And I got several messages, about four in total, plus the message that I believed I was meant to give to my organization. And that message was, if you do not speed up or allow this awakening, we will. And I told it to my colleague. Once my colleague confirmed the program, I had this message in my back pocket, right? And I just felt like everything was serendipity. And I went ahead and I shared it with him. And, he just kind of looked at me and said, I'm just an analyst. And I said, well, can you get this message to leadership? And so after that conversation, I told a few more people. And then later, that message got up to my leadership. And then it was only a few days after that I had my first and only experience, which lasted 36 hours. I heard two. I heard two distinct voices communicating with me like telepathically. I couldn't see anything, but over a period of 36 hours, I had this conversation, this dialogue, right, with both of these entities, and they told me they shared information about what was going on, how there were two factions that were in conflict. One was for humanity, right? One was, I'm not sure if against is the right word, but certainly not helpful to humanity. And after that experience, I felt it was a crucible of the soul, and it really challenged me. And I believe there's an awakening happening, and that I'm here to, I'm nothing special, but I'm here to help promote that. And it was this crucible of the soul. It was messy. It was destructive. It ended my career. And after 16 years, the folks that I work for, that they said it was all a bit too much for them. And I'm so thankful that Jason Sands came out and shared what he did, because now I look back, at what happened. Of course, I feel validated, but also, a little pissed off, a little pissed off at my organization, right? Like, you guys know what's going on, right? You guys could have helped me, explore what was going on with me, and because I felt alone, right, going through this experience. So I'm excited for what disclosure lays ahead of us. And those Sarah, those talking points that you laid out, man, I think that's the new baseline. I really do. Right? No more of this. Is there something in the sky? Is there not something in the sky? What's first contact going to look like? That's old. That's old hat, right? Like, we're past that, right? And now we can spend our time and energy focusing on the questions that matter, and get us farther in figuring out what's going on. So thank you very much for having me here.
I have a high level question for Steve at some point, and let's not forget to get back around to Jason and the question of the DOPSR process. I know people are going to have questions about the DOPSR process, especially as whistleblowers come forward. Jason, if you're willing to comment about the DOPSR process, of course, I have insight into your being able to come out and the sensitivity and the timeline of your DOPSR process. But now that that's been approved going forward and you have what you can talk about, can you speak to that question that I mentioned earlier? And
Sure.
you can even include, how you can help guide whistleblowers forward through the DOPSR process. That's an additional thing that might help.
Yeah, that's something that I'm probably going to have to do again with the book. I think that's prudent for anybody that has a clearance. Is you have to cover yourself, because if any one of these people that have tried to harm other whistleblowers, or people that are trying to come out as well, the DOPSR process does cover you a bit more legally. And besides that, just if you're not a whistleblower and you just want to publish something about your career as a person that's had a clearance, it's a really good process to do that. But yeah, I would say that I'll probably have to go through that process again with the book. So I'm not sure if it's going to end up. It will expand the timeline considerably. I probably will have my book written by Christmas. Honestly, I just, if I stay on task and I'm focused, I'm thinking I'll be done. So I'll probably have another 3 months after that with the DOPSR process. They were very responsive, though, with my initial DOPSR process. The way they, the talking points, so that I could just go public on some of the topics we've discussed. And that's another piece to it is, you got to cover yourself, because the DOPSR process is in concert with all the other things I had to do. Like I had to go give testimony to Congress, then I had to go talk to Arrow, and then I had to go talk to the ICIG. Each one of those actually adds the protections to everything I had to do. And those were all given to me as tasks that I had to do to cover myself legally. And the DOPSR was the very last piece to it. So if anybody wants some information on that, I can shoot you the website link. It's out there for everybody. If you just type it into your search bar, just put in DOPSR, and it'll take you to their website and run you through it. It's a very quick thing. You just a real short form and an email to them, and you just send it off to them, and they get back to you. And you can always check on the status and stuff like that. So it's pretty easy. And they'll just redact whatever they feel that should be. I mean, I only had one redaction on mine. And I would also like to point out, though, in response to you, Courtney, is that when you go through that process, it's usually just a communication between you and them. It's something else to have somebody else, unless, you willingly post that out there. But usually it's a FOIA document. And as you know, there's bad actors out there that'll take your DOPSR, and even though it's been approved through the proper channels, they'll try to twist everything they can out of it and twist your arm and hurt you with everything they possibly can. So that's why, I prefer keeping mine private. And if they want to find out more, go FOIA yourself. I'm not going to make it easy on you because, I can tell when somebody's trying to be a bad actor and try to hurt me. I'd rather let you do the work than to provide you the stuff for free is my take on it. But I've been pretty honest about everything that I can and cannot speak. And so you guys are kind of, the discussions I've had in all the spaces are exactly everything in the DOPSR I currently have. So cover yourselves if you're going to do that kind of stuff and you're an intel person or a cleared person.
And one of the things I think also, just as a follow-up statement, that I've learned through interactions with you and your story, and also Steve, and clarifications after you both came out publicly, was each different agency has their own potential process that's separate from DOPSR. So I know the intelligence community folks know this, but just for people in the audience who don't, there's different processes depending on the agency that you work with.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because that was actually a contention point with some people about my credibility, is because, they were saying, oh, he was denied going through the DODIG. And I'm like, that's not what they said. I was told to go to the ICIG, but they couldn't even decide who I was supposed to go to because the job I had at the time was not an intel job. I was actually a strategic planner, and that was my capacity. So naturally, if you're doing an IC or an IG complaint, you would go through the DODIG as a strategic planner. However, they then decided that no, I needed to go through the ICIG or the Intel Community Inspector General and file my complaint there, because the time frame of my complaint actually was during my tenure in 1995 when I was an Intel person. So they were like, oh, then yeah. So I started off on one track going through the DODIG. Then they said, no, this is the wrong process for you. You need to go through the ICIG. And that's something else you need to understand. And whoever you are, if you're out there and you want to become a whistleblower, yeah, or you want to file a complaint, you've got to understand who do you complain to, because there's not just one IG channel. There's a couple that you have to think about. And the other thing about it, like you were saying, is that in addition to that comment, I would also say there's several different ways you can go to Congress. I went to Congress and got my whistleblower protections totally different from what David Grush did, because he was already in an ICIG complaint process, which is a very formal legal process. So when he came, he had to have legal representation sitting next to him. I did not, but they provided that once I arrived. So it was a little different process, and it actually took David longer to go through and get seen to do his whistleblowing. And then, it wasn't so hard for me because I came in as just kind of a concerned citizen, and those are two different processes you can come up through to go do that. So it's not just the IG having different channels. It's also the same way going to Congress and which flavor of whistleblower are you. But in all cases, when you whistleblow, you do get the protections. That's what the legislation states. There's none of this stuff where I've heard a lot of different people arguing back and forth that have never been through this process, stating, well, who is a whistleblower and who is not. Well, they don't have any distinction with that right now. It just everybody's considered that a whistleblower. That's kind of how it goes. And I just wanted to make that kind of clear for everybody.
Great. I know you're going to be a huge asset for people coming forward to help them, delineate those issues and guide them through the process since you've been forward, gone through it already. I do have a question for Steve, but I'll go ahead and let Fringe, the other moderator, introduce Anjali, because I know there's time constraints for you, Anjali. So just let us know what time you have so we can prioritize.
Hi, I'm Anjali, and I am a lifetime experiencer. I have formed some very ingrained beliefs in the last 6 years regarding the nature of consciousness, existence, and reality that is directly tied to experiences that I had both in near death states and in an altered awakened state. And I would love to share their message, what I experienced, what they have said to me, and how they explained conscious communication to me, which we typically think of as telepathy, yet that would be an incorrect way of looking at it, a misnomer, because telepathy implies, a reading of a mind. And what it is a conscious exchange of information that happens, from my understanding, faster than the speed of light in a way that we cannot comprehend because it is outside of our ability to comprehend while we are in this manifested state and this localized fractured consciousness, so that we're all experiencing where we are through a very specific sensory filter that both limits some of our ability to construct our reality and also enables other features that other materialized, locally present consciousnesses in different bodies have not been able to experience. So our biosphere that we are living in is a multitude of things. It is a conscious manifestation. It is a multidimensional, where we have several different Earths that exist at the same place where different beings are living. Our actual atmosphere extends beyond the moon. It's one of the scientific secrets that you can probably find it if you are a really good open source investigator. And I know that many of them are listening right now. So go do a really good job of looking into that, because that would be very helpful. Yeah, where does the Earth's atmosphere actually end? And yeah, I guess I don't know what to say. I'm a former intelligence officer and lifelong experiencer, and it has changed me forever. And I'm just here to share what they say to me, and I assume that if you're listening, that you want to hear it. So, thank you.
Jason, your mic is open. Were you going to say something? I just wanted to chime in.
Oh, sorry. I might have just had
No worries.
heavy breathing. That was just me running.
No, it's cool.
No. But no, I did. Thank you, Anjali. I did want to ask you, in general, I know that you've probably had a lot of different things that you've felt exposed to and asked a lot of questions of, but in general, what is your take on what the NHI are asking and wanting for us as humankind. What do they see in us, and then what do they want us to do?
That's a really great question, Jason. And my answer is going to be some of it is just kind of a compilation of information that they have shared with me in the past. Some of it, all of it, of course, is being filtered through this very fallible brain of mine. And so we all have to keep that in mind, that I'm presenting my interpretation of a communication with the being that is very different yet very similar to us, and it's a kind of communication that you receive like everything all at once. It's like receiving a an attachment, and when you open it, everything's there all at once. It might take you some time to read from page 1 to page 100, but that doesn't mean that page 100 is just appearing and it's a chronological document. No, it was all there the whole time. Um, and and so if you can, go all the way up and all the way down and kind of babushka doll that, as I like to say, I think you can understand what a download is. Um, because everything is just a mirror, a reflection of something else that already exists, that we're just mirroring it in different forms and different material manifestations, but they all existed all at the same time. They all came into existence at the same time. And everything that happens has always been there. So, what page of the document are you on? If I'm on page 75 and you're on page 35, does that mean that I'm better than you? No. No, not at all. Maybe I started reading before you did. Maybe you were busy doing something else while I was reading. And if you're are you angry, at your grandfather? Do you not listen to your grandmother because they have more knowledge, because they've been around a little bit longer in a different environment, and have collectively learned these experiences, and they're trying to share them with you? Would you get angry at them for having been alive on the earth before you were? I think that the reason that I'm saying this is because one of the things that I really feel that is missing in the discussion of disclosure is the experiencer. And I know that we have some very fruitful communities that are having those conversations, but it is not it's not in the eagle's eye yet. Not in as far as like having a national discourse. And so I just am going to be dedicating the rest of my life to not only just sharing my experiences and the information that I continue to receive at this time, but also to be very involved in bringing the consciousness aspect of of contact with non-human intelligence that is happening on the planet right now, with people who are in living vessels, and they're having conversations, and they're working in every intel agency, and they're receiving messages, and we need to be talking about those messages. We need to be having a very serious conversation about where all these messages begin to intersect, and what does that intersection tell us. So now we need to be talking about intersectionality of non-human intelligence contact with the human race. And so everything that I will do for here on out is bringing out more experiencer knowledge and contact, um, bringing in and sending out as much love and acceptance and empathy and compassion that I can have for everyone who is, collectively, we're trying to go through this process, and I know how difficult it is. I understand the obstacles that people are going to run into. I understand the obstinance and the fear, and the human nature to just reject immediately. So I'm full of compassion for others on this. I just want to, give you all a big hug and say, hey, it's gonna be okay. Um, and that we have, multiple levels of conscious um, vocabulary that we have to start talking about and that we have to bring out into the mainstream and destigmatize and help to actually define, so that we can have a national discourse and a human discourse, a global discourse, in which we're all speaking words that we all understand, so that we can move forward with what actually matters beyond the technology, because the
Wow,
technology, guys, was created by a consciousness.
that's
And
pretty
so,
deep, Angeli, honestly.
yeah,
So
thank
the
you.
way I'm understanding it is that there's a timelessness to kind of the message that the NHI may have for us. Very much like, uh, if you read the Bible, people look through the prophecies of like Jesus Christ's coming, and that it was preceded by 500 years worth of different prophecies from different prophets, and then all of a sudden it all comes to fruition. But so for us and each of the prophets, they were living within a confined timeline. However, in the more spiritual or timeless reality, it looked like one act was taking place, that, Christ was to come. And so you're saying kind of the same thing is happening here, is that you would like to, see the cross sectionality of all these different sort of prophecies or messages that have been given you and others.
And others,
And
yes.
okay, so that's a good analogy then.
Yes, I would I would say that if this is the highest babushka doll that I've reached, okay? So um let's be really clear. I'm not saying that this is the be all end all. I'm just saying that for me personally, with what I have experienced, the highest level, the most dense light being that I have had contact with says that we are timeless beings, but that we're not, that we are eternal and that we are infinite. And that the Christ coming is actually like a code for the for the next big awakening, where humankind as a collective has that opportunity to move up in light density and their own consciousness awareness, um, so that we experience both a spiritual and a material um, exchange and understanding.
Anjali, I'd just like
Yes.
to, so sorry, I'm going to really quick call on Reed
Yeah,
Summers, who
that'd be
has been
great. I see his hand up. Yeah,
yes, patiently waiting, and then we'll jump right back to you. Thank
that
you.
sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if this is the right moment. Has everyone introduced themselves who's needed to?
We
Yeah.
have not heard from Patricia Summers yet.
Okay. I think she'll be okay if I throw this in now then. I respect the fact that human beings, especially those who have been involved in programs related to NHI technologies and crash recoveries, are reportedly having contact experiences. And it's two of them have been shared already today. Recently, Michael Masters repeated with Ross, the story of interacting with an entity via a lamp post, being brought onto a balcony and having an abductee or contactee facilitate an NHI interaction, or as he called it, an intervention. And I'm sorry, folks, I just have to call this out now. And maybe this is where the space goes off the rails, as the hosts said they wanted it to. But we are committing some form of either logical betrayal or emotional betrayal in saying, just because I received a communication, it must be true, accurate, authentic, honest. It's almost like we're receiving the first ever delivery of mail. A truck drives up the road, never seen a truck before, let alone a mail truck, and it dumps a bunch of letters on our doorstep. And we're like, oh my God, this must be a message from God, the universe, our brothers, our godfathers and godmothers. And really what it contains are a series of offers, threats, junk mail, etc. There is so little appetite in the UFO community to verify, authenticate the communications being received. And it seems to be that simply to receive it is the verification of that message's authenticity. And I really worry about this. And again, I'm not judging anyone's reported communication experience. My father's had one himself, right? And so, but this is a greater level of caution and analysis needs to be put upon such communications, and they cannot be treated as de facto truth, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Angelique.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, it's not going to go off the rails for me personally, because I'm already very familiar with your position and Marshall's position. I understand what we're doing here and why they called us all together. And I would say that there were a few things that I outwardly disagree with that you had just stated, that I think will probably, as you just said, change the direction of the conversation here for a while. But I did say numerous times in my introduction, I talked about the fallibility of the human brain to be able to actually receive a message and take it from what you have received and translate it into a spoken written language and try to explain it and conceptualize it, because it's very difficult to do. And so of course there are mistakes, and I haven't met an experiencer yet who has said that they have all the answers, that they believe everything that they've received in communications, both consciously and while in the physical presence of. I have heard a lot of experiencers saying that something very serious is happening, that it changes their lives. For the experiencers that I'm close to, it has, of course, changed their lives for the better. I am aware of the experiencers who have suffered and had other kinds of run-in with non-human intelligence. I do think that experiencers have very logical conversations about their experiences, and we do it every day. First off, you don't understand experiencers, and I think you should hang out in places where people are talking about things that you absolutely 100% disagree with, and stay there for a while and listen. And you might have a different starting point. Not that your ending point is going to change. And I'm not here to try to convince you of anything other than being more open to what experiencers are actually saying, rather than telling us what we're saying, because we're in this room right now. And I bet if we had a good show of hands, a lot of us would say, yeah, you're wrong, Reed. Sorry.
Yeah, and Angeli, what I was saying was not actually referring to what you had just said. Before you joined the space, I believe the statement was made, the universe is waiting to welcome us. Steve shared the message that was given to him. If you do not speed up or allow the awakening, we will. And I'm not.
Yeah, they said that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that contactees themselves are not having a full suite of qualms and difficulties. It was Steve spoke to it. Look at the effect on his life. I'm thinking of others who have shared the effect on their life. I'm thinking more about how the UFO community, which is not the contactee community, is taking in these communications and making an automatic association with them as a fulfillment of ancient aliens theories. You know, if we saw a UFO and a Da Vinci piece of art, we see one in the sky, it's got to be the same entity here for the same reason. The whole biblical thing. And so these rather dangerous assumptions are being grandfathered forward year after year at every conference that the UFO community seems to host. And not enough scrutiny and logical integrity is being applied to consider how to verify these. Should we automatically believe them to be accurate and true? Also, there is a detrimental NHI actor in the world, I believe. They have demonstrated the ability to neurologically command what people experience. They are highly telepathic. And so there is a rush to CE5. There is a rush to open arm engagement with the universe and forget the US government, forget the gatekeepers, bag them. Humanity needs its contact moment, and we're going to get it. And my
Well,
goodness.
we are going to get it.
Oh,
So,
we are
we-
getting it slowly
yeah,
over
that's why
time.
we need to be talking about it. And
Yeah.
I don't think that experiencers are really pushing for CE5. I think that people who are looking for experiences are really pushing for CE5. And then, some of them have experiences, but the truth is that we all have experiences, because there are already races of beings who are here, and they are interacting with us consciously and in a myriad of ways that can change our physical environment and influence us actually to change our physical environment. And the trick of that is that you have to be on the same frequency that they are on consciously for you to really entertain making those thoughts into an intentional manifestation. And so I think that, it's okay to talk about CE5, but we need to be very clear, and it has been, the hallmark of what I have been pushing forward is that, human consciousness, that even though there are so many of us, and we vary in such dramatic ways from, the serial killer to Mother Teresa. We certainly don't want any other kind of intelligence to come in and say, "Whoa, look at what these humans are capable of. We better just get rid of all of them." But isn't that kind of, what we have suggested regarding non-human intelligence interacting with humanity? Is, this is a bad thing. Well, it's a good and a bad and a neutral thing. What
Mhm.
are you going to do with what you are being told? What are your spiritual positions and your understanding of who you are and why you're here? What kind of conscious and spiritual preparations are you trying to make to be in service to others as representation of the one source of everything that exists? And those are the beings that I hear from. So
And that's fine, Courtney. I'm not in no way passing judgment on the beings or the interaction or the communications you've received. I don't know what those are. How could I ever pass judgment on that? What I'm calling out is that there is a broad rush to make contact. There are numerous people teaching and training people how to open up their psychic channels to entities who they are not able to verify the presence of, the intention of. And we have a bad actor in our space already. I would question, why should we be opening up our minds actively or teaching broad swaths of the population to do so? And
I
so
can agree with that.
there are these trends in ufology and beyond it, Marshall's here. He can speak to his experience, how he verified it, how many years it took to verify it, how much
Mhm.
tremendous spiritual work he did before these entities even reached out to him, and all the proofs that he applied to their communication, which were many. And
May
I
I ask,
yes, please.
who is the bad actor that we have currently in this space?
Well, I don't mean in this Twitter space. I mean in the world.
Okay.
Okay, right.
I'm
No,
just making sure. I'm like, oh, what do we
oh
got
no, no,
going
no.
on?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some folks listening in who you might consider that, but because of course this community is constantly monitored, as you all know. But we have a telepathic aggressor, and so why are people opening up their telepathy, carte blanche, wide open, with hopeful expectations about the universe providing at our hour of need, or fulfilling biblical or other religious prophecies, or addressing our climate catastrophe? I'll share in the chat here, there are so many red flags I have detected in a number of purported alien communications, which suggest to me an attempt at narrative manipulation, propaganda, and some form of grooming and psychically shaping how people are perceiving the event taking place. I think
I mean,
that is
the-
happening.
these are, I mean,
I agree.
absolutely. I agree as well, in the sense that how do we know that they're not lying to us to put us in a certain place or position or thought process and spread the lie further? I'd like to go to Jason Sands, and then Eric Mitchell, and then of course whomever, but they've had their hands up for a sec.
Reed, this is Courtney. You were actually responding to Anjali. I just want to let you know that. Yeah, you mentioned my name, but you were actually responding to Anjali. Go ahead, Jason.
Well, I just wanted to add to that I agree. I think what we're talking about really is the validation is really a degree of wisdom and discernment that everybody needs to have, whether you're talking about NHI trying to influence us one way or another, or whether we're just influencing each other, because humans do this all the time. I mean, I don't know how many times I've tried to influence my kids to take out the freaking trash, and it doesn't work very well. There seems to be a barrier there. But that's kind of what we're talking about, is that you can't just trust that if there is an NHI presence, just as Reed is alluding to, you can't just trust all of your emotions. And that's what I'm alluding to also, is that I can tell you for a fact that my telepathic communication, that emotion, I literally had to think my way out of it and go, this is not coming from me. It is coming from him. And that's the level of awareness it is. And some people are going to think that's kind of whacked, because they're going to think they're arguing in their own head. And that's kind of how you feel about it. But you only, once you've actually known that this was a telepathic urging that you got, it's very tough. But I think the one thing to get away from all the way that, people will think that, well, that sounds crazy, is just think about it this way. If you can get up every day knowing who you are and your character and what you want to accomplish, stay true to that path, you're going to be safe no matter what. If you allow everything and everybody to tell you who to be and what to be, now you're in trouble, because it doesn't matter whether it's NHI or just your neighbor telling you something, you're going to get mixed up real quick. And that's what I think discernment really is that you live life experiences to the point where you're wiser, you can discern for yourself, and you become more of an original thinker rather than a sheeple kind of person that just follows the crowd. And I think that's really what we're talking about here, is that no matter which side of the fence you're on, whether it's an NHI influence or a human influence, that same rule applies about get smarter, be more discerning, and for God's sake, figure out who you are and what you want to do in life. And it better not be to hurt other people. I mean, honestly, that's got to be the worst place for a human to go. We should be helping each other, is what I'm getting at. And that's kind of all I had to say about it. But I want to hear about Patricia. She's not done her intro yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Jason. Thank you all for this opportunity to gather. It's very important. So I had difficulty joining earlier on. That's why I wasn't a speaker when I should have been. So thank you for your patience, everybody, and for all the contributions so far. So just a little bit about myself. Long story short, this whole inclination towards space and life in the universe began for me in early childhood and adolescence. And there was what accompanied it was a pressure, some kind of pressure compelling me to go forward. And this pressure has been present my entire life. I'm sensing that some of you have experienced this too. It's sort of an impelling force. But anyway, I was able to move beyond my early childhood circumstances, get my education, secure a career, and then get searching, because the feeling I had was there's somewhere I need to be, or I was reluctant to think that there was someone I needed to meet, because I didn't want to do that, because there's too much emphasis around romance and all of that within the culture, and it just it just turned me off in a way. So, but I began my search. I traveled the country looking. It took me a good 10 years to do that. And then ultimately, I encountered Marshall Van Summers at a lecture he was giving in San Francisco. And there was an immediate feeling of, this is it. This is the time. This is the person. And I was rather personally shocked, but on a knowing level, it was a recognition that was pretty powerful. So, as it were, we began our journey together, Marshall and I. And from the very beginning, there was this continuous pressure and being impelled. It was very powerful. The first ally, I was present for the first allies communication that occurred. And it was really shocking and moving, and I didn't know quite how to contend with it. But what followed thereafter were mysterious journeys to certain places, high altitude environments that were very remote for Marshall. Um, and like an antenna, he began, in a sense, to receive this incredible communication we were able to capture and begin to produce and record and share. Um, Phenomenal. But the whole emphasis of the work that he began to receive had to do with the world's emergence into something called the greater community, a greater community of intelligent life. And my God, I mean, that would strike me in the heart, and it would, talk about resonance. It's like, oh my God, there's finally words to describe what it is that's here, what it is that I'm here for, what it is that we're facing right now. So this revelation, flood of revelation, continued, interspersed with these communications from the Allies of Humanity, which requested Marshall to bring that communication to people, not to government, not to elected officials, not to the intelligence community, right to the people. And as time went on, he began to teach about a greater community of intelligent life. And people around the world began to respond. And his work began to speak about an innate intelligence, that we actually have two minds. We have the mind we think with, and then we have a mind beneath the mind that we know with. And that to face this situation that is here now, that has been coming for some time, that's here now, we need greater intelligence. We need greater intelligence. And so an incredibly powerful pathway process or book was received by Marshall called Steps to Knowledge, the Book of Inner Knowing. And it's like a midwife. It's meant to birth out of us this submerged intelligence, and to bring it to the fore so that we have greater access to what we see and know, and therefore what we must do. And so all of this was very impelling and compelling. And I just see this as an important time. We need this thinking, knowing intelligence. There needs to be greater sense of personal responsibility. Many people around the world, actually, if they were to admit, they might feel that they were actually sent here for these times, even though these times are getting more and more difficult. They have been difficult all along. If you look through history, of course, for sure, in terms of our ancestors and what they endured and went through. But look at what's now and what's coming. And so this is our time. I kind of relate to some of what Jason was saying about knowing yourself, because part of this deep intelligence is here to help us understand how we are and how we be. And I think that's an ultimately very compassionate and stable place and position to take with oneself, is I know myself well enough to know that this or that or this or that. So I think, this is an important consideration, the self-knowledge, the contribution that it has to make, because ultimately your personality, your mind, and your body are your vehicles. And so how are they? How are they coping with this? How are they coping with what you're now knowing? And I would say that with regard to this greater intelligence, this self-knowledge, this knowledge aspect of the mind, I think it may provide for us some neuroprotection, believe it or not, because I think, not just I think, it's been said through Marshall's work that this region of the mind is beyond influence. It's a direct perception. It has direct perceptual capabilities and noetic capabilities. So I think, and the question for all of us is, what helps us to more or less engage with that aspect of our mind, or even consciously step into that part of our mind. And there are times when it's really important to do that, when you need to stand up and really look at something and say, my God, what is this? What the hell is this? And that's a question for your deeper mind. Step forward and to provide whatever impressions it has with regard to one's experience. So I've had the privilege of assisting with this. There's people around the world now, they're engaging with Steps to Knowledge and the greater community aspect of the work. The Allies of Humanity briefings are actually very moving to engage with. This is a communication, timely and needed, and it's empowering. So I'm grateful to be a part of this whole movement and to be here with you all.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia. I think that Eric Mitchell has had his hand up, and then Steve, you'll go next. Let's keep it in order.
Yeah, thank you, Patricia. That was great. Imagine, if you will, being a kid and you're riding bikes with your friends. And one of your friends takes a nasty spill. You know, it's the pavement, scraped up pretty good. The average person would exude, "Ooh, that must hurt," or "Ooh, that must be bad." That's about as far as you're going to be able to go. An experiencer may have a guttural response, knots in the stomach, maybe tingles of electricity all over your body, perhaps maybe tension in the neck and shoulders, you know, to feel that person, or maybe that person, you're going to actually feel the scrapes and cuts on your friend's body. Now, if you were to take that idea and that emotion and kind of use that to try to understand contact, where you emotionally feel a great amount of information. And what you have to do with this emotion is pertain it to your understanding in your combined life, to take that emotion, translate it into your brain, into words and letters in an articulable way. So it's almost really difficult to lie in such a manner, you know. It really is. And, you know, a second point is experiencers are based on empathy. That's why we have these abilities. So you're not going to see experiencers running around doing nefarious things. You know, we're based on decency. So a lot of communication comes through that way for a lot of people, and it's an emotional intelligence that we have to learn to decipher for ourselves. Unfortunately, a lot is lost in translation because you're feeling someone else, but you're pertaining that emotion to your own personal life understanding and deciphering it into letters and words. So it makes things difficult. I'll park that there. That being said, I've got to leave to do a radio show, but I'll be happy to come back later on.
Eric, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be in a space with you. We look forward to you joining us later, and good luck with your radio show. Steve.
Yeah, I just want to address Reed's comment there. Um, you know, if there was some angel or light being, some beautiful being of light that told me, Steve, get rich or die trying, right? Like I would reject that message immediately, right? And I don't care what they look like, where they're from, whatever, right? So you know, and vice versa, and you know, the flip side of that, right? If some reptilian or some ugly looking reptilian or gray being that scared the crap out of me told me you need to get your karma right, I'm going to listen to that. So I think there's just some, you know, there I get the idea that we don't know where they came from, right? We don't know what their agenda is, but you know, like those messages already resonate with me, and they're spit in their positive messages. And I'm in my 40s. I got maybe 40 years left on this earth, right? It's a positive, uplifting message, and you know, I just don't see a reason why anyone would deny those messages, or see where else it, or see where where else this journey might lead.
If I could just respond to Steve. Yeah, I hear you, Steve. And it's for each of us to discern the nature of the communication and the nature of the communicator. My call is for a discussion about criteria. You know, what are the intentional criteria we would apply to discern the veracity of a non-human communication, especially one that's being given to influential people in government, people in decision-making roles, because that's going to have a big impact, not just on ourselves and the message we find authentic for us personally, but for potentially the outcome for the human species. And so I think that's important. I think we need to step back and take a full accounting and assess the phenomenon that's in our world. Abductees have reported broadly being groomed to perform telepathic duties upon a non-human intelligence self-disclosure, and basically what would probably be a deceptive event. And so we have such an actor in our world, I feel. And so we have to take that into full account. And we most urgently need such criteria because there are thousands of these communications coming into the world. And of course, we have lost our data set. The NHI have sucked up all our data, I have no doubt. They've analyzed us neurologically, biochemically, our reproductive systems for decades, possibly longer, even a century. So they know exactly what makes us tick. They can affect different emotional, even spiritual or pseudo-spiritual experiences within those they engage with. I mean, this is well documented in the abduction phenomenon. So I am in no way judging anyone's contact experience. I'm simply calling for a broad-based discussion about how we vet communications, knowing that we have probably a detrimental or adversarial actor who has demonstrated the capability of neurologic control and who has intervened in people's self-expression, free will, and basically forced them to have a certain set of experiences that they did not consensually agree to. So with such an actor, there is some urgency to get this right. And we're already late. And so just broadly, you know, if someone says, oh, I had this experience and they said it was this and it was love and light, I have to sit back and go, okay, well, where does the power go? What is their ask? What is the level of involvement they're calling for with us? These are litmus tests in my view. So that's my broad call. But I absolutely am on the side of experiencers and those who have had contact. I can relate to how difficult it is. I have had a whole lifetime of experiences myself. And so I'm not a stranger to that.
I'm going to jump in here as moderator because I know for the audience who are not able to attend and be speakers today, I know some of these questions are coming up. So I'm going to field them in a general way, but to specific people. So, but this is integrating all of your different comments. So thank you, Reed, for your valid questions. I do think that these discussions are happening, as Anjali has suggested, in communities of experiencers, and that's ongoing. I think there's a major trust issue at hand for experiencers, especially with their content due to stigmatization. So I have a multiple prong question for all of you. Anjali, for a point of clarification, in your introduction and the atmosphere and this biosphere, I just wanted to clarify, are you touching on what Eric Davis has said in his work about a shadow biome with potential NHI within that he's proposed? That's one question. And also, well, let's just go with that. I just wanted to ask that as a clarification for Anjali, and then I'll ask the other ones just to keep it clear.
Sure. If you don't mind, Courtney, I will answer that in just a moment. I just want to say to Reed that I agreed with maybe 2/3 of maybe even more than that of what you were saying earlier. And one place that I think that you and I could collaborate that may have very fruitful ends would be on developing a vocabulary that defines what the words that we use to describe some of the experiencer experience, you know, so that when we're narrating it, we almost have like an encyclopedia of what this means. So because, and the reason that I bring this up is there were some things that Patricia was saying that when I first heard them, I disagreed with it. But when I thought, you know what, I actually, the more that she talked, I thought, I know what she's talking about. We're using different vocabulary. We're having the same exact conversation, but our vocabulary is different and it's dividing us. So if we could get together, because I think that in some ways, myself and allies of humanity, we're almost at two ends of the spectrum. But you know, one of the spectrum, I would probably, rather than put it on a straight line, I think all spectrums should be circles, and that this is pretty much one of those situations where we're both, you're so far left, you're right, or I'm so far left, I'm right. And really, the only thing that makes us not meeting at the same spot is that we're not using the same vocabulary. And so I would like to work on that effort with you if you would be interested. So please feel free to contact me, and we can make this a community contribution, of course, but I would very much like to work on that.
So that begs my second question to Reed, and Anjali, we can get back to the other Eric Davis question. But Reed, you've mentioned a couple times that you feel that there are bad actors. And so this brings to mind, the different categorization of beings, and also Hal Puthoff's paper about the different types of being, ultra-terrestrial, crypto-terrestrial. It all kind of falls in line with Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff's work. And so I'm just wondering, can you clarify for us, does this bad actor fall into any of those categories? Will you name who you believe the bad actor to be now?
Sure. We could definitely talk about kind of the force composition of what are the entities and forces that might be in our space. I think that there are a large handful, not just of single entity groups, but of multiracial groups. And they are embedding themselves in different ways in our world with different geopolitical actors, transacting technology for access to human population and for support of bases of operation to conduct a very long-term project with the human species. I've corroborated that with some former government people who I would trust tremendously, and I know you all would too if you knew who they were. And I'm unfortunately not at liberty to mention their names, but they have strongly corroborated that assessment, that we are looking at a playing field of exopolitical interests that have come into our world at a very opportune moment, a perfect storm, you might call it, of environmental destruction, development of weapons that can alter the habitability of the earth permanently, significant world conflicts, etc. And so when they came and how they came, I think can help us understand why they came. Context can help reveal contact here. Why didn't they come in the 1800s and just kind of slowly educate us about themselves and our larger exosystem or our environment of life beyond our world? I would also say that there might have been entities at that time, but they are qualitatively and quantitatively different in the visitation now versus presumably then or hundreds of years ago. I think we're dealing with a modern wave that came at a very specific point in the development of human civilization, and a point where humanity very overtly has threatened the value of the planet. And Marshall, you're here. You've made this argument many times that they're here for the planet, not for us, lest we think that we are that important in the universe. When you destroy environments of value among species that compete for resource and environment, by necessity, out of a Darwinian type, set of challenges, beware. You might invite not only scrutiny and observation, but direct intervention into the affairs of your species. I think that's what we're looking at. And so I don't view this as a 50-50 toss-up, good ET, bad ET. There's 5 good ones and 5 bad ones. I am focused on the fact that there is a bad actor in our world. And they are not only taking people against their will and performing acts of really of a criminal nature upon those individuals. Not all the individuals taken are returned. There's an unknown number of disappeared humans in our world. That is the bad actor in our world. And I think we need to recognize that. We need to center the controversy there. I'm sure human actors, whether in our own government in this country or others, have collaborated and facilitated. There might be crimes against humanity there too. However, were they playing a part in another larger orchestration, or were they the orchestrator? And of course, the assumption these days is no. The U.S. government, these bad actors in our defense establishment, they're the bad actors, and the NHI are the neutrals. They're just waiting for the bad human leaders to get out of the way so they can reveal their presence to humanity. My goodness, folks, that is such a dangerous assumption, and it is so askance to the observed record of how these beings have interfaced with us in our world. So I'll stop there. Happy to go deeper, but I don't want to take up too much.
Reed, I have a question, a follow up with what you were just talking about, because, you know, as an ordinary person myself and many others that, well, I believe, but other people that, you know, I'm surrounded by in my everyday life that don't believe, how do we move forward in getting, you know, like, and it's part of, I think, your breakdown that you sent to us. Um, how do we move forward in in educating, and, you know, because everybody wants to walk and, you know, everyone says bring the NHI and the craft on the front lawn of the White House. Like,
Right.
that's the only way I'm going to believe it. And so how do we help these people? How do we help humanity? Like, what are your thoughts regarding that? Like,
Yeah. I think it's already happening. There is an orchestration underway to help acclimate people not only to the reality of non-human entities, but also to their true activities in our human space to some degree. I don't think that'll be a full disclosure, and it may not be an honest one, or a sufficiently honest one, I should say. So I don't lean entirely or trust entirely the intent of that orchestration, but I am aware and have come across information confirming to the satisfaction of my evidentiary requirements that the U.S. government has been in a position of overall opposition to this bad actor. They are in a quiet, hot war with it. They are attempting to shoot these craft out of the sky and eliminate their occupants. Now, you could immediately jump to that as being an example of our human violence and aggression, and the fact that, look at us, the bad actor. Well, we don't understand the playing field and the players on the court right now. We really don't. And again, this is top of my mind these days. And I hate to be the one to have to confront this, because I'm actually not a very confrontational person by nature. This is very out of character for me at times. But the field is, I hate to say, so very blind to the non-human set of intelligences and their actual activity in our world. And we are misidentifying humans as the negative force and non-humans as the beneficial force. It's the whole field is profoundly swayed. If we want to talk about too far to the left or right, oh my goodness, human bad, ET good. There I've said it. That's the summary of the psychic or kind of emotional assessment that we have tacitly made. And so I need to confront that. I don't believe accurate. And I don't believe it's even logical to think that way. And so as more of the human species comes into this space with disclosure, I'm talking about hashtag UFO Twitter going from roughly 150,000 eyeballs to maybe 100 million eyeballs, right? How should the bulk humanity be thinking about this? It is not make contact. It is not open up your psychic channels. It is not trust in ET godfathers, grandmothers, brothers, sisters, progenitors, originators. It is not ancient aliens. It is species to species contact with other forms of intelligent life who are here to compete with us for environment and for resource, and possibly to integrate with us out of their own intent, which may not be, in their view, a negative intent. They may be doing the right thing, but we need to square that up with our intent. And of course, as a species, we've hardly even articulated our intent. So that's, as I view it, the state of affairs. And, there are so many flashpoints and points of vulnerability, like I mentioned, that could be used against the human species in some way. And I think we need to identify those and address how that could happen. And the conversation is just so nascent on all of this. And I don't guilt anyone for that. I think that's part of the obfuscation, to center the controversy on human bad actors, to degrade people's trust in institutions and leadership, to repaint the narrative of human origins with extraterrestrial seeding of intelligence, which I actually believe occurred, but not necessarily by the entities here now. See, again, we've lost our data set. If we're worried about AI, how about non-human intelligence using our data with their own AI? We're oblivious to the game in which we are in. And so that's my chief concern. And if I sound confrontational, that's why I am alarmed at the state of things in the world and also the state of this inquiry. And it needed to have come further. And it has been heavily, heavily obfuscated and redirected. And I see that everywhere. So
I appreciate this because what you're bringing up, what you're bringing forward. I mean, it's just like my blood is boiling right now. I'm so angry because they've held this information from us. They've kept our true history from us, and they're allowing us, my family, the people I love, to sit in complete, dumb, not, like they don't know, and it's just so. It really rips at the soul. I'd like to go to Jason, then Marshall, and then Anjali.
Actually, Marshall was first. So he had his hand raised first. So can we go to Marshall and then we'll go to Jason?
Good, thank you. In my view, we are at a threshold of who is going to have this earth. And they are coming at a time when they know we're breaking down. They probably examined our atmosphere. They know the changing atmospheric conditions. They would know from knowledge in the universe about what happens to a planet who unwittingly, through industrialization, technological development, you can destroy their atmosphere and what that can mean and how the effect on their natural resources will be altered as a result. So we are at a time of converging great waves of change. I call them the great waves of change, which are environmental, socio-political, economic, and of course, exopolitical. So this is a perfect time for intervention. They have only to build enough people to support their narrative and their presence here and encourage others to look the other way and have people in places, hybrids, trained hybrids, who they raise in their own facilities, but are human looking, but they're not really human, to enter into areas of background roles in industry, government, and religion. So we're being infiltrated from the inside out. Well, we're up at the surface trying to use our own spiritual narratives or our own understanding to fit this in. And I'm saying we have to look at the native peoples of our world. This is how I think it's beneficial to consider ourselves facing intervention from races who have been here for a long time, who've embedded themselves in the world, who are not revealing their purpose, intent, or activities. We're having tremendous impact on people they take for different purposes, are affecting military installations around the world, and there's a lot of history about that that's worth looking at. I mean, when you start to look at this on a practical sense, there's just no way you can see this as a beneficial force. And it does, as Reed said, it doesn't matter if there are other good races here. I don't really think there are, because if this race is that powerful in our midst, they're going to drive out all competitors or others with competing agendas. And we could be sending messages from space to us, and I think that does happen. I think that can be very legitimate if we know how to interpret it. But we're at a cusp, and the world will be unrecognizable in 20 years. That was given to me in 2009. That means 2029. That doesn't mean that it's visibly different. There's still mountains, there's still cities, there's still people, there's still everything, but everything has changed in terms of the mental environment, the range of concern, the priorities of the world, and things like this. So within the next 2 or 3 decades, we're going to go down the canyon wall and you're going to have to climb up the other side. That's one of the ways I visualize that. So I know we're in a declining situation, and that is the perfect environment for intervention, particularly intervention that wants to preserve the physical landscape as much as possible, and us as a workforce, because they can't live here. They can't live here because of the atmosphere, and they can't live here because of the biohazard of the world. It's been estimated that planet Earth has 1,300,000 organisms that can make humanity sick. Well, for them, they live in sterile environments, assuredly, and living in the world is highly hazardous. So they would need us to be their workforce, not compatriots, but workforce. And if we were to give over to their promises of establishing peace and free energy, they would dismantle all forms of authority in our world, and they would eliminate, in some way, all those who oppose them. This is the kind of threat narrative that I'm not a threat kind of person, like Rita said. I'm not an adversarial person. But this is the reality that has been presented to me, both through my spiritual contact and also the Allies briefings, who are giving us a picture of life beyond our world so we can understand who's here, why they're here, what they're doing, what gives them strength and what limits what they can do. So I think we have enough to know and to assess this on a very practical level. It's not here to fulfill our spiritual ideas or here to make us, believe in our religions more fervently. It is an existential threat to humanity. They're not going to wipe us out because they need us, but they would re-employ us in ways we'd never want to be re-employed. Should we give over the reins of authority and government, which would have to happen if we followed their promises, it would be the end of humanity as a free race in the universe. It would be the end of civilization as we know it. So this is the kind of threshold that I see this as, which is not just, we're not going to tiptoe into this, or we're not going to treat it as a possibility, and we're not going to get lost in possibilities because we have an existential reality that can be discerned from what we know already if we look at the evidence of their presence and activities in the world, without trying to make this what we want it to be, because they'll speak to what we want it to be, and they'll try to be that for us. So we have to use our native intelligence, what I call knowledge, our historical awareness, what has history taught us about intervention. That has to be predominant in our approach. Otherwise, we're going to give away this world to forces we know nothing about, who have convinced us that they know more than we how to save the world from disaster, and that they're here to help us or do that for us. So I'm kind of dealing with on that kind of level, because I've been with this for almost 40 years. And I've seen the damage that they have done and are doing in the world today. It's all beneath the surface, of course. But once you dig in a little bit, you can begin to see its effect on people, how it deranges people, how it keeps people looking the other way. I mean, we're giving the place away by our avoidance, our ignorance, and our false assumptions. And this is the level at which this is really happening. It's not for the transcendence of humanity. And the greater community that's been presented to me is very prosaic. It's not a realm of enlightened worlds waiting for us to join them. This is a competitive environment out there. Scarcity of resources is everywhere in the universe. If you're going to survive in that universe as a free race, you have to be united, you have to be self-sufficient, and you have to be very discreet. Those three things is a wisdom foundation for how we're going to be able to make it to become a free race. At this moment, we're a set of warring tribes. We're degrading ourselves in the world and inviting intervention. And so we have a huge challenge. I believe that those of you who are here, probably many other people, have a greater community nature to you. I mean, there's something about the greater community, life in the universe, the stars, space, which has maybe always had an attraction for many of you. You've always been drawn to it, or had an innate sense of its importance for our future. So the first people we're going to have to reach are the people who have this native sense. I mean, trying to reach the average person who doesn't have this experience would be very difficult. And so there are many of us in the world today. They've been sent into the world today to be a part of this great transition, a great threshold. And millions and millions of people, if they can be reached, and they would be open to it. Maybe they would be resistant at first, but somehow, like many of you, resistant at first, once you began to adapt yourself to this reality, you begin to resonate. And there are many people in the world today who will naturally resonate with this reality, and even with the possibility of it being a possible threat, which is not really where people want it to be. But, we have to deal with life as it is, not as we want it to be. That's maturity. So we're small, but the seeds of truth grow through individuals and networks of individuals. This is how great wisdom travels in the world. So we are here doing that together today. And we have different viewpoints and different emphases, certainly, but we're still facing the same reality. And it's not happening on our terms. And we have no say in how it plays itself out, except to learn how to resist it. Because if people cannot be turned to the intervention cannot succeed. That is the bottom line of how to deal with this. It can't take the world by force. It's not allowed in our part of the universe to do that. I don't have time to go into that today, but why that is the case. They must use devious means subtle means to gain influence, playing a long game to achieve their goals. And so we're the people burdened with a certain degree of knowledge of this. And it is a burden, I acknowledge. I say that it's a burden for me. But it's important that we have this burden because we have the opportunity to share basic awareness that we're not alone. We're dealing with unknown forces who are operating in our world without our permission, without our awareness, and are doing possibly dangerous things. That's a good starting point right there. I have to take it all the way because I think I don't even need the government to disclose. The government has two functions. One is to keep hidden the alien presence in the world, and two is to back engineer and create different technology which they cannot share because there are other nations in the world who are doing the same thing. It's an arms race, technological arms race. So there's two functions to that. But we've been given something that can bypass government disclosure.
Thank you, Marshall. I just want to, before we go to Jason, I just want to make a comment. And this may be perceived as antagonistic, but it's not meant in spirit to be perceived that way. But knowing that your courses have been going through the New Paradigm Institute, one of the things I'm surprised by in listening to these discussions is that Danny Sheehan has been very public about us being part of a much greater citizenry of galactic community, even having made propositions about having someone on the presidential panel, a seat being open for an NHI delegate. So I am surprised in hearing some of these comments about negating things like ancient alien theory and other things when it's a little bit counterintuitive to say some of these same arguments about us being potentially altered or whatever for slavery, considering some of those things come directly from the ancient aliens philosophy. So just some things I wanted to comment on that I'm noticing in these discussions. Go ahead, Jason, and maybe you guys want to comment on that in the next round. Jason, you're up.
Yeah, I just wanted to give one either question and or insight from what we just heard. I agree that there's influence, whether positive or all negative or all positive, all whatever. That's not really the question. I think everybody's could agree that even in friendship, there's a little bit of give and take, because another person actually isn't kind of in a way, you're kind of agreeing to taking what that person wants out of a relationship as well as what you want out of a relationship, and you come to some sort of agreement. And then there's a lot of commonality, and there's some things that you just don't want to do because you're not into that, and the other person is. And I think that's a simplistic way of looking at some of these things. I don't always try to look at things from a us and them standpoint, and I think a lot of the suppositions need to be looked at more in a light of a agreed upon influence that we are allowing to happen. And I think that another point of, I guess, discernment and wisdom walking through this is that there is not currently an overt NHI presence. And that to me also speaks volumes that the NHI don't want to overtly influence us. Now, does that mean there's covert influences? Well, certainly, yes. I think even amongst humans that is occurring. Russians are trying to covertly influence the United States and so on. Or, a given thing in society, your neighbors might be conniving against another neighbor, and things like this, but they're not communal. And I think that the discerning point there is that when you think about what the influences in life that are, for you, again, I go back to you have to understand yourself and what you're standing for, because you also have to think amongst all the choices you have in making any decision is what is the outcome? What's the consequence? And that's really what we're talking about when it comes to NHI as well. And I think that that's why they have hands off most of the time. And that's why they want us to decide, because we're kind of like, children inside of a China uh, department where, you know, we're not quite mature enough to sit behind the counter and work the cash register just yet. And I think that's ultimately where we're at as a society. Honestly, even if NHI were off the table, I would still hold that opinion that humanity is still in its childhood to adolescent stage, because we are just really poor about even the simplest of things. I mean, look at how bitter this past couple of weeks has been, and months. And it's just because people are learning to just take their, you know, things to another level, and it's just not pleasant to me. I will never participate in that. And that's kind of what it is. It's also has, so I guess what I'm getting at is it's also your response, and that you are solely responsible for that. And I think the NHI, in a way, understand that that's what they want. They want us to respond to the relationship properly as adults. And I think that's the part of it that I want to add to it, is that it's not just about resources either, because aren't we part of the resources that when we become interplanetary and intergalactic, we're going to need to ask for agreements for logistics and resources just like they do. And so to me, that's kind of a non-player, where all of the universe is the resource. We tend to think more that our planet is kind of like insular in some way, or that we're the, you know, if we're not the only people that live here, why do we still hold to that paradigm that it's always just our planet and we're against everyone because we want things our way, when in essence, if you were to look at it in a larger sense, and there is other life out there and other resources, we're just part of the whole. We're not just some little pissant persons that just are screaming and kicking about, we want our McDonald's fries right now and we're going to keep them. Ain't nobody going to tell us we can't have no chicken nuggets either. And we're going to have it our way no matter what, even though our government sucks, you know. So there's got to be give and take, like I said, in every relationship, that, you know, what are they offering? You have to ask yourself that. And that's where I see a distinct difference, because, you know, I have been in a situation where I felt, and I've heard from other people that they feel that some of these entities actually exude evil. And like, it's different from the other experiences I've heard about where people are feeling fear, which could actually be both the humans and the entities feeling fear in that abduction case or whatever. Whereas other people are saying, I actually felt the evilness and the hatred coming from this being. And then there are other ones where they're like, wow, it was just so totally peaceful and loving, and they care about us, that I came to tears. So there's a whole spectrum there. You can't just paint it white and black, us versus them, when it comes to the influence. It's always got to be a relationship. And when a relationship comes in, there's always give and take. And that's the point I wanted to make.
Anjali?
Hi, thanks. So what I was going to add is mostly just opinion, and that is that I would really like to see some new leadership in the world. I'm not suggesting non-human leadership. I am responding directly to someone's comment earlier about how NHI was going to come in and dismantle our institutions, and um, I don't remember who said it, but number one, first off, you know, we have some pretty archaic institutions. I mean, let's talk about it, guys. It's pretty outdated. The thought patterns are outdated. The mentality is outdated. The emotional immaturity of our institutions and priorities of our institutions are outdated, and that's what has led us right into the middle of World War III that our country doesn't want us to be talking about, and the fact that we've been in it for quite some time, and it's not a conventional type of warfare. And you know, in my opinion, from where I can see, we're in our third or fourth year of World War III, and 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 so yeah, let's let's dismantle some of those old thought patterns that make us start sentences with "I hate" and "I fear" and "those people," or anything. Remove all of those labels, remove those divisions. We can stop talking about the UFO community. We can stop talking about the contactee community and the experiencer community, and we can just talk about the global community, because what we are facing is something that concerns absolutely every single human and frankly every life form on the planet. So maybe if we stop or if we can attract and be more loving and be more compassionate and reject fear and reject those divisive labels and reject some negative attachments that we may have that lead us to very selfish and protective positions in our lives, and be more open and spiritually seeking interconnectedness and uplifting each other. If we can do those things, then I think we're going to be fine.
Fringe, your co-moderator, you've been you've been quiet. I want to take this opening to give you a chance to interject here.
Oh, thanks, Courtney. I am just thoroughly enjoying the conversation. I think these are the most important conversations we could be having. I'm so excited that we have people in the room who are willing to present their side. At this point, I think right now, if we're going to sides, I think Anjali is a little on her own. She might have a little help with Jason. But I am so appreciative of each person here being willing to put their ideas out there, present their ideas, and being willing to take questions on them, debate, discuss. Everyone's been so amazing and respectful. I'm just incredibly impressed by the panel and so very grateful for everyone here. Thank you, Courtney.
Reed, did you want to follow up with any comments about some of my pickups about NPI and your course and just some of those things that I commented on in transition before we went to Jason? I can remind you, but I'm sure you probably listened.
Yeah. I remember. Well, just to clarify, I am not a partner of NPI. I was invited to teach a course. The course has concluded. So NPI has not asked to square up their ideologies with my own or to sync with me lockstep. So I gave my course. I was asked to very directly share what I know to be true about the NHI. And I did that in the best way I could. Most important to me is to introduce not what I think is happening, but to help others in how to think through it for themselves. And I'm not going to tell you how to think, let alone what to think, but I do think there are human capabilities that are missing and or have been downregulated, such as an instinctual response, caution and responsibility, the use of logic, referring to valuable fields of human knowledge, such as species interaction, most notably human species interaction in the form of human history and the record of colonization, and how thousands upon thousands of different forces have tended to interact, compete, intervene, and out evolve one another. And so I think there's that's not to say that is what is happening with NHI, but it's part of our human, historical, tribal, and indigenous record. And I think it's also very important in helping people in the world. I talked about that 150 million who are going to kind of be dumped into this space all of a sudden through the ontological shock of sudden awareness that we're being visited. Human beings know what colonization is. They know what intervention is. They know what competition is. And by the way, it's not just human beings. There have been billions of species in the 4.5 billion years of life on Earth that have shown us how species tend to interact. Again, it doesn't contain the event taking place or determine it, but it does help inform a logical and responsible starting point to assess it. So that's what I'm introducing. I know Danny and the other folks at NPI, they're marching on to different script in different ways. I support the disclosure effort absolutely. I am also, if I may just say, because you did ask, how can the global, or I'm sorry, if it wasn't you, somebody asked, how can people out in the world be brought into an awareness of this contact event and this potential detrimental or adversarial set of actors? One very important thing is understanding that the NHI, that detrimental force specifically, does not want disclosure. So now look out on the world, look at human governments. Who wants disclosure? I think this is a very important gauge to assess the involvement of those detrimental NHI with certain actors on the geopolitical stage, because if it comes out that the US government is broadly in support of this, and another government or another opposing government is broadly against it or in resistance to it, I think that will go a certain distance to revealing where the NHI is, who they're working with, and who is actually in resistance to them. Unfortunately, I've been also made aware that the NHI are responding to the, as they see it, threat of US government disclosure, and are hastening their plans for self-disclosure dramatically on an order of possibly even decades faster than they had prior plans to do. And this is where I go back to the record of human NHI interaction in the abduction phenomenon. Look at what abductees have been told is coming, have been groomed to do, the role that they have been prepared to enact, and the degree to which that is neurologic, telepathic, and the emphasis to influence large swaths of the human population upon an NHI self-disclosure. Just think about that, because the potential for a false disclosure is real, not just by the NHI, but by the governments currently engaged. I don't put it past them, and I don't think there's only one faction at work. I think there are competing factions, as you all, I'm sure, have sensed yourself. So part of what I advocate is that the human record, the human NHI interface, has to come forward globally now and be a part of the disclosure conversation to authenticate the disclosure event, because it could be loaded with deception. And I want to hear from abductees. I want to hear from the people who have been touched by this physically, who have been taken, right? And they're out there. There are unknown tens of thousands of them, and they are terrified to speak. There is kind of a denigration of maybe a denigration of self that's been encouraged by, just by virtue of being tainted by what's happened. Such similar to like a rape victim, right? They don't want to speak out against the perpetrator. They're terrified to do so. The reprisal and the impact on their lives would be tremendous. So I would like to hear from these folks. So if that clarifies.
It does. Thank you. And Jason, I'm going to let you go after I ask this question. This isn't just for Reed, it's for everyone on the panel. A question's come in from a friend of mine, and he's just wondering, Reed, what other people as well think about the seeding of NHI Tech. And I'll let Jason go ahead because he's had his hand up. And then if you guys want to comment on that in the next round, go ahead. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, that's a great segue, because that's actually what I was going to kind of bring up was the tech. That's something I can definitely speak to from my experience in the program, that there is a tech exchange going on. I just kind of wanted to bring it up as a topic myself, because I've tossed left and right about it a number of different ways. Part of me thinks if we do, if we're going to be provided our freedom of, going forward with our race and as mankind in freedom, would a beneficial contact with NHI, with technology, actually be beneficial or detrimental? That's the one thing I really struggle with a lot of times, because it seems like if some of the things that have come out of the program, like people say, fiber optics might have been something. And if it was, then the NHI might have initially thought, well, here's something innocuous that they can't screw up and turn into a weapon system. And then lo and behold, 20 years later, every freaking weapon system has it. And how much of it is our own fault? How much of it is their fault for introducing it? and how much of if it is their fault to remain in that relationship and remain in that technical exchange, and how much of it is our fault, again, remaining in that same thing and then keeping it secret, knowing full well that people need to have an awareness of some of the things that Reed has brought up, that, yeah, they could realistically be influencing covertly our own societies all across the globe. And because we're so blissfully unaware of it, we wouldn't even know that we're in the midst of a battle for this world on an emotional and spiritual level at all, in that, or a cultural level, or what are we going to call it, but that's what's actually leading to the crises we're seeing today. So these are the kind of things I struggle with every day. But every day that I consider those, is I can tie myself up in knots about it, or I can get on with my life and do the best I can. So that's the way I usually survive. But I'm just wondering, does everybody else feel that way and feel that kind of conundrum that I just described about, if there is this tech exchange, which I know there is that really something they should have ever engaged in? Whether the humans in the program or the NHI, is that something they ever should have considered doing? Or is that an indicator, and a big indicator, that they mean us harm in the long run? And that's kind of what I want to pose to the group here.
And just a throwback for everybody, Jason's, I think, throwing back to Corso's work about fiber optics, night vision, and other tech. Danny Sheehan has also recently commented in interviews about eminent domain and the NDAA and contractors having medical interventions as well. So just doing that call out. Who would like to go next?
We have John Stewart in the house. I just wanted to say welcome to the panel, John. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
John, why don't you go ahead and give an introduction? We've been doing a bit of a shakedown of introductions of your personality, your work, what you've brought to the field so far, if you'd like to.
Yeah, my name is John Stewart, 57. I'm from the Chicago area, still live in the north suburbs of Chicago, and always interested in the paranormal and, conspiracy and of course, ufology. And in 2019, because I could not shake the the conscious interest of the shockumentary, the 1997 Area 51 alien interview, I decided to do a comprehensive, self-funded investigation to just simply if I could find out the truth. Not if it's real, not if it was a hoax, but simply the truth. And part and parcel, could I actually find out who the whistleblower was, the man that called himself Victor? And it's 5.5 years later, and I think I've accomplished all of the goals that we set and I set for the investigation, and just now bringing all of this information and investigation to market.
One of the things that I thought was so interesting when I learned more about your story was your run in Congress and bringing up the alien interview with John McCain. We know John McCain has been a repeated figure in different types of congressional support, not only for John Burroughs and his medical records after Condine, but several other instances that often get overlooked. Do you want to comment at all about that in your introduction, what you said to him, how his response led you forward?
Yeah, so the alien interview came out in 97. I then got married. I was running for state rep at the time, and then got married. And when I got back from my honeymoon, the congressional seat in the 10th district of Chicago, which I tell everybody is the area of where Home Alone, all the John Hughes high school movies were shot and whatnot, just a familiarity. And the congressman was retiring, and a bunch of Republicans said, you need to run, get your name out there, introduce yourself to that area of the Republican Party. Anyways, I had ended up dropping out of that race and endorsing a man that actually won and became the congressman and eventually a one-term senator named Mark Kirk. And it was on a weekend bus tour of the district where he brought in John McCain because Mark was in the Navy. And I took a picture with Senator McCain after he made his speech, and I just simply asked him, Senator, can I ask you a really cool question before we get back on the bus? Do you know what the Department of Naval Intelligence is? And I tell the story 1,000 times. This happy-go-lucky senator turned to me with this aggressive look and said, "You don't need to know anything about that." And he walked away. And a follow-up story to that is I got back on the other bus and Mark Kirk was there, who was in naval intelligence, believe it or not. But he was in, he was the radar intercept officer on a prowler, which was like A6 intruder and prowler that jammed enemy radar and whatnot. But he also was in intelligence where he would look at satellite photos of, bombing targets and their success and whatnot. Anyways, so after this McCain, interaction, I asked Mark on the bus, and I've never talked about it to him in 20 years because I'm still friends with him. I said, "What is the Department of Naval Intelligence?" And he looked off into space and he said, the DNI. And I'm doing the raised eyebrows. And it's like, and he just like didn't say anything and kind of got distracted and started talking to somebody else on the bus. And I have brought this up to many investigative journalists, and everyone said the same thing. You hit the third rail. This happens to, investigative journalists that are investigating corrupt politicians, to people with alleged mafia ties, so on and so forth. And it was a really stark reality that why is this bad, second tier video production company spending thousands of dollars to emblazon 3 letters on the bottom of a hoaxed video when the department doesn't even exist, and it could be, proved to be a hoax within 3 minutes because you still can't officially call, look up, or go to the Department of Naval Intelligence. So that's, so that was the smoldering embers that never left me. And in 2019, it was just bothering me one day. And I'm like, look, I'm smart enough to figure out something on this film, to find one piece of something that I could prove was a hoax, tell everybody, or just for my own personal journey and go on with life. And as I kept taking steps and steps, I till this day, 5.5 years later, no one has definitively come to me with any information or proof that a investigator or detective or law enforcement would say, "Oh, it's definitely a hoax." And I find that extraordinary. And I've asked people, and I've run, one of the things I've been credited most with is, Jon Stewart will run towards a skeptic. He'll email that person. He'll stalk him. Her or him. He'll call. He'll have coffee. I do. But none of the skeptics can have any definitive proof whether this is real or whether this is a hoax. And I just find that fact extraordinary, in the fact that no one in Hollywood in 30 years has come forward to say, "I built that alien animatronic puppet, whatever it is," or "my uncle did it," or "my father did it. I was part of that production. I did the craft catering. I did the uniforms. I was in the doctor scrubs on the alien's left." I mean, no one. I mean, these are questions and points of interest that no one can explain to me. Everybody just does the tap dance and moves on, with life. So it's 5.5 years later, and I am going to put out this information where I cannot definitively prove this is real or a hoax, but I think it's real. And I 10,000% have proved and will show his identity and his bio of who Victor is, because he is still living. much to my shock.
Go ahead, Reed.
Oh, I just wanted to respond to the question of alien technologies that Jason began to respond to. I'm not sure if now's the moment.
Yeah, it is. We can circle back to John and get into some of the details around the alien video. We have speakers lined up at certain times, so we just want to make sure everybody does their intro, get into the panel, and integrate everything. So go ahead.
Okay. I definitely second some of the questions that Jason raised regarding should these technologies have been introduced by NHI? Should governments have been willing to accept them? I just want to call people's attention to a documentary. Highly recommend you watch it. It's called The AI Dilemma. And in that dilemma, one of the founders of the Center for Humane Technology, Azar Raskin, introduces these three rules regarding new technologies. The first is that when you uncover a new when you uncover a new technology, you uncover a new class of responsibilities. Think about that in relation to alien technologies. Second, if that new tech confers power, it will start a race. Think about that in relation to the introduction of these technologies. And rule 3, if you do not coordinate, that race will end in tragedy. And so, in my mind, this is an alarming aspect of what NHI have done in our human space since the end of World War II, post, with the beginning of the nuclear age and the initiation of the Cold War. Why are they transacting technologies with different state actors that they know are already in competition, even at a Cold War level? Why are they giving technologies that can be weaponized? They know that we would do that. We have to assume that they know everything about us at this point. That is a very responsible assumption to make. So that they're just wandering into our space and just dropping little gifts and hoping for the best. Come on, they know. They are engaged in a programmatic level in our world. And so that they would do that, given the current geopolitical state of affairs and the balance of power, and the fact that we are in a unipolar world post-Cold War, but that is being hotly contested by other world powers. There is a breakup of the Western-led liberal order underway, which I don't ascribe to the NHI specifically. I think it's just underway for many reasons. But these technologies, we have to ask: are they Trojan? Is this Trojan tech? Are all those downed craft actual accidents or evidence of aggression by government, or were they deposited there with things for us to find, knowing that that could create channels of competition between state and non-state actors that could be then utilized, knowing that it could create dependencies on the inputs needed to either maintain that tech or to expand it for deployment in the world or for military purposes. They know. The NHI know what they're doing. And so we have to look at what they are doing to gain some starting assessment of intent. Anyone can say anything. The NHI can say, we're here for your environmental crisis. We're here because we fathered your race. We're here, whatever. It can all be narrative. We have to square all of that up with what we can observe taking place. And I think that we have gone very far down this road of making transactions. I'm not saying we the citizens, more we the human governments. And is that a factor in the current picture of tension in the world? Ukraine, Taiwan, the breakdown of social norms and electoral systems in the West. Again, if the West has largely been in an oppositional position to the non-human intelligence, is there a quiet war going on, a culture war, to attack the foundations of the West? These are questions, and I think these are the kinds of things we need to be thinking about. So I'll stop there.
Okay, next on the panelists, thank you, Reed, for your insights. There was a question posed about the seeding of NHI Tech. Did anyone else on the panel want to respond? Jason did and asked a follow-up question. We can go back to Jason and have him reiterate if you've, lost track. Let us know.
This is John Stewart. Can I respond to that very quickly?
Go ahead, John.
He brings up a great point, and I agree with him. And I have given for the past 5 years the analogy of 1860 and the explorers and archaeologists and biologists and botanists from Britain exploring Africa and South America. And we all agree on this panel that we were probably created by a race of beings, or maybe several race of beings. And if that's so, then the way we act now, must have some sort of lineage back to them. And so we cannot assume that they do not share some of our belief systems. If I'm making sense here, that some of them must have had jealousy, anger, tribal warfare beliefs, and territorial beliefs, and some might be interested in biology and evolution, and some might be thrill seekers or something like that. And I think that's something that we need to understand, that all of our human nature, so to speak, must have been a derivative of them. Maybe, in the past, maybe they've overcome all of these earthly bad behavior qualities. And my point is this, is that, why would some of them give us tech and whatnot? And I go back to 1860, and it's, Ehrlich and I are in, the Congo, and we're a little afraid for our life. We're a little unsure, and we teach, the native tribe there, how to make fire, with a flint rock and whatnot. And a year later, Jason Sands comes in to the same village, wanting to dominate this culture and tribe, because he's going to, extract minerals or whatnot. And he's furious that Ehrlich and I, a year earlier, taught this tribe fire, and now they're prolific. They're go continuing and surging in intelligence because they're eating more protein, because they're cooking meat. And I don't I just think that I'm not trying to bring extraterrestrials to a human level, but the fact that they did create us, we cannot discount the fact that they have 1,000 agendas, that maybe they aren't all on the same page, and they are competing too for our attention, for our future, for to take humanity into their direction. And this species might want to take humanity in that direction. Who gets there first? Who has the ear of the government of China? Who has the ear of the government of America? And I think that is something to consider, that maybe they aren't as removed from us as we think they are, and as far as their behavior, their belief systems, and where they want to nudge the world. Because to me, they haven't. We don't have proof that they have destroyed humanity ever. And until that proof comes, we need to kind of have a concept, I believe, that maybe they're here for their own selfish nature, but they're all competing too of where they want to guide us in the future.
What you bring up, John, is very important. I'll just go out first and say that I'm not one of the people that ascribe to the potential hypothesis that our DNA was manipulated. I know that's a very popular hypothesis. I'm still very much on the fence about it. So I don't make that leap or assumption going in. But a second part of this that I wanted to address of what you're talking about, geopolitical landscape, is Lou Elizondo's book. I brought this up on a recent podcast. I had gone ahead and read the frontispiece of Lou's book, not knowing that it was leaked versus an actual preview from the publisher. So full transparency there. I read the beginning where Chris Mellon talks about essentially one of the largest intelligence failures with NHI. and that is a grave concern, and not knowing motivations or who's talking to who, like you're referencing, that's one of his reasons behind truth and disclosure in his position and helping lead disclosure forward. So I just wanted to add that in the discussion for the panelists because he likened it to 9/11 and that being a huge intelligence failure. And so I just wanted the panelists to comment on that. I know you haven't maybe had the opportunity to read Chris Mellon's comments, but in that brief synopsis, do you feel the same way that what we're discussing here today in the silos and stovepiping of all this information is one of the potential newest oncoming catastrophic issues with disclosure? Marshall, you can jump in first, and then Jason, you had your hand up second, and then Reed.
Okay, thank you. I want to bring forth something that was at the beginning of the Allies briefings, which were given over a long period of time in a series of 4 briefings. So one of the things they said right up front was that nobody should be interfering with humanity at this time. No other race should be interfering with humanity's evolution. If we make a mess of the planet, it's our mess to deal with. If we're ever going to have species maturity and we do a downfall over the century, which is very likely, we have to face that and deal with the results of that. And any group that would come here, no matter what they proclaim, would be coming here to establish themselves. And they would use our exigency, our tragedy, in order to support their activity in establishing that. So the warning of any kind of intervention in the world physically, and they also said no ally of humanity, no race that would support humanity's freedom or is aware of humanity's existence, supporting humanity's freedom, would ever intervene in the world physically. It can send messages to the world. The angelic presence can send messages to the world. No one should be physically engaged in the world. That is a fundamental violation of a race's sovereignty and self-determination. So this is a statement almost from the beginning of the Allies of Humanity briefings. And it's really affected me because we keep trying to make excuses for the alien presence here. We keep trying to justify its presence. We keep trying to give it meaning and purpose. We look for benefit. We hope for benefit. When in fact, the very fact that they have established themselves in the world is a fundamental violation of human sovereignty and self-determination. So I just want to share that thought.
Thank you for shedding insight and light into those works. I will myself go and read those, having been introduced to them through this discussion today. I see Jason's hand was taken down. Jason, did you mean to take your hand down? Are you preoccupied at the moment? And if so, okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I did get a little preoccupied. Sorry, I didn't put my hand back up. But I just wanted to say, on top of what we've already said, to go just one step further about the tech exchange. Whose fault is it that the deception has continued? I mean, was this of mutual benefit to both the NHI and the humans that participated in that program? I would say yes, both. Why was deception chosen over revelation of what could have gone the complete opposite direction, where, yeah, we captured a no-kidding craft with a survivor and some dead bodies, and it could have gone a completely different road and path in our timeline. So who's really to blame here? Is it really us that's created this and put our own race at risk of influence like this? And now that it's been almost a whole century since this has gone on, and things have gone their sordid ways, that we are now stuck not knowing what their intent is, and that, yeah, we could quite literally be at risk, as well as the program people themselves could have been quite well outdone and outpaced, out technologied, and out savvied by the NHI themselves, and they're being duped as well. These are all possibilities, and I just want to bring the reality of that. And that's one of the reasons I did become a whistleblower, because I know there has to be some ill-begotten factions working. And to me, it seems that if any race was engaged with the program on that level, they had to be a race that was somewhat compromised either in resources because they wasted their own, or they were expelled and maybe fought a war and they were refugees now, or some other sordid story might have occurred. But in no case can I come up in my mind about a malevolent meaning to the whole thing. It's always been down and dirty and deceptive. And I'm trying to wonder how much of that deception lays in human and governmental realms rather than NHI at all. And who knows, maybe the NHI, some of them have been drug into things that they didn't want to be part of as well. And like I said, I still struggle with some of these things, and that's why I like the conversation we're having today, because we're hearing on both sides, what the possibilities can be. And that's where the outcome has to be one where I think a win-win would be that we have an agreed to path forward that we freely are part of. And that's one of the other reasons why I've gone public, is that I'm not seeing these things even being considered within our government, because they're just struggling with the fact that you said you saw what, and that's about as far as they're willing to go. And they can't even get to the level we're getting to, where you can intellectually, do the what ifs with the whole thing, where you can talk to a group of the congressmen. I'd love to have a day when we could all do that in the testimony, and actually just say, okay, gloves off, keep your opinions to yourself. Let's talk about what if we're not alone. That's really where we need to be right now, and that's where what I like about this particular group and this particular day of us all getting together. We're actually getting to the root of it all, because we need to come up with that revelation, and it's bigger than us. Even if we want to just, we are the only thing out there, and millions of years from now, we're dealing with other colonies that were colonized by us that have forgotten their history and don't consider themselves human anymore, and we engage with them and we run into a similar situation again. It still comes around to the same questions we have that we're discussing today, and I'm very appreciative of that. But quite frankly, I'm a whistleblower. I'm just a normal guy, and I'm trying to parse this out as best I can. I mean, yeah, I've got some experience, but these are some of the big questions I really have. Who is really responsible for this deception? I tend to lean on the fact that the government agreed to it, and this is something we really need to reconsider, because I think they're getting duped, honestly.
And let's face it, there were facts that were coming out at the time. Some of you might not remember, but in the Corona bill that got put forth, there was some language in there that could have been overlooked, but it's really what led to questions being asked of Congress to get to the root of some of these historical programs, legacy programs included. And in that same inquiry, there were different promises that came out into our community, that there were going to be amnesties and immunity and other things, so that the government could essentially clear the decks. And if there was collusion or facets of our government that had been complicit, there would be afforded protections with some of the whistleblower laws. So I'm just giving a little brief history on how this all came about through the UAP task force, the report, Arrow, and where we are today. Also, we're going to go to you, Reed, next. I do think this is just my own interjection here about we need a new rapprochement with our government on this issue. And if we could look at it potentially in a truth and reconciliation process, I think that would help in terms of moving forward as we're all discussing today. And so those are just my own personal insights from having heard from whistleblowers about these potential factions and compartmentalization and legal implications for people working in programs. Go ahead, Reed.
Thanks, Courtney. Yeah, I second that. Truth and reconciliation. I mean, the culpability is just off the charts. And I look forward to seeing what Chris offered in Lou's book there. I don't know what the intel failure exactly was that he's referring to, but I don't doubt that there's only one. There's been waves of them, I would say. Back to kind of who's at fault here, I think that's a great question. And it should not be an automatic human. Humans are at fault. We have to step back from those kinds of assumptions and really analyze the field. It takes two to tango. And which actor is the one that understood the other, which is the one that took their time to analyze, pluck humans off the surface of the earth and analyze every facet of their functioning. It wasn't us versus on them. So they have tremendous intel on us. They understand the exosystem that our world exists in. We don't. And so we're at a disadvantaged position. And so, when I look back over the 20th century, where did the hockey stick turn upwards in terms of UFO sightings? Post-war, nuclear detonations, Cold War kickoff, tremendous rapid advances in our technological ability, the building of a global system, even during the Cold War, but more specifically after. I mean, these are unprecedented advancements in human civilization across its many tens of thousands of year run-up. So, they came then. What does that mean? They have remained in secrecy. They have been in a state of non-disclosure. They have worked with competing state actors. They have been taking people. They have been preparing for some, quote, event, as so many abductees refer to it. I mean, what kind of intelligence picture is starting to form from this? It's not to say that intel picture is 100% high, confidence. It's not. They never are. But it's a starting point. And so, I think back, to when these craft probably made their first contacts with the major world powers all throughout the 50s. Maybe it's the 40s. I can see how things got off track so early. There was a need for a certain set of responses and for a certain level of intelligence success at that time. And if Chris is referring to a failure of intel at that point, I'm not surprised. But why did things get off track so profoundly, so early in terms of the secrecy and the compartmentalization and the adopting of technologies and science potentially? Well, we're dealing with a sentience, right? It's non-mechanistic. It has an intent. I guarantee you. What is the intent? Well, there's a lot of data points available in the record of what they have done, but also in the record of what they have not done. What has NHI not done that would incontrovertibly demonstrate positive intent in a way that human beings could more or less agree upon and unite around in terms of responding to that presence? Wow. Okay, you're talking about the missing 99% right there, right? So what they have done and what they haven't. Government, it's clear to me, and it's actually been told to me, has lost control of the programs. They went into the private sector, and this happened decades ago. And so these are black boxes. And the elected government, possibly even the non-elected, does not have a window in on what is in those black boxes. These are transnational entities, right? So it's not as if a U.S. corporation can be with eminent domain brought to account or brought to court in this country alone. They're not in this country alone. And then, how often do we talk about Russia and China? Rarely. Partly because we know nothing. We know nothing. We have no intelligence into the nature of NHI collaboration in those countries. So I think there's a huge risk, and I sense this might be, partly where Lou is coming from, and maybe Chris. There is a huge risk of the failure of the citizen-government relationship, the tacit, unspoken agreement to be governed by an institution, set of institutions, because of the culpability, because of the human involvement in what I would term the NHI secrecy. And, I'd ask this question to everyone. If UFOs had never appeared in the 20th century, would our world be different? How would it be different? And that's not to put all the blame on non-humans, right? I mean, I'm sure there's a ton of blame on humans in terms of their decisions. But we don't know the kind of leverage and the kind of quiet threats that might have been levied against them in secret, that have forced them, maybe not forced even, but influenced them to accept certain terms that they have suffered with ever since. And so think about that, and think about a potential quiet hot war, and a opposing information war. And that, the truth is, human leadership may be in the recognition, some in leadership, that we are losing the information war, and they know it. And the citizens must be brought into acknowledgement and awareness of the force present. Otherwise, government can fight it all they want in secret, but the NHI wins. They claim the minds of the people, hearts and minds. And so if there's an intelligence failure being brought out into the public, I'm not surprised, but I would kind of urge us to not make that the point of fixation. Step back and see the larger gravitational accretion of secrecies and misdeeds that might have occurred, and think, what created this gravitational pull inward? It's not just evil humans or evil governments. So I think NHI is in there.
Anjali, you're up next. I just wanted to go ahead and point out, from those of you who may not have dissected the hearing last year, July 2023, David Grush did bring up in his testimony, and also as a follow-up on to Joe Rogan, his part of the UAP task force hitting a very real wall. He described this wall when he had heard there was exfiltrated intelligence, that we had programs and we're running them. I believe it was from Russia. And then as he worked to get into that exfiltrated intelligence within the CIA, he said that's where all of his trouble began. So I just wanted to go ahead and bring that up as a point about Russia having some intelligence about our programs. Reed, you just said that we don't have much insight into theirs. Anjali, go ahead.
Thank you, Courtney. Unfortunately, because we're doing this hand-based, I'm going back a little bit, and I am in no way intending to ignore anything that you've just said, Reed. It's just that my notes are regarding a discussion that started maybe 10 minutes ago. So one of the responses that I have is that I heard someone say, our Earth, like they're going to take over our Earth. And my feedback from that is that it's not ours. We don't have ownership of this. It is a conscious living being that we borrow for a very short period of time. It's billions and billions of years old, and we're here for, if we're lucky, 80 years at a time. So we're definitely, this isn't ours. There are many levels, and maybe a better word might be dimensions, that our human behavior in our our very brief lifetimes, that our behavior is affecting those other dimensions and the beings and the type of beings that are living there. Not everything that's conscious is human, and we know that. And so depending on the body that you're in, that determines what you are able to perceive. Okay, so you have a capability, and that you may be able to sense, like there are some of us experiencers who are able to sense things, and a little bit more than maybe the common person. I think it was Reed that was talking about that. And I don't mean common as in, I just mean mainstream. Maybe that's really what I'm trying to say is, we're more fringe. But when we look at the history of the earth, it's like we're looking back through this looking glass at human history it's so incredibly nearsighted. There've been real material history that, because of the cycles that the solar system and we could probably say the universe goes through, we have a situation in which the depths of human history and of conscious life on Earth is buried beneath layers and layers of mud, rock, sea, ice, volcanic ash, and yet, you know, we claim that we have an understanding of human history. No, we have a very brief look into human history, and from that we try to extrapolate and form theories and reach conclusions. But there were already conscious beings who were here. Consciousness was already here on this planet before the human body was ever even created. So we have to, I think we should consider the fact that there may have been another race of conscious beings that may have established a dominion here before humans were ever created and placed here. And by the way, it's also my understanding that humans are not just here, that we are also in other solar systems, on living on similar, on planets that have similar compatible environments, and that we're not traveling by spacecraft in these bodies, that, you know, from location A to location B, you know, across galaxies, that we actually just step from one place to another. And we did not develop that technology. We have unearthed that technology. So it's very clear that a race of beings who were much more technically advanced than us were here. Some of them claim dominion, some of them are still present, and that we cannot claim that recovered technology is new technology and that it's ours, and that we understand the breadth of human history. So that's really all I really wanted to say. You know, there's already a conscious dominant species that was already here before we were a sparkle in our daddy's eye. That's all.
We've had some requests come in that I have said that I would field. Go ahead, Reed, and then I'll pose these questions next. Go ahead, Reed.
Okay, and I'll cede the floor to Marshall in a minute here. This is just a quick one. You know, I think there are levels of reality we need to deal with. We need to deal with them in a stepwise fashion. Are we the owners of the earth, like literal property ownership? Perhaps not. And we have to get down to what our functional ownership of territory and resource, right to breathe, etc., really is. However, I would assert that we have a set of sovereign rights as a species and as individual sentient entities. We have the right to access our divinity. Okay. And now if another entity comes into our space and through genetic interventions, neurologic interventions prevents that, that's a violation just of that individual sovereign right. But functionally, in reality, we have sovereign rights in this earth. Nation states right now written into law have sovereign rights over territory, right? Airspace, sea space, land. And so, you know, we have to be careful, I think, to not write into ownership or sovereign rights the NHI themselves, saying, well, we humans have no right to assert sovereignty. And by the way, there's a maybe chance that they were here before us, or that they seeded us, or that they are still here as a crypto-terrestrial entity. You know, maybe is just not going to be good enough for the world to respond to this event on the appropriate timeline and with any degree of unity. There's not going to be evidence that future humans are what these entities are on a timeline necessary for our human response. We're already 80 years late. And by the way, you know, I know we like to throw around these theories, and they are theoretically viable. I mean, it's possible they are future humans. It's possible that they are an escaped civilization, right, that left 1 million years ago, went elsewhere, and is coming back. It's possible that there's a crypto-terrestrial element. I don't deny that possibility. But to functionally verify that, wow. And also knowing that it's a narrative opening for the NHI to write themselves into our origins and into the sovereign rights that we, the species, do need to hold. And so there is risk there. I'll just add, you know, I hear the future humans thing pretty frequently. And, you know, are chimpanzees humans? Look at the physiology, the phenotype of a chimp related to a gray or a mantid. right? Even if these entities did arise on the Earth, are they human? I doubt it. Now, that said, I think this is a whole new conversation that we need to get into, which is, what are the lines that delineate our human species identity? What are the sovereign domains that we have rightful access, that we should have rightful access to? This is a global conversation. It can't be resolved in a Twitter space. I look forward to the experts weighing in. But again, I'm thinking whole species response. And so functionally, we can't entertain every possibility, because ultimately we can't, because functionally it's not possible to act on that in any sort of global or international sense. So there are possibilities for future exploration, and then there's immediate intelligence that we need now to inform present action. And I think there is some separation of the two that's important. Marshall, I'll cede it to you from here.
Just 1 second, Marshall. I like hearing these ideas. They've been proposed for a while about taxonomies and, all kinds of different academics coming into this community now. I had already mentioned Hal Puthoff's paper about the cryptoterrestrials and ultra-terrestrials. Ulrich, I see that you have your hand up, so I just wanted to interject to give you an entrance.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm outside. I know the audio is bad, but can you guys still hear me? Is it workable?
Yep.
There's something going on inside my home. I had to walk out, and then I also had to switch the iPad because I couldn't hear Anjali. I got the bug, so I have the bug as the host, and right now it's Anjali who I can't hear. First of all, everybody here, everybody listening, everybody on the panel, thank you for being here. This is a spicy space, and it can even get more spicy, but I think there's a level of spice that we got in this space, and I'm not referring to drugs. I'm sure, if agencies listening to us, I'm not referring to Dune. I don't want to get any copyright infringements. This space is filled with conversation that people want to hear, people want to have happening. And Anjali, I just want to say thank you for being here. I don't want you to feel ganged up against. Please, DM us in the chats if there's somebody that you feel is a really important voice coming more from the Love and Light side that you want us to bring in. We'll bring them in. I don't want to say trepidation, but the emotion that I heard in your voice is what makes this conversation really important. And I'm deeply grateful that you're here. I'm about to Anjaliify perhaps Reed and Marshall Summers, because I think I'm still the quintessential ultimate doomer. I actually have a much darker view of what's going on, or not a much darker view, but a bit of a darker view. And I'm actually surprised to hear, Reed, that you're noticing that things seem to be ramping up in terms of a timeline that's accelerating, right? That it might not be 5-7 decades, but we might be talking more like 1 or 2, or maybe you're more like on the order of 3 or 4, right? I actually think, and the reason why I'm saying I'm about to Anjaliify Reed is because Reed, and by the way, the entire Summers team, I love that you're here. Patricia, feel free to jump in anytime. If you can't find the hand thing, like unmute yourself. Our host can handle it. We have extra hosts just so I can be lazy today. But Reed, you mentioned that, it's a global conversation. I agree with that. And it's up to the experts. And this is where I respectfully disagree with you. The experts have the freedom to be in this space. What, you thumbs down me, Reed?
No. I didn't say it's up to the experts. I said the experts will need to weigh in, and I look forward to them doing so. Just to correct that one.
Well, then I got excited, and I just wanted to be controversial. So I'll retract some of that aggression and that intensity. But what I do want to say is, the experts, and you're right, like there are experts who know way more than us about a very particular field. They have information that we need to know, and they should be in this room. They should be here. The experts, rather than hanging out from their safe, double airbag, double cushion, velvety, vegan leather, anonymous cloud seats, they should hop in here with a real fake profile picture and be a part of the motherfucking conversation, because that is what disclosure is. A conversation that nobody gets to hear is just another secret. And I applaud everybody for being here, for having the courage of their convictions, even when they're in the minority on the speaker panel. It means the world to me. Anjali, John, Marshall, Courtney, Friends, Jason, Patricia, UFO Sarah, and every single person here listening. It means the world to me. And I'm not here to shit on everybody in the anonymous listeners. There's a reason to be anonymous. Even if you're against us, even if you haven't found your balls, I thank you for listening anonymously. But all of the experts in the world, all of the expertise, all of the enlightenment does shit for humanity when you're not taking part of a conversation that can be heard. And this conversation needs to be public, or else there is no disclosure. And I think the definition of expertise is going to change when we realize that people who have the courage of their convictions to hold a public conversation are the people who are the real experts, because expertise without courage is still impotent, and it doesn't create a safer society. And I'm sorry I'm bloviating for a long time, but I wanted to chime in here, and just some quick housekeeping, and then I'll release the reins back. So please forgive me. We should have done this earlier. This is my fault. All of the audience has questions, understandably. We're doing a new space format. We're not always going to do this, but this is unique. I'm trying to stack the speaker panel with, our UFO Twitter all-stars or luminaries to trigger the conversation that we always wish that they could have amongst themselves, but we normally can't have because we only get 1 or 2 guest speakers for any given space. I still want you to be able to venture questions. If you've blown up our moderators' DMs or my DMs with questions, I'm ignoring them. Do me a favor and look up in the nest and look for the second slide from the right. No, sorry, the first slide right now at the top. This is the reply post in our current Spaces thread. Post all your questions there and just tag the speaker to whom it's directed, so that Fringe, Courtney, and Sarah can choose and direct these questions. This goes for the entire 12-hour space. That's really important. Please tweet it out. Please repost it. Also, we haven't once asked you to like or repost the space. Since this morning, we started off with like 150 listeners. We're going strong, I think somewhere around 200. We'd like to keep it up. I actually want disclosure today. I want to break something. I'd like to break the entire internet. Please DM this space. If you know there's hate listeners, if it's Lou Reviews, DM them the space, tag everybody. Please do retweet the space. And please follow every single person you see here on the speaker panel. All of your co-hosts and your speakers, they deserve a follow. They have important voices. So please get the word out. I think what we do right now over the full 12 hours is going to have an immediate effect on ufology. And the last thing I'm going to say is my definition of disclosure is the right conversation being had by the right people at the right time in the right space with the right listeners shared to the right people. That is all it takes. All it takes is for the right people to be exchanging the right amount of ideas and for the conversation to be public and to be heard. So this is entirely within our hands. And I think we are in a situation that we can no longer defer to traditional, impotent, and cowardly authority when it's not willing to have the conversation. Disclosure is up to us. The power is in our hands. And if there isn't going to be a decentralized disclosure, there isn't going to be a disclosure at all. I'll shut up for as long as I can handle for the next couple of hours.
Okay, thanks, Ulrich. Thanks for the housekeeping. I just want to ask one question. So all the questions that I've received so far, am I supposed to hold on those?
I want you and Sarah have full moderator license or whatever. Don't feel that because a hand is raised that you need to go to the hand, and don't feel that because somebody poses a question that you need to pick out the question. Your life needs to be easy. So all of the questions, I'm sorry, even if you've already asked them before, they need to go through that post. And you can pick through the interesting ones, the ones that you feel will drive the most interesting conversations. Do not feel like you need to pick a question because it's there. Pick the question only if it drives the conversation to be more dangerous.
Okay, so we've gotten 2 questions in that I have already agreed to field and post to the panel. The first one came from multiple people, so I'll do that one first. And I know Marshall and Reed, you both had your hands up, but I'm just going to go ahead and segue. And if we can get back to you, we will. The Nazca mummies. There's been a lot of criticism that this is taking away from disclosure. It's not the primary and shouldn't be the primary focus right now. There's been multiple news sources, including Matt Laszlo, Ascapol, who has released information and gotten verification on it that they are going to be including this investigation of the Nazca mummies. For the panelists who would willing and like to comment on this, what do you feel about the Nazca mummies? Will you comment? Sarah.
Yeah, sure. I actually have a question, but I'm going to hold on that, and we can go to the panel to answer your question.
John.
I just want to say, and I don't say this to be creepy or prophetic or anything, but I've been communicating with Jaime Maussan for about 5 years since the start of all of my investigation. I just simply want to tell everyone, and this is just my personal opinion, based on a lot of facts and inside information, I wouldn't push all of the chips in the middle of the table that the Nazca mummies are not real, or they're not, that there isn't something to them being or having extraterrestrial lineage. That's all I have to say.
Jason.
It's kind of weird. I was just talking to somebody I greatly respect last night about these. He's of a mind that, yeah, it's just a hoax. And I mentioned also that they are, at least they're actually going to assign some resources. And I think that that's an opportunity, whether it's a hoax or not. I mean, I haven't seen the mummies for myself, and I'm definitely not medically credentialed to even, say anything about the way the bone structures are put together, and if they could have been faked and all that other good stuff. But I would, at least we'll get a fair shake. Let me put it that way, from our own country. I think it's kind of sad that every time you have to verify things like this, that you have to go, if you go to anybody else, they have to do a full up investigation of their own, and nobody trusts anybody, in other words. So at least we'll get one from our own country. And I hope that it opens the door to more of that, because I know that the government has been given evidence, from what I've heard, and it's been reported on, that they were presented with some materials, and they're still going around in scientific circles about the pros and cons, which they should. But at some point, somebody has to call, okay, that's it. Now we have to make a decision, and here's all the evidence. And that's where we need to be with a lot of the evidence that's been given. So I'm hoping that this Nazca mummy thing actually helps open that door a little bit more to doing more research and doing it properly is the other thing. So it's not just the Department of Defense, doing it. It's an honest third party kind of a thing that we know that that's not going to get tainted. But that's what I want to say about it, is that regardless of whether they're fake or not, I'm enjoying the fact that we do actually have some interest from the government to actually investigate it.
It's obviously a hot button issue. The provenance of the mummies is still being contested, likely looking illegal. I was on a space with Nick Gold. He was presenting on this because he had been on a Zoom call with some of the investigators. I encourage everybody to go back and listen to that space. Nick has come out in the last few days saying it's not where we need to have our focus, which I thought was an interesting take considering he was in on that early call. But this also begs another question. The panelists aren't really, jumping in on the mummy. So I'll do another segue, another question that one of the folks listening had about indigenous rights and the indigenous perspective and anthropological perspectives about NHI and what the panel thinks about the Sky people and some of the other traditions that are not being included in this discussion today and have typically been left out due to white dominating culture. This includes obviously the mummies, considering they have not been studied, and the provenance is still unknown. So I would pose this as a second question that tangentially relates.
I guess I can go there, and I'll also fold this into, I think there was a question to me about ancient aliens, or that am I opposed to that reality in some fashion? So I'm not. I acknowledge the likelihood of ancient forms of contact. The problem is that prove it. Prove that the current entities visiting our world are the ones referenced in those ancient scriptures and those ancient accounts, which themselves, being thousands of years in arrears, do have less veracity in terms of evidential, provable, verifiable qualities. So, I mean, and also, even if you think you can prove that an entity referenced in a scripture of one native tribe of one continent is the entity here today, convince the world. Go convince the world. The utility of such things is very low. And it actually sets up basically taking sides. I'm for this NHI. They're the ones who are in my Bible. Oh, I'm not Christian. I'm Muslim. Screw that. I mean, you see, and so it's more division. And though there may be some accuracy to ancient accounts, there's just so little usability to it. We have to deal with the entity that's here now. And what I do see is I see a rapid leap to belief. That if this was spoken of by an ancient entity, person, religion, scripture, it's the ones visiting us now, right? Probably. There's kind of a ... And I'm thinking, not necessarily, absolutely in no way, unless you can make it, unless you can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And so I just feel like there's not a lot of purpose to go into the ancient record now as it relates to this wave of visitation. Ultimately, of course there is, because we do need to understand our human origins and our relationship to the universe. But we do need to know also, with maybe a side comment on the Nazca mummies and other such lines of argumentation, that the current visitors are somehow related to us, have sovereign rights over the earth, or were involved in authoring or seeding humanity. Right, that is a ready-made, served on a platter position for the NHI who want to claim some sort of habitation in the world or integration with us to pursue and to encourage us to pursue. Not to say that they are patently not true or false, but the opportunity for narrative manipulation is tremendous. And so again, like, what is the utility? Can it be used intelligently by some sort of majority human voice to articulate a human response to the contact event taking place? A lot of these kind of rabbit holes and alleyways that we might want to go down, they don't have a lot of utility. And there might be actors that want us to go down them to further obfuscate and blunt the impact that those who are aware of the phenomenon are going to have.
Marshall, go ahead.
Just want to add to that Richard Dolan, who I consider to be the world's foremost historian on the history of contact in our world, really thinks that the evidential things from the ancient past is far too vague, not as evidential as it is relevant to what we're dealing with today. And that the forces who are in our world today have never really been here before. They're very different. They're not coming here to take, samples, biological samples. They're not here to just set up a trial residence. They're not here to observe native peoples. This is an entirely different force that we're dealing with now. So trying to connect this with ancient prophecy or ancient records, in his view, and I share his view, is really, it's far-reaching. It's not really central to what we're looking at here today. So that means that we're dealing with a new force, a different force, a force that is planned for its presence here, a force that puts a lot of weight on persuasion, obfuscation, and intrigue and secrecy. So how are we going to deal with the present? It's how in the future. The present and the future are the two big emphases right now because they're being shaped as we speak. And that's why I say this is a threshold for humanity. And I think that more people can see and know that it really changes our perspective and it clarifies the picture somewhat enough for us to deal with the central event of our time. Thank you.
Hey, Anjali, you're going to go next, and I have an additional question for you that came through in the moderator chat about. I'm going to read it for you word for word. So you.
Oh, okay. Can I answer? Can I do my?
Yes. Don't let
Okay,
me
thank you.
forget the other question, though. I want to make sure you get it. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I will definitely remind you. I heard Reed say a few moments ago that we needed, to prove that we have an ancient alien history, and asking for a lot of proof. And then I hear both Reed and Marshall saying, "Oh, just painting all NHI with the same dark, broad brush that says they're not coming here for biosamples. They're not here, to be our friends. They're here for a very specific reason. They're a new force. They're a different force. They're an obfuscation force, and they are, committing an intrigue, and they're negative. And I say back to you, gentlemen, prove it. Hold yourself to the same standards. I've read your website endless times, and there's no proof there. So you're demanding things that you're not able to give. And I would just ask you to maybe stop demanding those of other people who have different opinions and different perspectives and different contact experiences, because you don't ever hear me asking you to prove what you're saying. I'm only saying that now because that aggressive, egotistical, we've got it figured out and you don't, and you need to prove it, and we don't listen to what we're saying. I'm not down for it, gentlemen.
If I can clarify, I did not say if you believe in an ancient entity, prove it. I said prove that that's the one in our world now. Why? Because humanity will need to act upon that intelligence and that conclusion. Very difficult.
Well, why don't you prove to us that it's not? Where's your proof that it isn't?
Because to assert that an extraterrestrial is connected to our religious scriptures, our prophets, our gods, is a much more consequential assertion than to say they may not be. And so the burden of proof is
that what you're saying, that they're connected to gods? Because I haven't heard anybody today on here except you say that we're saying that they're gods.
Well, I'm not saying you are, Anjali. I'm saying
yeah. No, I don't mean, I'm just saying I haven't heard any of that, but I'm hearing you telling us to, to prove that that your scenario isn't correct, essentially, by having to prove that a whatever you're not agreeing with scenario is correct or is not correct. Because honestly, we don't know. And the quicker that we all admit that and we drop these attachments to our historical understanding that has been literally groomed to be perfectly received by society, we need to break away from that, and we need to get rid of those old mindsets. And I feel like when we say to each other in conversations about the phenomena and its capability and who it is, when we're all still struggling to understand that, it's divisive, it's dismissive, and I just don't feel like it's helpful. And I really feel like we can kind of put that aside and be less dogmatic. And I don't have any dogma in my experience. I try to remove the dogma from my public statements if I see something that has leaked through accidentally. And I know you're not attacking me, and I understand that, so I don't want you to feel like I'm pushing back because I felt that it was personal. I'm pushing back in the name of everyone who is trying to figure this out, that's not who are being told to prove it when you're just running, hot shot right over it and not offering us any proof.
Yeah, I mean, the assertion that, and you're not making it, just to clarify, but others are, a lot of others, that the present visitors are the entities referenced in certain biblical texts, in certain tribal prophetic messages, is a dramatic assertion. And if the human species is going to respond to that in a non-divisive way, meaning we agree, it's going to take tremendous proof to make that assertion. Let me correlate this to something. Marshall Summers, my father, asserts that he has had contact with a group of entities, okay, called the Allies of Humanity. I don't have to offer you proof that that occurred, but part of the reason for me not preferring such proof is I'm not asserting that those entities are here to steward our race forward in some grand sense, or that we need to do X, Y, and Z in light of them. The claim or the ask is much lower with those briefings. That basically, those briefings are here to corroborate what we ourselves can come to know on our own through our own human sensing of the phenomenon. They are not a message of salvation asking for the human species to buy in. And so, but there are others who are making that assertion about other entities. And I would say, I mean, it's an obvious thing. It's like, if you're really going to assert that on the world stage, you would need to prefer considerable evidence that those entities visiting us now are the same that were referenced in an ancient text. So, I mean,
Well, I would also. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I'm thinking out of utility here, because my eyes are on the horizon
Yeah.
of okay, it's been 80 or 100 or more years, and we are not effectively responding to this as a species. That's a problem. That's the problem I live with. That's the problem I'm trying to contribute towards. So if I'm stomping my foot, it's because get ready for the world to stomp their foot. And I would like to just briefly, I do have to run shortly, and I wanted to respond to Ulrich's passionate statements about the experts. I don't know if now's the moment. I'll give you, Anjali, a chance to respond first.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly which part I was going to respond to. I should have written it down, but I think that from my perspective personally, we need to have that same standard of evidence that you're applying to, and I agree that saying that the old gods are returning can be it can be a pretty frightening future for humanity, to take that perspective. But I would also argue that we need to be self-aware of what kind of fear we may be holding to when we say things like, we know they're not coming for biosamples. Well, really? We do? Like, how do we know that? How do we know they're not coming here to befriend us, or that there aren't factions that are coming here to assist us in whatever. I'm just saying that we can't prove anything right now, and that's part of the problem. And so we need to be careful as well about saying what we fear as being things that we know. And with all due respect to any experiencer, an experiencer can say, well, I know, or I think, or I believe, but to change that to a we and say, well, we know and we think, and to say that as meaning like a human collective, and then that it's obvious, no, it isn't obvious. Obvious is the absolute last thing that any of this is. It's intuitive, but it is definitely not obvious. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
May,
Yeah.
may I say, may I just speak to Reed? What difference does it make who is coming here, why we have to prove if those that are coming here currently are those from antiquity and in the Bible? I don't want to sound like Hillary Clinton here in the Benghazi hearings, but what difference does it make? All we know is that there is a bushel of corn that we have left in the forest, and every night something is coming to take that corn. It's splitting hairs over, well, it could be the Zeta Reticulans or could be something interdimensional is yes, interesting, and it might have some consequences, but that's really, in my opinion, pushing the subject matter way off course of, well, if you can't prove who's coming here, then, I don't, the conversation's over. I'm not saying that you're saying that, but I think we need a broader perspective on everything other than, well, John Stewart says this and Angeli says it's this race and they have no proof. And, I would just encourage to kind of
Sure.
distinguish that line of, because I just don't think it matters at this point.
I agree in large part that we have to deal with the entity that's here. There's a historic record in the modern era when we have sensing instruments and others that can collect data on them. Why are we dipping into ancient biblical references and questioning the very foundations of human existence? I mean, if there is an intruder in the house, or at least a potentially unwelcome or unwelcomed visitor, why are we questioning the origins of humanity?
Okay, I can answer that. If Fringe came to me and I just came to this planet with a clipboard and said, I'm going to give you the elevator pitch of planet Earth. Every culture since the beginning of modern writing has a narrative of something, someone, some being coming down from the sky and either educating, manipulating, interacting with people, humans, whatever the species was on this planet. Simply referencing back is the fact that some species has been coming down, interacting with the living species on this planet is the code. It makes all of the tumblers in history align with everything, with every gap in religion that we don't understand or we think that's crazy, with every 300-foot pyramid with 12-ton blocks carried up 300 feet. All of these, Gobekli Tepe, where people are dying at birth, out there for survival, wondering what animal or what other tribe could kill them. And all of a sudden, this culture decides to erect, 10-ton monuments with animals that have never been there in that area before in human history. All of this stuff that we say, this doesn't make sense to us. When we extrapolate and contemplate that it could be some life form coming from somewhere else in our galaxy, it does help us make sense at the foundation of where we're at, which is the answer to all of this is some higher intelligence came down and interacted with us. So I think it is important because it helps build our foundation on a level and on a basic understanding that we can all agree to. Simply my opinion.
That was John Stewart, everyone. Marshall, you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
One of the things that was made clear to me is that the future is going to be unlike the past.
Hey, Marshall, can you come up a little bit closer to the mic?
Sorry, the microphone was.
There you go. Gotcha now. Yep. Go ahead.
That we have the past doesn't determine the future, and so it really doesn't. And new things happen on Earth, and humanity, through its stages of evolution, changes the nature of culture and history and understanding. Certainly, so I think it's dangerous to be too easily assuming that the past is a continuous truth in and of itself. I mean, the past is information, evidence, experience. Fine, I'm not discounting it. But we're dealing with something very new and very different that I believe and has been formed to me that has never been here before. And is here for very prosaic and competitive reasons. And if we're lost in the weeds, otherwise, it's a weeds of possibilities. Well, it could be this, and it could be, it could be other forms. They've been living here the whole time. There's really no evidence of that. Or, they could be on some of the level of reality, just visiting us. See, when we do that, the whole picture goes out of focus. And now we're living in a world of possibilities. And that disables us from dealing with an event in reality that's happening right before us and all around us, and even kind of within us as we feel drawn into the subject, some passionately drawn into the subject. So, and I acknowledge everyone here, if they have that passionate draw into the subject, I think that's native and essential. But we have to be careful not to bring too much of our past understanding into the picture because it's a new picture. When I started out on this, I didn't have any opinions, pro or con. I said, life in the universe, of course. Being visited, well, why not? My whole approach was evidential. What is the evidence of activities witnessed that we have available to us, people and people's experiences, which is partly subjective, partly objective. We have what we see them doing and not doing. I mean, if you follow the trail, the picture becomes a lot clearer. If you follow ideas and possibilities, the trail goes off in all directions, and you're going to be lost. You're never going to get this. And so that's why people say we'll never understand this. That's because they're going in all directions. And there is a trail of evidence that the alien presence has left here that is discernible, accountable, and can be tracked and followed. And it points in certain directions and it rules out certain things. So I can only ask people to be more evidential in their approach rather than ideological or even spiritually ideological, trying to make everything one and everything connected. I think that's an error in approach. We need a direct approach to this on the level at which it's happening. If you bring in other levels of meaning, well, they could be important, maybe, but they obfuscate the whole picture. And if you deal with everything on different levels at once, all the levels go out of focus, in my view. That's why I think the physical and the spiritual overlap, but they're not the same. They're totally not the same. And so if you try to make them all the same, then you're living in a fuzzy world of possibilities and gray zones. And I think we can't be in the gray zone about this. It's too late. And it's up for us citizens now to put some things together. And I think we have the tools to do that, but it has to be a very direct intent. And we're dealing with a physical presence who's here for a physical purpose. It's not in our benefit. They've done nothing to demonstrate benefit to us except empty promises of peace, technology, and salvation. So here we are, the native peoples of the world, facing an intervening presence who's working behind the scenes, altering at different levels the nature of our life and our future. So to me, that's a calling. It's not just an interest,
And
it's a calling. So I respond at that level after 40 years. I recognized, wow, this is really a calling. This isn't just a fascinating thing. This is the biggest thing happening in the world today, maybe that's ever happened in the world today, or happened in the world, period. So I wanted to present this. This is the approach I'm taking, because if we don't deal with nature at the level of nature first, then we may miss the whole picture and pay the effects, suffer the effects of that, which is very common in nature, by the way. He who does not prepare, he does not listen to nature suffers from it. And so I want to just give this perspective. There's other possibilities, there's other realms, certainly. I'm not ruling that out. But we need to treat this up front as a real physical thing. And what has it shown us? And how can you learn from that? Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Anjali, I think I heard you break in. Patricia is up next. Anjali, did you have something there, a comment you want to make quickly before we go to Patricia?
I'm going to
Okay.
pass right now. Thank
All
you,
right.
though. I appreciate it very much.
I'm
Thank you.
coming back to you. I don't know what your time is. Can you tell me how long you're available? Just because there's a few more questions that people want to get to you before you have to leave.
Awesome. No, I'll hang out for a little
Okay.
while.
All right.
No
Go
worries.
ahead, Patricia.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I've been sitting back, just really being with each of what each of you are presenting. So I just want you to know that I've been here with you all. So what's been coming to mind, and I actually have experienced probably decades of being close in to a certain kind of very special environment. These environments were emergency rooms in acute care settings, decades of this. And I had the great privilege of witnessing the clinicians and the staff, all the way down to the cleaning people, deal with whatever came through the door. And it was a powerful learning experience, and it provides a phenomenal metaphor, I think, because what I witnessed was what would come through the door was almost anything, right? It could be people, who had just undergone some kind of a car accident. They had injuries, fractures, trauma, fevers, whatever. Okay, and I know that sounds very dire, and I hate to cast this in a dire way, but just as a metaphor, consider this. And I would witness the staff, and what they would do is they would just look. At first, there was some uncertainty. There would be a moment of, what is this? And then they would literally have to connect with what they were seeing and getting. Okay, and so that environment was all about what is happening. What do we need to do? And they would dive in and they would do whatever they needed to do. If a patient had 104 fever, they dove in right away and they did what they had to do. And it was later that they looked at, what does this really mean? What does this fracture mean? What happened with this patient that they contracted? What did they contract that caused the 104-degree fever? So they stayed in the space of what's happening and then what we must do. And later came all the possibilities that could have contributed. So in my mind, when I think of this whole contact issue, I think of two environments. There's that they're connected, but they're separate. The first environment is what is happening. What exactly is happening? And sadly, we have not been collecting the data. There's nowhere for people to go and report their experiences, whether they're observations or whether it's a direct experience, and how are they with it? What happened as a result of what they experienced that was outside the bounds for them, right? They had nowhere to go, unfortunately. So that's a problem. But for us to continue to consider what is happening, okay, and then later in a separate environment, because there's been an explosion of theories lately. I'm sure you've seen them online, all the possible theories, possibilities, etc. So if we keep these two environments somewhat separate so that the theories can continue, what we're concluding, deducing, whatever, that process can continue, but we at the same time are looking at just what is happening. And that continues to inform us as well, the other room. So I think, I see the huge practical therapeutic value of the way that these kinds of situations were approached. But the first thing is what is happening. Um, and, um, and, and to just look at that in and of itself. Um, and I know there's no centralized location for any of that to be collected. And a lot of the data and observations, sensor data, we can't interpret it. It needs to be interpreted by somebody else. It needs to be brought forward. And it's not. So I understand that. And that complicates our ability to go on and consider what we must do. So what is happening informs what we must do. And then what we must do needs to be looked at repeatedly to see if it needs revision. So anyway, that's the kind of framework I function in, and I apply to this whole situation, the opportunity and the problem of the situation.
Thank you for Patricia. I really like what you're saying about, it sounds to me somewhat metaphorical, but I'm going to take the literal approach and just mention how clinical care has not addressed the ontological shock. And I do believe there are people, in the academic, the clinical community working on stopgap measures to address those kind of gaps in treatment. Thanks for bringing it up, both metaphorical and potentially literally. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I had to jump back in here. Marshall, did you say no NHI presence has done anything for humanity? I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, nothing discernible that would affect a lot of people. They've kept certain abductees alive, I'm sure, but I've seen no
Okay.
evidence of 80 years of doing anything beneficial for humanity.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the Christian line here. I don't have evidence; I have testimony, right? So there are plenty of contactees that have had spiritual transformations after their experiences, and I'm certainly one of them, right? You could look at my experience and say, well, you lost your job. That's certainly one way to look at it, but another way, who knows, right? Y- You know, there may be, who knows what kind of karma I would have continued to incur with this, with our involvement in Ukraine, Iran, who knows where I may have found myself in that intelligence community organization and what I may have been involved in, right? So that's one way of looking at this. But beyond that, I mean, it's clear to me at least one NHI organization, or not organization, sorry, one NHI faction wants us off this reincarnation train, and they want us to focus on our karma, and they want us to develop a service to others orientation. And I know it's not just me that has been, transformed by this. I don't, while the plural of data is not anecdote, right? I don't think you can discount. You can just simply wave off these testimonies from people who like me have had these experiences.
Reed,
I'm-
go ahead.
Okay, go
Oh,
ahead.
wait, was somebody else jumping in there? Marshall, were you
I
responding?
just wanted to respond.
Go ahead.
I mean, I think, my whole work is positive. I mean, I'm assessing a very negative situation as well as climate change, the state of the world, but it's all about empowering people to gain a greater intelligence, to be able to face a changing world, challenges from beyond, all these things. So, I mean, obviously, we've needed to get input from some level. I'm just focusing on the nature of this force that's in the world today. And some people claim to have good experiences, fine. And many do not. And many people have been very damaged. I've been living for around 30 years with people, not because I inquired upon them or I was a therapist for them, but through doing inner guidance work, the memories started to return. And when the memories returned, it was trauma for almost all of them, or most of them. So I'm just dealing with many, many years of dealing with people who have gone through this. Once the veil of secrecy is removed from people's experience, it's interesting what comes out for them. And much of it is trauma and uncertainty left then afterwards with the feeling that I don't know what happened to me. I've been harmed in some way, or I've been transgressed in some way. And now, then you start talking about soul retrieval, because now people have lost or disabled their whole sense of themselves. So on record, I think the abductee experience is pretty negative and harmful. And what it leads people to do is often to become advocates for the intervention, and or they're just used for biological purposes. And to me, that's a crime against humanity. Now, if you just have a telepathic communication, that's one thing. But if you're physically taken and messed with, well, now you're violating people's personal space, their rights. And, we set the laws in this world. You can't just come here and operate on a different set of laws. And so if people are violating our laws and our sense of propriety, our physical space, personal space, mental space, that's violation, in my opinion. And I've had to keep many forces out of my mind who wanted access to my mind over these years that I've been dealing with this. And I'm telling you, it's a real thing. And I respect it. And I know that it has tremendous impact on people. So you have to get really clear. We're not dealing with a good, bad force. This force, if you learn about its activities and its impact on people and really do the on the ground work with it, there's a reason that the government is covering it up. And that's because no government's going to admit they're dealing with an adversary for which they have no response or no way to defend people. No government would ever really reveal that. And so that's not the whole picture of government secrecy, certainly. But if you told people the truth about this, the level of societal breakdown, it would be a meltdown. And so you have to be really responsible now in how you're going to communicate to these people gradually over time and acclimate them to a whole different set of features in our environment, having a whole different set of outcomes for us. So I'm being very wise now. I'm not denying disclosure. I'm for disclosure, but I know it will have to be procedural to begin to acclimate people that they're living in a universe now, not just in their own world. They're dealing with forces in the world who are operating behind the scenes, influencing people and governments. So this is a really big thing. You can't just dump that on somebody suddenly. And so responsible disclosure is the real thing. So anyway, I think it's really important that we honor the times in which we live. Human society is breaking down. Other forces are here to take advantage of that. We live on a beautiful planet that's desired by others. And their best opportunity to gain access to it without force is to enter a time of uncertainty and breakdown for us that we've created. I'm not saying they created it. We've created it. And it's probably an evolutionary step that many nations, many cultures, and many worlds have had to go through in their developments as a technological society. But whatever may be the case, we are living in a time of breakdown and uncertainty and pessimism. So, and we blame each other and we're at each other's throats. The real disclosure is the extraterrestrial disclosure. That's the disclosure we need, and they won't give it to us. So if someone else in the universe can give us some of that, that could be helpful to us. It won't revolutionize us, but will be helpful to us. Because we are naturally oriented to defend ourselves against threats. If you don't recognize a threat that's real, then you're in trouble. So I think the threat narrative is not an easy one to communicate. I know a lot of people don't want to hear it or fight back against it or argue with it on religious or spirituality terms. But if that's the basis of reality in which we're living at this time, then somebody has to speak out for that. And I do that with great love and respect for humanity. I want to see humanity survive. I want to see humanity become a free and self-determined race in the universe. I know we're not able to do that right now, but that is our destiny. But to gain that destiny, we're going to have to make major changes. And they will not be just because we want those changes, they will be forced upon us, in this case by outside forces. Because the positive aspect of this whole intervention is it will force humanity to unite in its own defense.
You know, I want to go off of what you're saying, Marshall.
Sarah,
Because
forgive me. Look, Reed has severe time constraints, and we've skipped
oh,
over
sure.
him several times, and he's still trying to
Oh, it's okay,
respond to my
Sarah. Thank
impassioned
you.
diatribe.
But
So
Sarah,
just jump in,
share
Reed.
your thought. Okay.
Okay.
No, I want Sarah to speak.
Okay.
Well, Reed, I'm so sorry. I absolutely want to go to you. I want to jump off this because I feel like we're missing the unfortunate and fortunate elephant in the room, which is Jason Sands. Hello, Jason, and his testimony. And you know, he is a firsthand witness, and he even comes to us telling us that, you know, the NHI have they're working with the U.S. government. You know, that these NHI factions exist, and that they communicate telepathically. Like we have a firsthand witness that is telling us this. So I just want to bring that to the conversation.
Yes, I second that. And good to meet you, Jason, in this space and have this dialogue together. Just before I have to jump off, I want to leap way back to what Ulrich said and do a little Doomer Daddy dance with him on the experts. And I'm not in no way actually disagreeing, really. It's just I want you all to know that the experts are coming. All right. Disclosure is likely, whether by the USG, another foreign government, or by the NHI, which means hundreds of millions of living humans are about to crash into this space. And so anyone who thinks they're anyone is going to have something to say in every imaginable field, right? So this is the tsunami wave approaching, probably, unless forces that be, and they do exist, that do not want this to occur, are successful. I'm encouraged that they won't be, but it could end up going that way. But basically, you know, it's coming. And so as a huge chunk of the living human population crashes into this space with its tremendous record and tremendous research and analysis done by so many authors and researchers, they will need to understand the nature of the phenomenon as it has been observed, researched, and as it has taken place. Because there will be many associations, automatic, right in the instantaneous kind of reactive parts of our minds that, wait, maybe this is the coming of Christ. Or wait, maybe these are the ancient aliens that I have seen on History Channel have done this, that, or the other, right? That association will go live. That circuitry will light up. And so I just think it's so important that the UFO community, if it can be called that still, is in a position to serve at that point and help inform the thinking of these many, many people who will not have any history on the phenomenon that has taken place, right? They will not know about abductions. They will not know about a potential hybridization program. That's a problem. So who will inform? Who will at least introduce that into their consideration of what's going on? I think that's going to be really important. And the experts are going to need onboarding. So, but I think this field has to get itself ready for that. I mean, if we're going from like benevolent alien salvation to hair on fire, evil demons from beyond, that's not going to help people in their cognitive process of this event. It's not either of those extremes, right? And so there's a huge risk of accidentally writing the NHI into our religious scriptures, our human origins, or in some other way. And I hate to say it, but I think the NHI would be quite happy with that association, because it gives them tremendous power, which they will need at a time when they are speaking in the world in ways that are undeniable, which could very well be coming. And so, this is all highly consequential. That's where I'm coming from. I mean, the inference was made that I'm leading with fear. Do I sound afraid? I'm concerned. I am alarmed, but I am not leading with fear. I'm leading with logical thought, and I'm leading with caution and instinct and responsibility as best I can see to do, because those are some of my human capabilities. And I think it's really important that many people can bring that full suite on board. And there's no harm in being cautious, right? Fools rush in. If we have to climb in with a non-human intelligence because they're channeling a set of messages that say that we need to unite with their galactic federation, is there cause for pause? Is there risk to pausing with that? There's definitely a non-zero risk of climbing in quickly. And so I just don't see enough caution and instinct and responsible, logical thinking taking place around me. And that is concerning to me, because I know the global public is about to crash into this space. And so how will they interface cognitively with this event and down select from all the many theories, like Patricia mentioned, so many different theories of origin, being, intent, motive, and down select to something that represents a responsible starting assessment that can actually inform human action. Like I'm talking about global treaties, UN governing bodies, bilateral agreements between competing world powers regarding what to do about NHI. So when I say, prove it to me that the Wheel of Ezekiel is talking about the grays, there's a reason for that, right? Because it's a non-viable assertion in the context of global action and consensus building around this issue. And that may sound very grandiose, like, oh yeah, we're never going to get there. We're going to get there. I'm not saying we're going to succeed, but we're going to get to that line, I think. So thank you so much for the hosts and for the dialogue. And I love that the heat climbed in this room, and we're dialoguing and debating. I mean, as humans will, guys. I mean, this is a small little microcosm of what's about to happen on Earth. So, iron your nervous system or your gut, and get ready for differing views to some degree duke it out. And because we have to come to some sort of reasonable position regarding this event. And I unfortunately don't think that's happened in the history of this phenomenon.
I would love to respond to that since you're about to leave and bid you farewell. Do you have 2 minutes for me, Reed?
I do.
First of all, Reed, Marshall, Patricia, it is always a pleasure to have you in here with us. There are two interesting things that came up that I discovered that I was unaware of. One, Courtney, I didn't know that you're unaware of the scientific fact that the current genome of Homo sapiens sapiens requires genetic intervention just to exist. I'm open to the idea that the first version of humans may not have been that, but this is a whole rat's nest of a field. It's a whole other podcast. It's probably a whole other marathon 12-hour space, maybe a 24-hour space. And then the issue of ancient aliens is also one I did not realize that you guys did not subscribe to that. I have one of the most doomerish perspectives, and with regard to your practical advocacies, I'm almost entirely in alignment, and I actually came from the perspective of looking at the cuneiform, the Sumerian tablets, and discovering an incredible amount of narcissism. And when narcissism still persists through translation of cuneiform into Hebrew, into Aramaic, not into Aramaic, but into Greek, Narcissism itself may be a vestige of our alien heritages. And I don't want to open that debate. I don't want to. I'm making a bold statement, and I'm not offering any evidence. But I'm suggesting maybe there's a reason for us to come back to investigate this. And because Reed, you're an incredible speaker. I've never experienced anybody in my life who is almost offensively calm when engaging in a debate, and I can't get enough. And so I'm insisting that that all three of you please do come back, and all three of you are obviously a 4-person package. So obviously, Anjali, you also will have to come back, Anjali, you and Steve are obviously a package. So all 5 of you will have to come back, and Steve, you and Jason are obviously a package. So all of you will have to come back. I'm sorry. And the last thing I need to say is, we all have there's these weird paradoxes where ufology is this weird niche. It's the stage crew, it's the people who don't get to sit at the cafeteria table, and yet everybody, all the celebrities in ufology are worried about their reputations being marred. So, David Grush, Lou Elizondo, if you're listening in, you're welcome in here. It's a safe space. You're not going to lose your reputation. You can drop out of the anonymous clouds. But the fact that you're not only holding college courses and talking about the perspective of allies humanity, essentially you're a professor, right? But you're also in here in the space dealing with the unwashed masses of UFO Twitter. This is what causes us to respect you. The reason why we have respect for Jason Sands is because he's willing to let the sunlight disinfect. He's willing to let his metal be tested and speak in public. And I would encourage you, and I'm going to ask for some license here. The Doom moniker, the alien and the nuclear emoji, when people see that, they know it's Fringe's space and it's my space together. And this is the best space to have a disagreement. It's the best space to have a very difficult, uncomfortable conversation. And by no means, when you agree to come to our spaces, are you saying that you are a doomer? By no means are you saying that you're fatalistic or deterministic. And I don't want to I don't want to have to sacrifice that branding just to get you back in the space. Just like many people misunderstand the purpose and the cause of Allies of Humanity, we have to pay the price of being understandably misunderstood, and also showing that we're more than that we're more than just doomers, and that this is a place where positive and negative experiencers and difficult conversations can exist with respect. So I hope you will come back, even though we're going to keep on using that doom, because we want more of you, and we only want to increase the caliber and the danger of this conversation, Reed.
Okay, thank you. Understood. And I appreciate it again. And I respect everyone in their process. We're all in different places on the mountain with this, and we don't have to agree yet, but we do need to be thinking.
We don't have to agree, but I think you do almost have to come into a doom space if you want to disagree in the right way. And I'm not fatalistic. I am a firm believer in human agency, and the only purpose to acknowledge a catastrophe is to make the very best of it, guard against it, maybe reverse it if possible. I'm not a fatalistic doomer. And please, by all means, you're welcome to circle in. So whenever you drop out, Reed, many people are going to circle back. That's what we do in spaces. Don't even ask, just hit the big mic button and we'll bring you up right away.
Okay, good. Will do. I might circle back. We'll see. Thanks, guys and gals.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to
Thank you all.
thank you. I would like to point out to everybody about alternative perspectives and mention Stephen Finley. He's the chair of the Department of African American Studies. He's an associate professor of religious studies.
Should I get off now too?
You're welcome to stay if you want, but we're going to include the agenda that we've set for the
Should I
day.
get off now too? Yeah. Stand for.
So just about the mention of Ezekiel and the wheels and the interpretation of that, I just want to mention Stephen Finley. He's talked about it. He talked about it at Rice University. For those who haven't found his work yet, I just wanted to mention that since he's not here today, and that's one of his, since we're talking about experts, one of his expertises. So we'll move on now. Anjali, I'm going to go back to a question that's been posed And then there's an additional question just to get these to you before you might have to leave today. One of them is about your organization. If you could mention your organization or talk about it and the current work you're doing. And then there is a second question from an experiencer.
Are you referring to the Transcension Project, Courtney?
It was another organization. It was an organization that was sent to me. Omnicron that's not your organization. If you could
It's not
go
it's
ahead.
not my organization. It is an organization that I am a part of, and I haven't been heavily involved in the organization because I've had other things that I have been focused on. But my understanding from many conversations in meetings is that um, there is a possibility that we currently have it has been described as a fleet of ships that was identified via a remote viewing experience, and also identified by a in-person contact experience with non-human entities that showed that in 2027 there is to be an arrival of a fleet of non-human intelligence beings, one of which is in or one of those craft is very large and nearly planetary size. It will affect our solar system. It will affect our sun. It will affect our the electromagnetism of the earth and our tides. And these are very old incarnate beings of they're ancient beings. Um, they all house within the inside of this ship that appears from the outside to be very planetary. It is a living craft, and um, they are not happy with the way that the human experiment has been going. And my position is that they are coming to observe. Another position that has been posited is that because of how large their craft is and their fleet is, that it drags other cosmic bodies along with it. So remnants of previous stars and planets, basically what we would consider to be asteroids, very large loose objects that become kind of trapped in their field, and there's a potential for that for these objects to cause a catastrophic damage to the planet. Okay. Now, I cannot tell you that I know that this is going to happen. Okay. I myself was not given that message, but let me tell you what I was told. I was shown and communicated this to USG personnel in 2021. I was shown a planetary size ship that the entire society lived inside of, and that because of where we were in our cyclical loop through whatever this is, that we are now within an actual cosmic location that we only come to every, I can't even put, um, I can't put a number on that. So, for just for ease sake, we'll say every 30,000 years. Okay. It's just so that we can try to conceptualize something here. But let's just say that every 30,000 years, we come through this area. And when we come through this area, then we are within a proximity of very ancient beings who may have been directly involved in and perhaps even had oversight over the creation of humanity in the beginning. So they have a very deep, long, and invested interest in how this human experiment is going, which is, according to them, a consciousness growth experiment. And that has been kind of perverted into, for some beings, like a playground where they can inhabit the body and experience a localized expression of source from the sensory perception of a human biotech, the human body, okay, or a human avatar. So we offer a very specific kind of experience that other life forms don't necessarily get to have. And eventually, my understanding is that all consciousness will cycle through all of it, and that we actually experience it as a cycle, but it's really something that happens simultaneously. And like I was talking about earlier, that if you receive a PDF document, it's 150 pages, and you open it to page 1, and it takes you a couple of days to get page 150, you don't say, oh, page 150 manifested today. No, page 150 was always there. It's just that you finally reached it, and now you know about it. So we have to kind of approach this entire subject that way, that it's always there. And we're just sequentially, because of our kind of sensory perception, we're experiencing it in kind of a sequential way instead of a linear A to B to C to D, or a chronological, 1, 2, 3. So I hope that I cannot remember what the original question was. I'm so sorry. But so I guess I would just say that personally, I'm not with my spiritual development. I have no anxiety about the situation. Um, I think that whatever is going to be, and that it really doesn't matter one way or the other. That what matters is that some of the things that they're telling us, I think, are pretty intuitive to us, and that is, we may be faced with a set of challenges that give us opportunities to make choices about whether or not we are going to compassionately serve others and everything as we would an extension of ourselves, as the one thing that's actually experiencing it, or if we're going to take a very individualized, remaining localized point of view where we are actually saying, no, I'm going to be selfish about this and materialistic because self serving, not selfish. Let me rephrase that. I'm very sorry. Self-serving rather than service to others, which is fine because that's one of the options that that we can take, that we can make. We have choices, and this is kind of a consciousness capstone course that we're going through here. So it's like, hey guys, kind of wake up, sleepyheads. You have all the resources and all of the tools that you need to consciously prepare yourself that things are about to change, and you're going to be faced with choices, and we want you to dig deepest into your most compassionate, selfless self, or if you would like to remain in a material existence, in this very specific material existence of a human body, human biotechnology, then you also have that opportunity, and you enter into a new cycle. So I guess the whole point is this itself is a cycle within a cycle. We are coming into, or we have entered already this area, and I don't know how to say it because I just see big black space, but I do see it's all kind of moving through, and uh, so we have opportunity by proximity to be able to interact with who may actually be um, I don't want to say our makers, but they may have had a hand in conceptualizing who we are and what we're doing here and why this is necessary. And they may have been involved in the original seeding and the original structuring um, of the human experience and setting down the rules of what's been allowed. But because they've been gone for so long, things change a little bit, and so we start forming new rules because now we're in the proximity of something else, and maybe they seed and they're around and they are like, oh well, gosh, we've got 30,000 years, to kind of influence and change things because we don't agree with the rules that were set down, or we don't agree with how these rules were translated and how they became perverted, or whatever your perspective is. Guys, I'm putting this all out there from my understanding, and it's like a synthesization of knowledge that I've acquired throughout my lifetime, spiritual intuition, guidance from the beings, and just things that I've learned here in the world and what we understand about human history. Um, so I am not too concerned because either way, life is going to continue and our expression will continue, and whatever is developing, we just all need to do our best. And I hope that everybody understands that.
You definitely answered the question. I was not familiar with this organization, Omnicron. It's come up in multiple ways after Spaces. And so I'm glad that you answered that. How about your organization, the one that you just mentioned? Did you want to talk about that a little bit and what you're working on now?
No, I do have a number of things that are in the works, but this isn't the time, and it's definitely the right place, but just not the right time to go into that. So thank you though for that opportunity.
Okay, I have one more question for you that came through an experiencer that I would like to ask you, and I'm just going to go ahead and read it word for word. This is for Anjali. As an experiencer of paranormal activity and a UFO sighting, and as a skeptic, what could I do more to connect to community instead of causing more division as I look for the truth behind the phenomenon?
Well, the hardest thing, I think, that we try to do is to overcome division. It's one of the things that it seems to be intuitive to us, but it isn't. We've been groomed to become that way. We have, through various institutions and old, outdated ways of governing and thinking about what it means to be human and what it means to be, part of this planet. Those things are so old and outdated. And so, we're in a crisis of social compassion and a crisis of understanding how it is that we are all connected. We're, very heavily caught within or I would say beneath or within the veil of forming. I'm trying to figure out how to say it in a way that it doesn't sound egotistical while talking about the ego, because it's so easy. It's so easy to say, oh, I'm going to make this statement about the ego, and it's going to sound really good and people are going to clap. And so I'm sitting here trying to think, how do I talk about the ego without invoking my ego? But I guess I would say that the most important thing that you can do is to come to a place where you're not rejecting division so much as you are feeling, seeking, and promoting unifying opportunities. So rather than being against something, you can be for something. And so rather than instead of rejecting fear, you can embrace courage and bravery and tenacity and honesty, and watch in your language and in your writing and in your texting the use of labels that are not necessary at that moment. And I would suggest looking at your attachments and seeing how many of them are actually serving your life in a positive way. And this means, physical attachments, emotional attachments, intellectual attachments. Look for the ones that are serving you in a positive way and really embrace those, and try not to really get involved with the ones that aren't. You can just, put it aside. It doesn't have to be a part of you anymore. And when you start doing those things, I'm sorry. We have some, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but um, got the air guard taken off over here. But when you do that, you start to really cultivate a sense of gratitude and a more intuitive feeling of, what is positive for you and what is beneficial for you. And you tap into that core of your peace that can begin to remain untouched as we go through any of the obstacles that we are going to have, and the opportunities that we are going to face that are coming up. And try to get yourself, intellectually balanced. Learn the things that you've always wanted to learn. Focus on the things you've always wanted to do. What are those things? Do the things that bring you joy. Keep the things that bring you joy. Cut out the things that don't. This is honestly what I would do, because what you find is that you begin to like unpeel an onion, and in the center of it, is something not onion. It's something beautiful. It's a core something else that really serves you. So just peel those layers away, shed them away, because they're not you anyway. You're the little seed of light that's too small for any of us to see with our naked eye. That is a part of everything. It's everything. So um, that's my answer. And I know it's very unconventional. And I hope that just it helps in any way possible. I don't know.
Thank you. I love the idea of self-cultivation and self-cultivation practices. Fringe?
Thanks, Courtney. Thanks, Anjali. To get back to the previous question, there's an audience question on how was this information received by the Commonwealth Organization, what is now the organization? Was this messaging transmitted to the Big G government, and what was the government's response? Thank you so much, Anjali.
My understanding is that the USG is aware of this contact, okay? And we're just now bringing it out into the public life. And so essentially, my understanding is that the source was working as an engineer at the Navy shipyard, was walking to her vehicle, and was approached by a few entities who were I believe initially appeared to be more human, but revealed to her that they were not. They were having a conversation with her orally, that verbally, that switched into a conscious communication where they were communicating directly from consciousness to consciousness, and it was effortless. And this individual was physically taken aboard a craft, and through various projections of technology, was basically not only told but shown what was coming. And it happened to align very heavily with my experience, which is how I came to be informed about the Omicron Commonwealth. And has really it was a very validating moment. And this is, I don't know if this is either here nor there, but this contact story that she actually it took place in 2009. And that was the year in which I was recruited and unable to take the remote viewing position. And I thought that that was really interesting, because where I had been working was just right there near the Navy shipyard. So yeah, I hope that helps to answer that question where that originated. And yes, it has definitely been communicated to USG.
Anjali, and Jason Sands, and John Stewart, and Patricia. My question to you has to do, and I'd like to go back to that white elephant that I had in the room, which was you're saying that the Omicron group is looking at 2027. We have, whose name, the CIA agent whose name is fleeting me, who just had a video that came out last week. He is also saying 2027.
That Ramirez? Yes.
Yes, Ramirez. And Jason Sands, you have talked about them coming back for their tech and the bodies. I am curious, what are your thoughts on these dates and this information that you've received?
May I just say something real quick here, Jason? Because from my recollection, I think that I may have been the first to break the year 2027, and it really went over stinky on X a couple of years ago, saying that it was going to be a very significant year, and that that it was involved in a major change for humanity, that I have been associating it with. Solar changes and a potential for like a solar event that may cause catastrophic change to the the surface of the planet for a lot of humanity, and that's of grave concern. Um, uh, so for me, to have two dates that are associated with this one occurrence, a ship being described essentially the same way by this, very ancient, very old um, group of non-human intelligence that lives inside of a living craft and is, traveling to Earth. And this experience was brought to this individual in 2009, the year that I was recruited for remote viewing, and that now we're both talking about 2027. It's remarkable, and it just makes me, kind of go, huh. I wonder if if that year is actually going to be significant in some way. Um, I kind of start to listen to patterns, I mean, of course I listen to patterns, but what I mean is when I start to see patterns, it piques my interest a little bit more. And so my interest is piqued on 2027. I have a tendency to share a lot of what the beings say, because I feel like if you're following me at this point, that's why you're interested to seeing how this develops. But it's those 2 years that has kind of rocked my world, and made me really question what's happening in 2027, and has gotten me, I'd say, more heavily involved in disclosure as a result. So
John or Jason, I think that question was also posed to you if you'd like to answer it, about the timeline of events and specific dates and where the information's come from.
Mine actually came from a mission in discussion between a scientist or I guess a scientist that was handling a living survivor biologic NHI, and discussing the results of a conversation or an interrogation, whatever, with another individual. And that's when I heard it. Now, when it comes to the exact timeline, that part of the conversation just said, they like to come back every 50 to 70 years. to have a meeting with all the new leadership because we're short-lived as human beings. That's we live to be about 70 years old, so they had a window of time, and that's why I assumed it was sometime if I started the clock ticking from that phone call that I had been listening to till to today. That that window is about ready to approach, and it's between 2025 to 2035 ish, maybe maybe even into the 2040s, and that's the only time frame I remember that being discussed. But I do know that in that conversation, they did say that this NHI had told him that this next meeting, that the NHI are expecting certain things to be agreed to, and one of them was to return their equipment, release the prisoners. So obviously, that meant that somebody had been in prison that they wanted not imprisoned, and then also and then if that occurred, the third thing would be the emissaries would be exchanged, which I took to mean that there'd be some humans and some NHIs exchanged for whatever reasons, whether it's cultural, scientific, a little bit of both. I have no idea. They didn't go into that, but I was shocked to hear that on the phone call. I literally turned to my the other three guys there that were on the mission with me, and they listened to the same conversation, and they were just as shocked because here we were just going through the mission, and we intercepted that. So that's where I get my date and time frame from. So it's a window of time in my head. I know other people might have a given day or a date, but that's not what I have ever testified to. But I do have concern, though, for the people in the program, because the additional part of that conversation was that if they don't return what's not theirs, there's going to be some people put to death in the program. In other words, the people that have retained equipment or has imprisoned some of their citizens. That seemed to be exactly what they were saying, and that's pretty much everything I could tell you about that. But that was actually on mission. That was a conversation between probably two scientists or something on that order, and that's exactly what they said.
I just have one quick follow up, Jason. When you were overhearing the conversation between the scientists, were they like this was second nature to them, as in like, I'm eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich today and then I'm taking my kid to the park?
Yeah,
Or okay,
this was like
this
their
was not
job. This is what they did. The
got it.
one guy was going in and interrogating this survivor being, and the other guy was receiving the information and writing the report, is what I thought it was. Everybody got quiet.
I think
Yes,
I
this
think John actually took
sounds
his speaker off. I was waiting for him to come in, but maybe he had something else going on.
Well, I say this in all as serious as I can say this without being melodramatic, but on the advice of my counsel and on the request of the intelligence people that have helped me for 5 years, I have absolutely no knowledge of any future event. I have not been told about any future event publicly. I will not speak of any future event if I did hear anything or know anything in the future. And I will not continue on this line of questions because I've been specifically asked uh, to just bypass it, and I know nothing. And that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, John. Um, wasn't expecting that, but appreciate your commentary.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
For some reason I came across the picture of Anjali with her dark hair or the whatever picture she had. I had like who are you? I've seen you before. I'm not I swear, folks, I am not causing any problems. I'm not even making any pointing fingers. I've seen you before. Have you been on like a commercial or, I mean, because this is, no, I'm not even joking. Who are you? I mean,
I'm just a person, man.
okay,
I
okay.
mean, look. I worked for DIA, and I worked in Intel. I worked at the Pentagon. I've worked for
Ah,
BAE. I've been I've done Intel for various
okay.
military organizations.
Right now I'm
Um,
in a fetal position rocking back and forth. Okay. That's not
and
comforting. Okay. I've,
yeah,
I've, I've seen you before, but go. That's it. That's all I have to say.
well, maybe we need to have a conversation and figure out where that's
Mm,
from, because that would be fun. But the only
mm.
commercials I was in I think I was in like a optometry commercial that was for, some
Yeah.
small
Okay.
optometrist,
Yeah,
that
I'm
kind of
not,
thing.
I'm not, not being cryptic. It just,
Yeah,
I look at this picture. I'm like, oh my God, I know this person, but whatever. That just could be
I
whatever.
get
So,
that. I get
okay.
that a lot. Thank
Okay,
you.
good. All right. No
Okay.
problem. Bye.
Bye.
Well, I also have to mention, Anjali, the famous, press release that you did on the steps. That's one of the things that I remember when you came out. And I'm not sure if that's what John's talking about, but that was like a pinnacle moment and was very high profile. You got a lot of visibility for that. So
It could
I'm,
have been. It
yeah.
could have been.
I just want to jump in here for a second. So our two moderators, Courtney and Sarah. Courtney, you're kind of like me. When you hone in on something, like you're focused in, you're zeroed in. I want you to stay that way. But UFO Sarah, when you're aware that we have new people coming up, feel free to like jump in and interject. And so we have a couple of new people to the space. I want to welcome UFO Timeline and Whistleblower. And if Courtney, how do you feel about getting a little bit loose and crazy and seeing what happens if we just drop the hands down and we let people sort of try to jump in at the right moment? Can we give it a try?
I just have one question for Jason before we do that about the error report.
Absolutely. So we'll do Jason, and then if you're okay with it, let's try to be a little bit experimental. And I just want to hear some of the new voices that came in.
Sounds good. So, Jason, one of the things that people have pointed out in the Arrow report, obviously, some of your testimony was in there. People who were pretty savvy, were able to, find you or see reflections of your story. People have come into the Arrow report and done deep dives into the analysis of all the different summaries. And one of them is the unnecessary IC program expansion about ATIP and how that is pretty much one of the biggest substantiators for a program like you're testifying to. Can you comment on that at all?
Well, it was not part of ATIP. I would default anything on ATIP in the organization and what it stood for to folks like Lou Elizondo, David Grush, folks like that. But as for the thought that that would be something that would be stood up in response to the fact that there is a program, that kind of makes sense. It's logical that they had enough leading evidence to actually try to do that, and that also, I still agree that what has been put forward for many years is that these UAP are real. You can't get around that. We don't know what they are. They don't appear to be, Chinese, Russian, whatever. They appear to be a civilization that we have no idea about. And I think that that's a conclusion that both in the ATIP days and after that, the UAP and even in Euro days, that they should have addressed a little better, because it just goes to show you that, there are a lot of different reasons why that report was for a reason. And I think a lot of people believe that it was propaganda. And I also do too, because I know parts of it directly relate to things that I know that I told them, and they totally misrepresented it. So it's kind of sad that an entire organization can be run like that and have wasted pretty much everybody's money and effort on something that should have been the real investigation into this, but it ended up being something that fell flat at the end.
Thanks for commenting on it. Okay. Your hand is up, UFO timeline. We're going to go ahead and get freaky with it.
Let's get freaky with it. Congratulations on an amazing space, by the way, host, co-host, and people who organize this. This is huge. Good work. And it's a marathon space too, so that's going to be awesome. I was listening earlier, and some speakers were here that aren't here anymore, and they were asking like about, you know, if there's any evidence that links the common modern phenomenon to these ancient, right, like even sometimes biblical references to the phenomenon. And I was curious about what you guys think about the idea, like put forth by people like Gary Nolan, even Carl Nell, you know, the idea that some of these physical beings are being controlled or are avatars for a non-physical consciousness, or at least a remote consciousness that's farther away, and how that, if you buy into that idea, what that consciousness is in relation to humanity and human history. Because there's a lot of stories about like the muses, and then obviously these like different gods and goddesses, and these different even if you go to like Rosicrucianism or Hermeticism back even further, you find the concept that there are these like different classes of non-human entities who some of their sole purposes is to influence humanity through ideas, inspiration, motivation, and fears to create a society or to create, you know, human change. Because if looked at under that lens, I think the evidence, if you can call it that, is actually, or the argument is kind of substantial for these things being similar to what's gone in the past. Because, you know, we're still human beings dealing with our consciousness, dealing with these kind of invisible inspirations and motivations that push us all throughout our day. And there's so many different groups of people and schools of thought that have included this in their, you know, their curriculum for thousands of years. It's kind of hard for me to ignore, even though I'm pro physical alien, I'm pro, you know, extraterrestrial, but when you look at the evidence under certain lenses, that's kind of what it leans towards. In your guys' experiences or in your studies, have you come across this idea, or what do you think about that concept?
Well, you mentioned Rosicrucianism, and I do know that Jacques Vallée, I believe, was into Rosicrucianism. So I was surprised when Reed Summers had said that. I mean, he didn't say that these things should be discounted, you know, in the literature. Obviously, Jacques and Gary and other folks are looking at this from all kinds of different angles. And so I don't think we can ignore all the cultural, anthropological, indigenous perspectives going forward. And I was really surprised to hear their perspective that, you know, we shouldn't trust any of that because that's our history. It's our human history. And when you bring consciousness into it and the inspiration and the muses, and really where we're at now with especially experiencer dialogue is what are they seeing? And there's so many different perspectives. I've heard everything from experts that say, well, if you didn't have a certain level of an encounter, a close encounter, it doesn't count for an actual encounter. And that being referenced was a actual being that you have a telepathic contact with. And so there's a whole range of experiences in that whole CE5 spectrum that are considered contact experiences. So my personal opinion from everything I've studied is that we cannot discount the histories. And I think all of those are valid explorations into the phenomenon since they, you know, predate a lot of the governmental acknowledgement of them.
I'd love to get to the whistleblower. He's new to our panel and has yet to speak yet. Charles, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties on my end, but I can hear you fine.
welcome to the space. What thoughts can you bring to us today?
Well, the question that was just posed, as far as connecting new into ancient times, like I've always said, I can only go off of what I've seen within the classified files and the histories that I learned during those briefings that we spoke on my space last night, and that I've spoken to you with privately, and that I've just, I've put out there on the website before. And I did have some questions for the DIA, for the person that worked at the DIA that spoke a little bit ago. But before I get into that, I would say that I can tell you unequivocally, according to MJ12 special operations manuals, and I don't know if she's seen them, but there are specific DIA reference manuals, about 120 of them, that detail some of this stuff. And there was a species that was here that arrived, and this is something you can find through Zachariah Sitchin's work. He got some things wrong, but it is a legitimate species. They did arrive here 446,000 years ago, and they Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. It's not their name. They're the Nibiruans. The classified files has two names for them. They call them the Old Ones. They also call them the Ancient Builder Race, and they were here and they did leave over 3,000 years ago. They're due to come back. I don't know if this is in reference to what someone else was saying earlier about the living craft. I've never seen anything about them having living craft, but they are due to come back in about 150 to 250 years from now. They are on their way. As far as connecting all the things, you have to understand that a lot of ancient civilizations were all talking about the same royal family that was here throwing human armies at each other for control of certain areas on Earth, and that was them. Once they left, it left a vacuum for other, species that were already here that were, not really trying to interfere with them, because they're a very violent species. They're a human species. They're a lot like us, or I should say we're a lot like them. But as far as other species go, you have ETE scale, which is, for anybody that doesn't know, the new classifications that have been used since, we'll say, since the late 50s. After the EBE scale, it's ETE scale. So it's extraterrestrial entity. Then you have a dash, then you have a number, 1, 2, 3, 4. It correlates with the star system that they're from. And then the 1 to 2, it's that star system, but it also correlates with the order that we came in contact with them. So ETE2 is the species from Roswell. So if anybody has any questions for any of those topics or anything, I'm here for it.
I have a few questions, whistleblower Charles. I don't know you and I haven't heard your story. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions to you that might be seen as controversial. But one of the things I did read about you, I wasn't able to attend the space last night, unfortunately, but how did Richard Doty vet you? Because I heard he came out and substantiated parts of your story. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's an important thing to make sure everybody knows. So when I came out, I actually came out with this in 2021. I contacted the Senate, and no one ever knew about it. And that was something that came up last night. For Richard Doty to even know that pretty much confirms it for anybody that would have been within my circle that knew that. So I've been contacting Congress. I've been trying to do this from within for a while. I really have not wanted to do this as far as come forward, but I've had to, because no one's listening. So how he vetted me was this. When I came forward with my story, it was, I won't put out the name, but somebody on Twitter forwarded it to him and said, hey, what do you know about this guy? He says he has information that he learned from somebody that was from your offices. So at first he said, I don't know this guy. I don't know anything about this guy. Basically, don't listen to him. So about a few minutes later, which would appear to be after he made a phone call, and then reached out to me, He then came forward and corrected himself and said, "Look, I have to correct myself. I can't actually substantiate this individual's work in intelligence and his role in U.S. intelligence, but he couldn't confirm all my details of what I say to be true. But he does believe that I'm telling the truth." So then last night, as this topic came up during my space, um, he reached out to a supervisor within the Special Access Program at Air Force Intelligence Special Office of Special Investigations, the OSI office, and got an answer back. And found out that the whole time I thought these were illegal briefings on my end, and just a mentor of mine that took a liking to me is actually something called Operation Society Hike, or yeah, the Operation Society Hike, and it was an operation uh, part of the Special Access Program, which was another detail I've never released about my mentor, and that was his office. That's where he out of Kirkland. That's his main office. And for him to know that without me telling him that is more confirmation for me that he does know exactly who my mentor was, or at least his supervisor does. So this was on the books, and I didn't know it. And that's why he came out last night and he reached out to get those additional answers. And he explained a little bit about what the program was, but I'd like to be able to talk to him further about it to get more information on it. But basically, in a nutshell, it was Operation Society Hike was and is a program to recruit, covertly recruit citizens that are not part of this, and bring them into the fold and disclose certain classified information to them with only this subject, nothing else. I got to see a little more because I believe my mentor did break the law. I'll be honest and say that. I think he did take a lot more than what he was supposed to show me. And because that was somebody I had a personal relationship with beforehand, and it came about that way. So that's in a nutshell what I can give you. If you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I just read in some of the post notes after the space that Dodie was the individual who had done some vetting and acknowledged parts of your story. So that was what stood out to me. But then he didn't acknowledge other parts of your story. So which parts of the story did he actually acknowledge publicly?
He acknowledged my source, which was my mentor, which was verified OSI supervisor, and the operation in which I turned out to be a part of. Again, I didn't know I was actually in the database. I thought it was completely off books. But he acknowledged that. He acknowledged that my name is in the database, and that was the operation, and that I'm telling the truth as far as being able to receive these briefings. I received 8 briefings over a 10-year period, very, very detailed briefings, along with all these documents I got to see. So that's what he came forward with confirmation with. What he would not confirm was all the information I came forward with, which is fully understandable. One, I don't even know if he had access to all of it. Two, even if he did, there's only certain things he's been approved to say, and some other things he's threaded the needle with, coming forward with. Um, as far as my information goes, I would bet everything I have that I know more than he does, because he was compartmentalized where I got to see different compartments, and that's the only reason.
Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was looking over your doc, or I was listening to your 25-minute introductory that you do on YouTube where you introduce yourself, Charles. And my question goes to Jason Sands and Anjali. You bring up that when you were on a trip, you were working with someone who was in the Air Force, I believe, and on a night where he was maybe slugging back a beer, he brought up Project Crystal Night, which you then, when you went home, and you went back to your retired Air Force friend and were talking with, you said the name Project Crystal Night, and he forcefully pushed you down in anger and told you never to talk about that again. So my question to Jason Sands and Anjali is, have you ever heard of Project Crystal Night, and what is that project?
I'll make this easy and say no, I have not.
I've heard of that name, but I don't know what it's for.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Whistleblower, welcome to the space. And for anyone who was not able to join in last night's space, I heard it was incredible. I was there just for a short time. Would you be willing to give us just a short summary of your story? And I also want to make sure we're managing expectations of anyone who is waiting in the queue. We may or may not be getting to questions today from the audience. I know that can be very frustrating, but please feel free to jump up into the nest and see where Doomer Daddy himself has posted a thread for questions, and we will be getting to those as we can get to them. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll do a quick overview for those that weren't there last night. And I really appreciate what you said about last night's space. At times it did get a little hectic, but that's to be expected. You know, we wanted to encourage skeptics, and as long as they remained respectful. You know, we wanted to encourage people to come forward, and you know, if they really didn't like what they were hearing, you know, tell me. That's fine. And I'm not going to try to convince anybody, but it's my duty to tell you. I'm going to tell you. So my story is, in a nutshell, Sarah, you got close. You got a couple details were a little off. So basically, in a nutshell, real quick, I was a knucklehead as a kid all the way up to I was 24. I mean, I was in and out of institutions. That's just how my life was. That's just who I was. So I went to a juvenile facility, and it was a boot camp ran by active and retired military personnel. And while I was there, my counselor, Mr. Paul, was active Air Force, and we were out on a field op during the last 5 weeks of the wilderness phase, which was the last part of the program. And during that 2-week field op on the Appalachian Trail, we were up on the top of the mountain in Pennsylvania, close to South Mountain, Pennsylvania, maybe 20, 30 miles away. And it's December 2002. It's snowy, but it's not snowing, but there's snow on the ground. It's a clear night. You know how it is on top of the mountains, clear night, and stars look way closer than what they are. So we're over to the side. The rest of the cadets and everyone, they're off to the campfire. They're making their chili. This is my man. This is my friend. We talk about girls and stuff. So we had a nice little rapport. I'm 18 now. I turned 18 while I was in there, and he's just staring up at the stars, and he's just staring, and he wouldn't look at me. And I'm sitting beside him, and he's just like, what do you know about that up there? And I'm like, man, what are you talking about? What do you mean? He said, space. Like, what do you know about it? I'm like, nothing. And this guy, man, he just started talking. And then he started talking about ancient times and things about extraterrestrials and influencing religions and things of that nature. But then he got extremely specific and told me about Project Crystal Night. That's what the DIA calls it. But if you don't have a clearance, I'm about to tell you a clearance that you're not even going to know what the clearance is. You're going to most likely say that clearance does not exist. It's top secret code word clearance. That's what it's called. And it runs parallel to Majestic clearance or Magic Eyes Only clearance, which is spelled with a J instead of a G because it stands for the Majestic 12 group. So any eyes that they cleared to see it. So those 3 clearances is what you need for this information. DIA specifically was top secret code word. So he starts telling me about Project Crystal Night, the Air Force and the CIA's paperwork or documentation or files on this, call it Project SERPO, SERPO. It's the same exact project, same exact everything. It's just they have their own name for it. So you might want to ask them if they ever heard of that project as well. So basically, I went home after hearing this. I didn't know what to believe. I didn't know if it was real. I didn't really care. And I went home and met up with my mentor, who, like you said, was a retired Air Force. And he's never talked about aliens. We never talked about any stuff like that. And, what's a mentor do first time you get out? He's like, hey, did you learn anything? Basically, like, are you going to stay your butt out of there? And when he said, did you learn anything? I thought I'd crack a joke. And I said, yeah, I learned that your Air Force sent 12 soldiers to live on another planet back in 1965, and it was called Project Crystal Night. And he did. He grabbed a hold of my bubble coat. He grabbed a hold of me in the front and pinned me beside that seat and that door and said, "Who the fuck told you that?" And I was stunned. He never, we never had that type of interaction. And I told him, and, after a minute, he let go and he apologized, told me to sit up, did something else I never seen. He smoked a cigarette, like a clove or something. And he just sat there and silent for a minute and then, asked me how I felt about the information. And I told him, I'd love to learn more, but I know that I can't. So I'm good. Like, I'm just trying to go home, man. And like, I didn't know if this guy was going to, off me now or what. I didn't know what the fuck, you know what I mean? I was an 18-year-old kid. I didn't know. So he drives me home. We're in silence. My body's shaking because of the adrenaline stuff. You know how that goes when you're young. And, so when I go to get out and he grabs my arm and I'm like, here we go. This is it. And, but it wasn't. He just said, look, I'll be in touch. And I went inside and, I couldn't sleep. And I'm, about 2 weeks later, this is the end of January 2003. He pulls up and I go out there and I get in. He's, hey, did you mean what you said? Wanted to learn more. I said, yeah, but I understand that I can't. He said, listen, you give me your word as a man. You won't repeat anything I show you or tell you, and we'll see what we can do. And I said, I gave you my word. He's like, no. Your word as a man. He was real big on that stuff. Like I said in my recording, he's real big on that manhood stuff. And I said, okay, I'll give you my word as a man. I got you. I won't tell my girlfriend anything. I got you. And so he said, sit back. And we arrived a little bit later at a hotel. And we got in there and he pointed at some things. Hey, those refreshments, those are this. If there's the bathroom, if you need a break, are you ready? And I said, yeah, I'm ready. And the chair was facing the bed, back to the TV. And he said, take a seat. And I sat down. And he said, what you're about to receive is called a briefing. And he had 2 cardboard boxes with cardboard lids. And he pulled them lids off. And man, he started pulling these files out. I'm talking files. I'm talking real files. We're talking War Office stamp at the bottom of these special operations manuals that says compartmentalized on it. It says it. And he pulls them out. And DIA reference manuals. Pulls out transcripts. He pulls out typed up transcripts from audio tapes from the journals of the soldiers that went to this planet, things that have been leaked already back in 2007 that I can authenticate as real. I've seen this in 2003. And these things I got to see. I saw pictures and stills, no videos, just files. But and he briefed me verbally, let me know what I'm reading, and showed me. And this lasted for hours. And this happened 8 times over 10-year time frame between the end of January 2003 and the beginning of September 2012. And I got to see a lot of stuff. And I got to, my 6th briefing in 2009. It shook me. I cried for 3 days. I didn't know how to handle it because I couldn't talk about it. And that had to do with religion and God and things of that nature and things that we learned from other species. And, so I've came forward because I know something that's coming here soon, and it's not good. It's not like, somebody else said earlier about an alien species coming to integrate and save us. It's not that. It's very bad. And I'm trying to prevent it from happening. And it's an uphill battle, man. It really is.
Okay, if you'll just forgive me for a second and breaking in, who was your mentor? I missed that in the space. The mentor who showed you the boxes. What was his name?
I'm not going to give his name. That's the one that Doty's supervisor confirmed was real. He has family that I would never put in jeopardy like that. And I would never release his name. I found out last night that he actually died in 2018.
What branch of the military did he work for again? I didn't catch that either.
He was he was OSI. He was Air Force OSI. Specifically Special Access Program.
Courtney, did you have anything else for Charles?
No.
Okay, thank you, Charles. We appreciate your summary just to catch everybody up on anybody who might have missed that space last night. It was phenomenal. Of course, one of the repeat questions, Charles, and you're probably going to hear this multiple times for people who are not caught up. People are wondering how you became incarcerated currently, and was it involved in the program at all?
Okay, yeah, I know this is going to come up a lot. So I addressed this. Well, I had a troll this morning that just. I woke up and saw a picture of myself and said, "Okay, yeah, I need to address that." So for everybody listening, and for everybody that will listen to this on recording, and you can always ask me anything. I'm an open book. Just ask and I'll tell you. So I did not become incarcerated by revealing this information. It had nothing to do with that. Like I said, between 17 and 24, I was full-fledged in the streets, running around, committing crimes, you name it. I was doing it, and I was just a knucklehead. And that's what my mentor kept. Every time when we would meet back up, man, he would be like, what are you doing? Like, you're so much better than this. What are you doing? You need to better yourself, and you're smarter than this. And then that would morph into, well, I got something to show you. So, or I'll be over tomorrow morning, and stuff like that. So as far as right now, in 2012, I was wrongfully detained for a bank robbery that involves a note being passed, no violence, that I wasn't a part of. And I have proof of that. And that's why in my whistleblower document that I wrote for Congress, I put that in there. And I actually put the case numbers in there and told them, I encouraged them to go read those transcripts, because the two, people from the FBI that they had testify as expert witnesses, along with the lead detective, got on the stand and admitted in front of the jury that, yes, there's a chance he's not the bank robber. They said that. I'm thinking to myself, well, I know I'm beating this, and it didn't happen. So I have a writ of actual innocence that I'll be working on. I'm just, I'll be getting out soon, I hope. And if not, I'll do everything I can from in here. And I get on here I call my girlfriend and she puts it on speaker. And that's why sometimes I have difficulties with the mic. And we have tablets in here. I can get on the phone nonstop as long as I have the money to pay for it. And, and I do. And I'm not asking for any money. I actually had somebody offer me money this morning. I turned it down. They said, hey, let me put some money on your books, to say thank you for last night. I said, no, I'm good. I appreciate it, but that's inappropriate. I'm not in it for that. I'm seriously trying to change things and stop what's coming.
Thank you, Charles. And to be clear, you're well aware that this will affect your credibility in the community, but you're here anyway, and you're willing to answer questions and you want to tell your story. Is that right?
I mean, even though my address should not dictate the level of credibility, I understand that it will. Once I'm vindicated for the case, of course, a lot of naysayers will be put to rest, and I get that. So, yes, I'm here anyway. I don't even care. This is what's important, so I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. Courtney, take it away.
One of the things I'm sure that's coming to other people's mind, and it's coming to my mind, is how to reconcile the fact, of having a security clearance and potentially being able to receive documents. These kind of things are what a lot of whistleblowers confront and struggle with, including finding their clearances for SAPs in the system. So I think that's something that you should be prepared for going forward, is how to back up your story, either with people who have you have had contact with, and other witnesses that can testify to the fact that you had a security clearance. Some of it is just a little suspicious. I'll pass it over to Jason. I saw your hand was raised.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just had a question for you. I know being in the program, OSI did used to take people that were in jail to help out with some of our red teaming from time to time. Were you one of those?
No, sir, I was not. I was on the streets when I met my mentor and stuff like that. I have no involvement in that.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, I just want to welcome Tom to the space. Tom, feel free to jump in. We're just having a conversation. Thank you so much for joining us. And I do have an audience question for Jason. Jason, the audience would like to know how many times a month the NHI were working at the labs, if you have an answer to that. And then I have another one actually for the panel.
Within the labs, I'd say it was very routine, because the way that it was always described was it was almost like a daily or weekly occurrence, because they were talking about a cycle of, the tall whites would come in and they'd do their thing, and then the humans would be allowed in, but only after the tall whites left, and then the grays would come in and do their thing, and then they would leave, and then they would reset for the next test, and the whole cycle would start again. So when they do work on those as well, or in those environments, there was definitely a level of the discussion that was like, well, why aren't the humans allowed in the same room if they're working on the same thing? And my logic was just that they did not want to be the NHI did not want to be in the room with the humans, because they, for one reason or another, they didn't really want to be there at all. And I think that gives credence to some of the people that say that, from what they understand about the NHI presence, is that they're not here to help us build weapons, but they're here to try to help us, because it was very managed on their part. They only participated in things that were very non-weapons kind of thing. I think maybe it was just things that they agreed to for one favor or another from the people in the program, because I think part of the trade-off was they wanted, just some sovereignty for themselves, like an area to call like an embassy where they could do their own thing in private. And the military can kind of provide a lot of security, especially there at the Nellis Test Ranges and several other places that I used to go to. And I think that was what they did, was they said, well, we're not going to help you build a stinking weapon, but we can at least help you to, do certain aspects of the test to help you get better data. And I think that was kind of the agreement in most of the lab environments, if the NHI presence was there. So it was daily. If they were working on a given project, there was a, just like any other thing that you're working on research-wise, there were times when it was ramped up and other times when it was quiet. So it just kind of depended at what point in what phase a given experiment was in at a given time, as to how often they actually did that. So that's about how I would call it out on the periodicity.
Thank you, Jason. And did you get a sense of why they were cooperating and helping us? Was this under duress? Was this some type of agreement? Because it sounds like they weren't too thrilled about it, yet they were cooperating to some extent.
Yeah, I think it was very grudgingly given, that whatever, help they were giving any of the people in the program in the labs was not, it wasn't a free-for-all. Let me put it that way. It did not sound like a free-for-all at all. It sounded more like a very controlled, very managed, and very limited amount of things they were wanting to concession on. So whatever they wanted must have been pretty dire for themselves to enter into any kind of a contract with the program people. So the only thing I could think of is, they must have needed some sort of a resource that may be, expensive, or they were asking for lands to build something privately to call their own, and to be left alone by the U.S. government and to be left alone by the American public, that sort of thing. So I think that at that level, maybe it might have been along those lines. And the other thing was just from the crude behavior of some of the humans. Maybe the humans took one of their people prisoner and forced them into it, which is another possibility, but I don't have any proof of that. But those are the kind of things that entered into my mind as to why would this relationship be so strained and controlled the way it was.
Thank you. And then did you get a sense of whether these were low men on the totem pole, NHI, or were these bosses of some type, or where was their supervision?
I think they were kind of middlemen on the totem pole, but they had some knowledge of some of the equipment that was used in the labs that they brought. I remember in one conversation they mentioned that the humans were saying, yeah, the tall whites will come in. They got this briefcase looking thing. They'll open it up in front of the in the lab, and then you'll see a bunch of it has a bunch of dials and buttons on it that are all over the place, and only they know how to adjust everything for the test. And that was kind of how it went on with that. So it was very descriptive in that way, where they would just come and go like that, and yeah, they utilized some kind of equipment where they had to have some knowledge. So I imagine they were probably scientists of some kind or engineers of some kind that knew how to operate that briefcase for the lab test environment. But I would not be able to gauge, like how advanced in their own society that device was, and whether or not they needed somebody that was high ranking or whatever. Because there was no mention as to societal ranking at all, other than the fact that it seemed like they used the Greys like the cleanup crew kind of thing. So they were kind of like looked down upon as servants a lot of times. And that's about all I kind of got out of that.
Thank you, Jason. Sarah, jump in.
Thanks, Fringe. Tom, welcome to the space. It's a pleasure to be in a space with you. I'm very happy to have you here with us today. And I was wondering if you could do an introduce yourself for those of, I would like to include myself, of us in the audience who do not know that much about you, would love to know a bit more.
I think you're talking about Tom, right? You want Tom to introduce himself.
Yes, correct, Tom. Yes.
Hey, thanks so much for that. Is my audio coming through good? I'm trying my desktop microphone this time.
Yep, you sounded good.
Oh, Fringe has a thumbs down, so.
Yeah,
Oh.
I definitely have a thumbs down. I cannot hear you, Tom, but if everyone else can, go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you what, give me 20 seconds. I'm gonna switch back over to my phone with my lavalier mic, and then that might work better because I'm using the phone app. All right, celebrate back.
Thanks, Tom. For me, you're super low. While you're gone and coming right back up, I'll get to another question that I have from the audience, and this is for the entire panel. Did John Ramirez, the information John Ramirez has on this future event that he discusses, where did it come from? Did it come from channeling? Did it come from other IC people? Or is he just repeating Bledsoe's information? And Courtney, you might even have the answer to that.
Yeah, he addressed this question. It was probably about a month ago that he got some of the dates and the projected dates from the channeler and spiritual community, but he also connects the dots to Chris Bledsoe's date and others. But that's where it came from.
Thanks, Courtney. And I see we don't have Tom back yet, so I'll get to my last question for the room, which is actually directed to Whistleblower. Whistleblower, I think you made some mentions of Kennedy in the space last night, and the audience would like to know what you know about Kennedy, something about where he was housed or where the housing was, etc.
Last night I was talking about the assassination of President Kennedy. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what this person would love to know.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Charles. Go ahead.
All right, sorry about that. So I got to see classified communications that was from the Department of Defense. It was part of the Majestic 12 Special Operations Manual, but this one was ripped out. And they were part of a separate envelope that he had, and he had copies of it. And this is before all the throw it in the fire, pull it out thing. I spoke to Linda Moulton Howe last year, and she told me she actually has the original copy or copy of the original that was pulled out the fire. But I saw more than that, so I'll share that real quick. There's a classified communication between a different member of MJ12 and MJ1, which is the leader of MJ12. And what it is was in October of 1963, it was recommended that Lancer, which was Secret Service name for Kennedy, be made when, which means obviously to take and assassinate him. And then a couple weeks later, it was approved by MJ1. And then we all saw what happened in a couple of weeks after that. And he was made an example out of. Now, the reason is why? Why would they do that? Why would they care? So this is the reason. It was a two-part reason. So Project Crystal Night was an exchange program between the species from Roswell and us, where we sent 12 with them and they left one with us. If you ever heard of the conspiracy theory that people call J-Rod, that was something real. That was what they left with us. That was a cloned biological entity, in my opinion. But I know for a fact it came from ETE2. So the point is this. He wanted to televise what was supposed to be the exchange, which was April 24th, 1964 at Holloman Air Force Base. Turned out they weren't ready for real, and that got pushed back to July 16th of 1965 at the Nevada test site, or Nellis test site, or Nellis Range. But there was still that meeting at April 24th, 1964 at Holloman. And that's actually why you have the Socorro, New Mexico sighting, because there was a miscalculation on entry on one of the two craft. It was sighted. They were told, hey, lift off, come back down here. This is where Holloman's at. That's why they flew south from Socorro. So that he wanted to televise that for the public. They told him no. He said, you're supposed to answer to the office of the President of the United States, not the other way around. So that was a problem. Then the big problem after that was he wanted to exchange everything we had with the Soviet Union and get everything they had and on this subject and swap out. They said absolutely not. He said, you answer to me. So they tried to ice him out, and he kept using the DIA, which him and McNamara purposely created for this, to try to take control back through the Defense Department over MJ12 and circumvent the CIA. And that became a problem, and that's why it was recommended that he be taken out. And for those two reasons, and by the end of October, the decision was made by MJ1 at the time to do just that. And I got to see that classified cable that was printed, it was typed up on a typewriter in the Pentagon. And that's actually been confirmed already by certain types of letters that everyone knew that typewriter at the time used. But I got to see it. I got to see the back and forth conversation. And that's what I was talking about. And that they are responsible for his assassination. That is 100% facts.
Okay, I think for time purposes, we need to go to Tom. He's back in the space now. And then I think we might need to drop Charles down and add the other speakers, Doom and Fringe.